Hello, like Daniel, Al, good to see y'all. Tonight we have Ronan up here. Hey, Ronan.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Bonnie. Hey, Al. Hey, Life. Hey, Daniel. Hope everyone's doing well.
How have you been?
I've been good, been keeping busy, staying out of trouble for the most part,
That's good.
trying to survive the heat waves we have that come through every now and then. Yesterday was very uncomfortable, humid, and hot, but today it's nice and it's actually cooled down quite a bit. It was a pleasant day.
That's good. You getting rain?
It rained a little bit last night for about an hour or so, but we've been getting pretty good rain. I really haven't had to water the garden as much as I did last summer, which is
That's
super
good.
nice because that's a lot of work for me pumping all that water.
Yes, that's right. You have the hand pump.
Yeah,
Hand
I hand pump all the water from my garden out of the ground, so I don't have to worry about chlorinated city water. I have two 55-gallon barrels that I have propped up. I kind of have like my own little water tower. I fill those up and then I use gravity to hose down the garden.
Hey, Carl. It's
Hey,
not being.
Carl.
We're not. We're not satire tonight.
No, tonight we're all business. No fun and games. I'm just kidding.
um, that. Hey, Elaine.
Hey, Lane.
She's happy to see you.
Hi, Gigi.
Hey, Gigi. So, um, so I was talking to Ronan a few days ago, and he was really making some good points. So I asked if he could join me and us talk about it because he had some good solutions and you're easy to converse with, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate you coming up tonight, Ronan.
Oh, thank you for having me and thank you for all the kind words.
So, we get down to the questions. um, so the first one I had was, what do you think about the Supreme Court decisions lately? And um, I don't know all of them. I'm the only one that I have heard. For some reason, they're stalling a lot of the court cases that are supposed to go through, but whatever is the one giving the president's immunity from everything.
Yeah, that's, I mean, originally, from my understanding, immunity was given to the president to kind of help them do their job, I suppose. I think, for example, I think this kind of came up in the situation where they raided Mar-a-Lago and got a bunch of paperwork from Trump, and they're saying, oh, it's classified information and this and that, and just some of the immunities the president has. I
Right.
mean,
Because the same things happened with Biden also.
yes. However, the difference would be so the president has the ability to classify and declassify things. That's in his wheelhouse, right? That's in his bag of tools or whatever. But
Yes.
Joe Biden did it when he was vice president. He doesn't have that power. It's a whole different situation. So,
True.
the thing with Trump is, it's a lot of propaganda. Really, a lot of it is propaganda. They're, obviously both sides are trying to make each other look as horrible as possible. And saying they'll use anything they can, and they lie to us about it too. They don't tell us the truth. They just tell us what they want to tell us, and it's kind of up to us to really kind of look into it and see what's really going on. So with Trump, he was in that role. He classifies and declassifies things, and that's part of what he could do.
Yeah.
I think it backfired on him a little bit because Biden didn't have that power, and that info was in his Corvette. And the thing about this is, like, no one is blaming Trump or like questioning Trump of like selling secrets or having his sons involved in international politics and selling, FaceTime with the big guy, right? Like that was a thing, you know what I mean? So it's like, well, it's kind of two different things. I think if we're gonna say, is it the power that the president has? I mean, he does have quite a bit of power, and that's why it's such a sought after position. I mean, he can also pardon people. I think we kind of talked about that a little bit too. It's something that,
Yes.
I think, unfortunately, I think maybe the founding fathers were hoping for, people that would be a little bit more honorable holding these positions, not realizing that, or actually they did realize it would probably get to this point at some point throughout history. It would be kind of what we're seeing now. But I think,
Well, they wrote the
ultimately it kind of comes down, in my opinion, it comes down to this. I mean, if the president straight up murders somebody, should he be held accountable? Well,
Yes.
yeah, you don't get to do that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not right. I don't care who you are. There are certain laws that no man are above, and those are typically known as God's laws, or natural law, or however it's portrayed nowadays. But so the idea, in my opinion, it would be, when it comes to policies and statutes and things that are written for the corporation, I don't really care what the president does, because that doesn't really affect me all that much. But there are certain things that I don't think anybody is above, and God's law is one of them.
Right.
We're all, as far as that goes, this whole political system and everything is man-made. It's not God-made. If you look at any religion, really, God's first. He's most high, right?
Yes.
So, and even though we see in today's world the laws of man mock God's laws, and abortion is a very good example of that. There's no rule that'll ever make abortion right in the eyes of God. It's murder, plain and simple, right? But the government will come in and say, well, this and that and the other thing, we're going to put in hospitals for women to go and be able to murder their babies. Is that right? No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw, what's his name? Charlie. Wow. Kurt? I don't know. I saw him do a talk with some college girls about that. It's amazing the way they think things are.
Yeah, and that's part of the game, is to keep us dumb. I've never realized up until now that our government actually hates us, and it's both sides for the most part. It's both. Like, I will say Trump seems to be different. All right, like, I'm not putting him in the same group as I am the rhinos, for example. We call them rhinos for a reason. Republican in name only. They'll make a deal with the devil. They don't care. And they're the ones getting rich still. They're getting just as rich as the Democrats are, right?
Right.
So it's just blunt to our face that our government kind of hates us. They want to keep us stupid. They will continue to malnourish us. They will continue to inflict stress, unnecessary stress, whether it's fear, panic, psyops type stuff, increasing our financial burden to be able to thrive via inflation and interest rates and all these kinds of things. They remind us of our slavitude to them and our subserviency to them via taxes. And if we get out of line, they will either send the police after us, the IRS after us, the FBI after us. They got endless drones, mindless drones that are willing to, take us out. They don't care. They just follow orders blindly and are protected and paid well. They're kept, right? They keep their pets well. We're not their pets.
You
We're the
would think.
cattle. We're the
Um, I just got a headline today. Andy Ogles, the FBI is investigating him and took his cell phone, and he's a Republican from Tennessee after his primary win in the council.
I think I heard something about that. Something having to do with campaign financing.
Yes, and
Yeah.
that's why that I still do not understand why the best pick is the person that can raise the most money. It just seems ridiculous.
Yeah,
That's
it is. It's corrupt. And that's not even the worst of it. So the candidate that raises the most money wins. And then when you get into Congress, you have to continue to raise money or you don't get on any committees. The first thing they tell you in Congress, right, is to get on these committees, you have to bring in X amount of dollars,
yes,
right? So it's like, hey, wait a minute here. That's in a sense, on one hand, I want to say that it is a showing, that it is a corporation. It's not a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. That all went out the window. What we're seeing, the dog and pony show in DC, it's a corporation. It's about funding. It's about money. It's not about freedom. It's not about patriotism. It ain't about any of that. It's all about the Benjamins, right? So when we have to realize that, right? We think everybody that votes gives the government the most precious thing they could ever give somebody is a vote. You're basically saying, I'm participating in the system. I'm part of the system. I'm giving you my voice, and I'm going to let you use that, right?
yeah,
Well, that doesn't mean anything anymore, right? We see that they cheat, they do whatever they want, they appoint whoever they want, and it's just too bad. But on one hand, I think it does kind of play into, we're seeing more and more of it now. We're being more aware of it because it's a showing, right? We're in a point in time, in my opinion, where people have to choose, right? We're being shown the truth. It's uncomfortable. It's not nice. It's ugly. It is very ugly. But we have to choose. Are we going to continue to participate in this? Are we going to continue to capitulate to their BS? Or are we going to stand on truth? Are we going to say, no, it's not about the money? And it's, I think that puts Trump in a unique situation because he doesn't need to raise money. He has money, right? So he's someone that could come in there and not be bound to any agreement to super PACs, to this or to that, because he took money from them or any other reason. So it's that concept that there was an old movie, can't remember the guy's name. So and so goes to Washington, right? And he kind of, it's an old black and white movie. I wish I remember the name of it. It was an interesting movie. Like Mr. Smith Goes to Washington or something like that. And even then, back in that day, it was a showing of what really goes on in Washington. So it's like there's that day of someone like me or you or anybody starting a campaign, having the people behind them and running and achieving that level of office is way out the window. It's gone. Yeah, Mr. Smith. That's right. Yeah.
wow,
But it's, and that's just it, because money is, I think money, in my opinion, is their key tool against us. They hold it over us. They control inflation, believe it or not, right? Like their policies affect our lives in way more than, just money. I will say that, absolutely. But it seems like that's the key thing. That's what everybody is going after. Everybody wants that bag, right? Like it's
Yeah.
a huge motivator. It's makes honest men do evil things, it seems like. I mean, if we look in even at our military, even what happened with Trump and his assassination attempt, like all those, you know, I think it was an inside job. I think not necessarily to the point of everybody was in on it, but just enough people for it to happen. I think that poor man, that poor young kid that did that, I think he was brainwashed. I think he was probably MK Ultra to a point. He probably didn't even know what planet he was on. He thought and this is just my opinion. I don't have anything proving it, but in my opinion, it's just, you know, he probably didn't even know what planet it was on. He figured in his mind he was going to do this and be a national hero, you know?
But have you seen a picture of him?
Oh yeah. You can't
He
miss
does
it.
not,
Turn on he's everywhere.
he doesn't look, unless I saw a different picture, but it was, they were talking about him with this picture, bearded, curly headed. Is that the same guy? Because I know that there were two, maybe, or
Yeah,
more.
there's some people are saying there's two shooters. The picture I saw, I think there's so he was like in a video for BlackRock or something like that when he was in high school. So there's pictures of that going around. There's pictures of him more recently, yeah, with long hair and maybe a little scraggly beard or something like that. His like bottom chin is like stuck out. You got, what is that, a overbite or whatever that's called, or an underbite or something.
So that's a good question that I wanted to ask. Um, and y'all in chat, y'all are doing great. Answer also. So, in your opinion, in Minecraft, do you think mental illness should be an escape of punishment?
No, you're right. I mean, your actions have consequences regardless of, right? You don't, this whole insanity plea, right? Like that whole
Yeah.
concept of, oh, I murdered everybody that, you know, but I'm insane, so I don't get punished. I don't agree with that. You definitely need to be removed from society. I'm sorry. Perhaps in situations where, you know, like the death penalty would apply, maybe we say, well, this person isn't mentally stable. Perhaps ending their life might not be the right thing to do, but they surely can never be back into society. They may have to be in a special psych ward for the rest of their life or something like that. But I mean, your actions have consequences regardless of who you are, even as a child, right? So
Yes.
it's I don't know how far they go with that, but part of the insanity plea has, you know, some, you know, they try to chalk it up. Well, they don't have the mental capacity to contract. It's as if a child, but it's a showing. I mean, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
it just doesn't work that way, you know.
I don't agree with it. And so this is one story that I got today. A mother fatally shoots her son in the back at close range after telling him, I'm going to show you something. So apparently they had been arguing, and first she tried to stab him, and he was able to thwart that. And there were multiple witnesses to this. And she, when she said, I'll show you something, she went out to her car and pulled out a gun, and he was just trying to leave. He's a member of the church. I think he does something with the music, maybe singing or something, and he's um, 21 years old. And um, so she's sentenced to life in prison. with the opportunity for parole after 18 years. And he kept saying that she was not mentally okay, I guess on his social media or something. But that right there, I was just like, sentenced? It just,
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously she's not in her right mind. Nobody in their right mind would shoot somebody like that or try to stab your own son. I mean, my mom's whipped my ass plenty of times, and she's threatened, I secret G Mom Merkel in there. I brought you in this world, I could take you out. I've heard that plenty of times, and I felt that fear. You know what I mean? She didn't have to show me the
well,
knife, you know?
I didn't mean it. I mean, that I wanted to just throw a kid against the wall. But you don't do it. You just kind of think you're pushing it. You're pushing it too far.
That's awesome. Hey, I want to throw kids against the wall too. I don't even have any. No, I'm kidding.
We're not
But
throwing kids at the wall.
yeah, no one in their right mind. I mean, we all get frustrated. We all have anger. I mean, look, like I think I've told you before, you can't tell me like if you don't, if you don't have emotion, you're probably not human. There's something going on there, and that's what a lot of these drugs do. They dull people. They numb them up. They're just basically, walking zombies. At some point, when you see them medicated, you can kind of tell they're hollow. There's no one home. You're dead eyes, basically. So it's like. But on the other hand, I think it has to do with being able to process regret. I think I've also said if you have no regrets, you've never lived. It's not that.
Well, and that's true too. I've seen this man. I think he was driving drunk and killed a young girl, and the family made him write a check, and it wasn't it. It was like $20 or something every month, so that he would be reminded every month of what he did to be in jail. So, I mean, I could see where it would tear somebody up, maybe to be in jail, but I don't know. I'm just, that one.
Well, I think jail in part could be a disciplinary act, and it's definitely not what do they call it, rehabilitation. It sure as hell ain't that. But
No.
on the other hand, it's also separating them from society. It's getting them out of our system, getting them out of our society, I should say. They're still in the system and in a different way. But there are people that absolutely deserve to be in jail and worse, right? Some of these
You're not.
child offenders, there's no reason we should be sharing our air with them. If you
No.
ask me. But
No. With the little sign in their yard saying, and well, they don't even put the signs. I haven't seen any of them. And yeah, I think that they get a free pass. I don't think they're as strict on them as they should be. They're not supposed to be within so many feet of a school, and that I've seen that happen. They live close to the schools. Yeah, they
and what
don't.
are they like? How many? Like I think I've heard more stories of people that have gotten caught, and not just once but twice. They get in jail, they get out of jail, they go doing it again. It's like
Yes,
that's the problem. That's why I'm saying like we should never release them into society
yes,
ever. I'm sorry. It's a one and done thing in my opinion.
yeah,
Right? Like it's it. I don't care how how much of a mental midget you are, whatever the case, crazy, whatever. I don't care. Is gone. Sorry, no more.
judicial system is just totally messed up. Anyway, there was a court case here years ago. This man, he beat his, I don't know if she was his girlfriend, his wife, whatever. And then he stabbed her like 26 times, and he poured gasoline on her and was fixing to set her on fire when the police came in. And my best friend was on that court case. And on the jury, and he got, I don't know how many years he got sentenced, but we saw him after 5 years. He was out free and shocked. I was just like, no way. That was blatantly overkill. I can't, it, and that he was out that soon. Of course, he can't live anywhere in the county because everybody knows, but still, I couldn't believe it. And that was years ago. Hey, Sharon, Blue Butterfly.
Well, that sounds horrible. You know, I mean, I can't imagine having to sit on a jury to listen to that, and they really do. You know, they dissect it. I think what makes it even harder is like you have one side trying to justify it, right? So you have, and I've been there. I've worked at a law firm. I've seen what that looks like, to be honest. The losing side. And I had a hard time with it. And I talked to some of the attorneys in the office, and basically they said is, you know, this person will get justice, but you know, and that on the same sense, that's what both sides are seeking, is fair justice, right? It's
right.
You know, we do have to look at the facts. I mean, that story is a very horrible story, but you know, the defense may bring to light the fact that she perhaps has done evil things to him to antagonize him. Maybe she cheated, stole his money, beat him up, tried killing him, tried poisoning him, tried stabbing him, tried doing all kinds of horrible things too. So perhaps it was a reactionary thing. Not right, not making it right. You're still held accountable for your own actions. You never do that. As a man, you never beat a woman. It's just, I don't know. I don't know if I was taught that or if it's just in our DNA. You just don't do that. It's easier to walk away. Like, this bitch is crazy. I'm out. Peace. You know? And I've been there. Okay. But, you know, it's disgusting. It really is, when you're sitting in a courtroom and you're hearing these people talk, and it's a back and forth, and it's really gross. Ultimately, you're still held accountable for your own actions, regardless of your mental state. No one in their right mind commits crimes like that, right? Like, you're broken, something happened, hurt people, right? We've heard that before. Yeah. I'm not trying to justify anybody's evil actions at all, but we kind of understand, you know, it takes a minute for someone, and for most people in society, there are those born maniacs, homicidal, just monsters, right? We've seen those in society too. Don't get me wrong. And what do we have to do? We have to remove them. The whole system is designed. Like, I was at the grocery store yesterday. What do I see? I see people shopping. I see a mom with like 3 kids running around the store pulling on her. She's got a cart in one hand. She's wheeling, trying to get groceries. Like, her purse is spilling over, money's falling out. You know, we don't live in a society where people would take advantage of that and say, "Ha, money, I'm going to go try and steal it. There's an easy target." We're kind of becoming that, though, and that scares me. But we want to be honorable. We say, hey, you know, give her some space, let her have some time, whatever. We're more understanding. I don't have kids, and oftentimes it's easy for me to be annoyed by them. It's like, if I acted out the way some of these kids act. I remember getting smacked in Walmart, and like, I would get smacked and I'd look around for like help, and the people around me be like, good, if she wouldn't have done it, I would have. I was like, what the heck? You know, what's going on here? You know, there was no acting out. There wasn't, you know, ungratefulness at that level. I've never seen that before. Not in my life. Not around me, anyway.
Right. And she told me, you know, she had to look at the pictures. They had to look at the weapon. They had to, it was, and I would never be able to be on the jury for a case like that. And that's how I got out of it, is I put on the card that they send out, is there any reason you shouldn't serve on a jury? And I said, yep, because if it's any form of abuse whatsoever, guilty. That's the way I feel. And so they quit calling me for jury duty because I would not be fair. If it's abuse, it's abuse. And whoever's doing it, a child to a parent to a child, whatever. And so they quit calling me. Um, so everyone's been talking about the stock market crash. Do you think we? I know this isn't the first time that's happened. I have friends that lost everything because of a crash back in, oh my goodness, um, maybe the late 90s, early 2000s. So, do you see any reason that this is going to affect people now?
I mean, it always does. Yeah, it's where people have their retirement funds. That's where their investments are. I mean, and then even if you don't, like, I don't hold any stock. I've never been in the stock market. I see it as, I mean, the stock market is you're buying and selling people. I mean, what are companies if not employees and owners and boards of representative people? So I always kind of saw it as like a secondary slave trade. I don't want to own people. I don't want to own a company that I don't control. For example, if I work for a company, I'm a slave to them. It's how it is. I understand that. There's nothing you can do about it. If you're your own boss, for example, though, you own yourself. You own your own stock in that sense, right? So it's like, we call it the stock yard. That's where you go and buy and sell cattle. The stock market is where you go to buy and sell people on a different level that way. So it does affect people, and I think it's all manipulated, though. I don't think, and we've seen this in the past with I don't know if you remember the whole. There was a group of people shorting stocks, like GameStop was one of the stocks. I can't remember the name of whatever.
Yeah.
This group of people called themselves, and there's an app called Robinhood. So this app,
Yes.
Robinhood, was designed for folks like me with, again, a few bucks to invest in the market, throw a few dollars here and then kind of be able to participate in with the big boys, right? Like that's the whole name, Robinhood. We're stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. That's us. That's me, right? So it's like, well, what happened when these group of people kind of got together and they got others to join in and shorting stocks through this app? We started seeing the manipulation, right? And granted, we're living through a time now where all this is being showed. We talked a little bit about the injustice and the injustice system and
Yeah.
how some of that happens. And now we see the injustice in the stock market and manipulation of our dollars and how all that's run, because what someone somewhere says, no, don't let them do this. And what happens? The companies capitulate, right? The government's on their side.
Yes.
So it does affect people. I think there's things we could do to soften the blow, right? I'm not talking down on anybody that holds stock or plays the stock market. I know, especially now, it's in these last few years, a lot of people have been making a lot of money on it, right? And especially like if you want, like the joke is, if you want to make money in the stock market, follow what Nancy Pelosi's doing, right? So it's like we used to be able to do that, but now we see, even though that's being manipulated, and we know like something's got to happen here. Something's got to change in our financial system. I think it's been too long before we've had something like this. And not that I'm saying I'm grateful for it. I'm surely not. I really have no skin in that game. It affects me in what sense? Prices at the store, things that we buy, that's going to change. That part of that is affected by it. People's retirements, people losing money. I mean, that's terrible. Just think about it. You're investing your whole life. You think you're doing the right thing. You should be all good to go for retirement. And then the next day it's all gone.
Right. I
And
didn't
that's
know
like,
that the retirement went into that. So, like the IRAs and stuff like that goes into the stock market.
I'm not familiar with IRAs. I know I think you're right on that. I think there are investment firms where you give them money, right, and they invest for you, and it's a group of invest
Right.
a group of people through an investor invest in different stocks and stuff like that for perhaps IRAs. I don't know for sure. I don't
I
have an
understand.
IRA.
I understand. Okay. So, um, when we were talking, you were talking about solutions. Hey, Blackwatch. That really sounded solid. Do you remember some of those? Like,
What do you mean?
like, um, okay, the government talking about money. I think that the reason the value is going down so quick is because it's just being printed as fast as they can spend it. So all this money that is being sent over to other countries that shouldn't be, but whatever, that's just my opinion. um, so, um, so it was like if instead of the trillions that's been sent over, it was if 40 billion was given to the people. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, I do. I'm sorry. Yeah, I remember what I was talking about. Yeah, because like we have the Democrats, the far left Democrats, talking about UBI, universal basic income, and then we have on the far right we have rainbow money and Nasara Jasara talk, and it just kind of seems like they're both talking about the same thing, if you ask me. And I've heard, I didn't myself do the math, but I saw it done where they had mentioned giving every 300 some million Americans $200,000 a year would cost the United States government $40 billion. Initially everyone was talking about how this would bankrupt the country, this is that bad, and blah blah blah. But the truth is, that's what they sent to Ukraine in a sneeze. I just heard something today about how much money the government's been sending the Taliban, and it's in like the billions also. It's ridiculous. It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
So it's like, why are we doing that? Well, now it just seems like this is more attainable. And I mean, for me, $200,000 is a lot of money, right? Like, that's just me. But when it comes right down to it, I personally think that, I see both sides talking about the same thing. They call it differently and they hate each other over it, right? The Nasara Jasara folks are saying, well, we're getting this money from all the illegal taxation, which I say, yeah, you're right. They have been, it's illegal taxation. They've been stealing our money. All the trusts that were formed when we're born, right? That's how countries trade amongst themselves. Every child that's born on this land, there's a trust that's created in their name with money you'll never see, but there's a dollar amount there. I think at one point, a few years back, people were getting their birth certificates and their social security numbers and looking up these on this website, like how much money is in that fund and such, knowing that there's money there and it's not available to us, even though these trusts are set up in our names. And then you have the far left talking about universal basic income and basically what sounds like communism. It's like, well,
yes,
we're both talking about the same things. And in my opinion, I think it would be a good thing. I see the good that would come of it, giving every American citizen $200,000 a year. I see it solving a lot of problems. I see it overcoming a lot of the hatred we have and animosity towards each other. We see the government playing us against each other, rich versus poor, race versus race. All these things I think would kind of melt away. Well, I know they would kind of melt away and
Yeah.
it's attainable. It's attainable. This argument that, oh, it'll bankrupt, it's bad, that goes out the window. When we've seen it, when they need money, what do? They print it. It's a fiat currency. It's worthless. It has nothing backing it. It's not gold back. It's not oil back. They just hit print on the printer, and there's more money. And instead of saying, here, you know, my citizen slaves, have a little better life, do something with yourself, here's some money, they say, no, we're going to actually send it over to Ukraine. We're going to send some over to Israel. We're going to fund both sides of that war. We're going to give some to Palestine, and we're going to give some to Israel. We're going to give some to the Taliban. We're going to give everybody all these billions of dollars except for you here. And we're going to continue to spend all this money overseas and away from you. We're going to take the food off your plate, and we're going to give it to your enemy who you've been fighting for the last 20 years. Thanks for, sending your sons to go fight in this war. However, we're going to give them your money now. We give them your weapons. We just left there. They have the weapons. They have the night vision. They have the helicopters, all this billions and billions and hundreds of billions of dollars in equipment. And now we're just sending them straight cash. So, thanks for that. But you guys sit down and shut up. You're the domestic terrorist if you talk like that, right? Like you don't get to go there. So in my eyes, I say, you know what? I'm going to call their bluff. I say, do it. Give every American citizen $200,000 a year. I don't know how long that program may last, and maybe it be indefinite, maybe not. However, I think it's time for that. I think it would solve a lot of problems. Think about all the marriages that fail because of financial hardships. Think about all the suicide that happens because of financial hardships. How many times have we, myself personally, I'll speak for, how many times have I said, no, I'm not going to go to the hospital. I don't have the money. I don't have the insurance. How many times have I gone to the grocery store and said, okay, I got $30. I got to make it work for this week. Yeah. Right. All that goes out the window. How many times do we know, and we see it, right? We just saw the receipt with $73,000 in food stamps or whatever is going on with the illegals coming over the border. Like, they're getting all this money. And now that's even more, there's more animosity now. I'm thinking, wait a minute here. I work. I don't get food stamps or WIC or whatever they call it. You know what I'm talking about.
Any kind of welfare.
Yeah, any kind of welfare. I don't qualify. They say, shut up. Why do you go work? Right? So now I'm saying, wait a minute. These people are just coming here. They're buying food and their baskets are overflowing, and it's just ridiculous. And here I am living off of beans and rice, right? Trying to make it by, thinking I'm doing it honestly. Perhaps I am, but there's an animosity there now. All that would go away. People would be able to get the help they need, in the sense of maybe it is mental health that needs to be addressed. They'd be able to afford that. Perhaps that would also solve a lot of the violent crimes and stuff we see. Instead of saying, hey, I'm going to go steal this. Why would I bother stealing it? I'll just go buy it, right?
But so John has a good question. Would a person or would a body go to work if given all that money? And that's a good point, because we would need to keep working to continue the funds being there.
Well, it's not just the funds being there, but we need to go to work so that we continue society, right? Buildings would collapse. Why would carpenters go to work and anymore? They're getting their money, right?
Right.
I personally, I think they would. I think in my mind, what I believe, right, is that I think what we would see is those who want to do the job would do it. Like, I think back on all the shit jobs I took, not because I thought I'd be good at it, but because I needed to do it, right? Because I needed the money. And how many times have you talked to contractors or builders and such, and you can tell they're just slime balls. They might as well be a used car salesman. You don't trust their labor, you don't trust their work, but they're in it for the money. They're not in it for the satisfaction of saying, hey, I put in a solid day's work. I built this house knowing that the people that live under this roof, they're going to feed their family on the kitchen table. They're going to raise their children in the house. It's going to hold up. They're going to be able to pass it down generation to generation. I think it opens up the opportunity for those to do the job who want to do the job, right? and they'll have pride in that job. One of the things that I am concerned with is we see all these illegal immigrants coming to this country and they won't qualify. So we're almost creating a new slave system in the sense. So it's like we'll have these immigrants doing all the jobs that the Americans don't want to do, which in reality they do anyway. Hello, like who are we kidding? You know, we're just kidding ourselves, right? Like if we think that's not happening today, I
But
think it's.
what if it did give parents more time to spend with their children, or, you know, families
Yeah,
being together more often than out slaving working all day? I mean, I can see where that would be a good advantage also.
right. And I guarantee you that dad's going to get a job because him being in the house 24/7 with mom and the kids are going to drive him crazy. He's going to find something to do. All right, let's be real. And I'm not being disrespectful. I'm being honest, and that, you know,
It's true.
it's just how it is.
I
You
hear
know.
people's when the retirement happens and they're like, he's driving me insane now. I would rather him be back at work. I've heard
Yeah.
that. um,
I think it's time for that. I think that's what this nation needs to heal. I think we would. I honestly think that people don't wake up in the morning and say, you know, today's a good day to be a racist. Today's a good day to hate so this group. You know, people want to live, right?
yeah,
People want to live with purpose. And what
yes,
we're being so discombobulated right now, financially, mentally, spiritually, right? We're living in a world where good is bad and bad is good, and everything seems upside down. We need some time to heal. When you're sick or when you break a bone or something happens, you rest, right?
yeah,
That's where your healing comes from, is when you rest, right? Because if you keep at it, you're going to make that injury worse. You're not going to get better. So in
yeah,
my mind, I see that is perhaps a band-aid for a while. I don't know, but I'm just saying I'm not scared of it. I'm not worried about the financial repercussions throughout that. I'm not too worried about who's going to do the job and who's going to, you know, are we going to have trash men and this and that? I think we will. I think they'll get paid better, right?
right,
And I think there's going to be those that are ambitious that are going to say, this is my chance. This is my chance to get ahead. I'm going to be able to build something to pass down to my children. They're going to be able to inherit it. We're getting rid of the inheritance tax. People don't have to worry about all this overburden by the government, because that also would go away. Part of this, in my eyes, is we're retreating from the global war machine, if you will. We're not going to be all over the place sending people money and injecting our whatever military, giving them aid. We drop rice and beans, medicine, that kind of stuff. That's different, you know. But no
right,
longer are we going to be sending our troops to die for some businessman's war, for these banker wars and all this bullshit. I think all that's got to go out the window in the same sense
yeah,
as this. And I mean, I've heard it myself from people. It's kind of gross, but it's like, you know, you see someone who you know is on welfare. And you know, I kind of mentioned it earlier. They're buying all kinds of food. They're living large. They got no problems, and it does create animosity. We say, well, look, you know, we notice a difference if it's a different person of a different race than us. If it doesn't matter, right?
right,
We start noticing these things, and I think that hatred needs to go away. How do we heal that? I have no problem with going to work and still collecting a job. Actually, I think that would be a little bit easier in the sense, because I know I'll have what I need. I go to work to be able to support myself, right? To know that I have food, to know that I have shelter, to have clean water. I work for that. I don't work because I love delivering packages for Amazon. I do kind of like it, and I would actually still probably do it if I had that money, but I would do it differently. I'd buy a different vehicle. I'd
yes.
buy something better on gas. I would, you know what I mean? I'd probably ride around in like one of those little white vans. I think those are kind of cool, you know?
Yeah,
I'd be able to I wouldn't have to worry about my cracked windshield or the bald tires or gas tank getting low or none of that. All that goes out the window. One, you know, I like living, I like driving, I like riding around, seeing the world. I like, you know, everybody loves it when you bring them a package, right? Like I've never had someone pissed off at me. You know, like, what are you doing here? Actually, I did have one time. I pulled. I was going kind of quick, and I just kind of pulled into the end of the driveway. You know, I'm booking it, right? Like not in the car, but I'm hustling, right? I hop out of the car, run into the back door, pop it open, grab the package, start working my way around the car to go to the house, to the front door, and I notice this guy's coming out with a black rifle. I look at him, he looks at me, I just start laughing. I love it. I'm like, this is America, bro. Like, I love that. Like, I wasn't scared. He saw the vest. He's like, oh, I don't need this. He puts it down. He starts laughing, and he kind of starts shaking his head. He realized, you know, hey, he kind of got maybe a little too much, you know?
Yeah.
And then he did apologize. He's like, hey, man, you know, thanks. I've been waiting for this for 2 weeks. We're going on vacation tomorrow, and this came just in time. We need this to go. So thank you. You know what I mean? So, but that wasn't, you know, he wasn't mad. I mean, everybody, I'm like Santa Claus, right? I'm bringing you what you want. I don't have to sell. There's no upselling. You know, I don't, hey, you want a warranty with that? None of that bullshit. You know what I mean? That goes out the window. So I myself would probably still do that or something different, right? But I wouldn't be able to be sitting idle. Even now I'm gardening, I'm raising chickens, I'm doing stuff, I'm trying to live a life here. But what I find it difficult, like every other American right now, is how do I make ends meet? How do I keep food on my table and the lights on and the water running? Right? It's
right. And
it's
so
almost unattainable.
that's what I'm wondering. Would it be just a little too much? Because we've seen what happens whenever people win the lottery, or when poor people suddenly get a lot of money. They have been so used to being poor like that they go to the extreme. I don't know. It would be.
I think the $200,000 price point is just an eye opener. I don't necessarily think it. I mean, I don't think it has to be that much, but it's just a showing of how much they could give us. But instead of giving us anything, they literally give it away and they burn it up in war, or they give it. You know, I'm not saying it has to be $200,000. It could be less, even if it was 20 grand, right? Like, goodness, it's a huge thing for people.
So we saw this during COVID, whenever they were given the stimulus. It was so minor. These people were out of work because of the shutdowns, because of whatever it was, and that wasn't nothing. And so I understand what you're saying. They could have given more then, for sure.
And for example,
get by, because so many evictions, that's when the suicides just skyrocketed and everything.
Do you remember the market crash 2008? The mortgage industry went to shit. What did the government do? Gave the banks a bunch of money, bailed the banks out. The amount of money that the government gave to the banks could have paid every single American's mortgage off. Period. Wow. End of discussion. But instead of doing that, they gave the money to the banks, bailed the banks out, and the banks still went after the homeowners. The banks still got their money from those mortgages.
Yeah.
So this isn't something new. This is the time that we're being shown the blatant hatred that this government has for us. Up until Trump, I think Trump's different, but they hate us. Look, they straight hate us. Why, if they're for us, if they're by us, why wouldn't they have just paid off every American's mortgage, satisfied that loan, got them out of that contract? Here, live your lives. Now you have equity. If some people could have refinanced their home, whatever, doesn't matter. Use that for a business loan. Could have. a million different things could happen, but instead of them paying off the mortgages of the hurting American, they paid the banks. And I'm saying it's the same thing now. Instead of paying the Americans or helping the Americans, it's not even paying us, it's giving us our money back. Let's be real. They're giving, you know, so it's not necessarily a burden for them. It's just a reallocation of funds. This isn't, and you know, like I agree, like the $200,000, I think that's just a showing of the blatant disrespect they have for us.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be that much. It could be anything. What if they just said tax free?
Right.
Or utilities and your water and electricity, perhaps it could be you're allotted, you know, just so that way people don't go full tard and just leave every light on and run the AC and all or whatever the heck they do. X amount of kilowatt hours free, X amount of water free per person, per whatever. They could do a million different things, but they don't do that. They don't do that. They don't care about us. They want to help. They want to send their money and keep these pointless wars going. Look, under Trump, no new wars. Biden comes in, we got war fronts all over the globe all of a sudden. The Democrats are supposed to be the party of anti-war.
Yeah. The $1 million weddings, the parties, the soirees. So I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. Anyone wants to add to this? Are you okay with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love everybody in chat.
Yes. They've been saying some good. John said just the bonuses the bank CEO got could have paid off the American debt.
You see?
Yeah.
But they have to use money as the tool to divide us. I think, in my opinion, that's like the number one tool they have. The PSYOP is pretty good, but would be easily defeated if it wasn't for the dollar, and that how it's being leveraged against us.
Yeah. It's a mad world.
Yeah. Well, and you know, it's a showing. They support the corporation, the employees of the corporation. They don't want, you know, anyone outside the corporation benefiting off of what the corporation does. And I think we kind of talked about that too. That's what policy enforcements are. The local PD and the city police, town police, all these other police, they're supporting the policies and statutes that are not law, but that are implemented by the corporation. I think what we talked about was, why do we need sheriff and police and all these other things? Why wouldn't there just be, instead of the police department in each city, why didn't it just be an extension of the sheriff's department? The sheriff is an elected official. The police are not. You don't elect or select the police chief. They're appointed, right? So it makes sense to me that, hey, if someone comes to my door, it's an elected official or a representative of the elected official. There's some sort of recourse there. Yes. Right. Well, we see the policy enforcement. They're going to enforce the policy, not the law. Hey, meat puppets.
Hello. So, for the record, I love your optimism. It's great. Sadly, the reality is much, much, much more disappointing. My personal thought on your myriad of topics, 90% of people would sit their lazy fat asses at home collecting the extra UBI and wouldn't do a damn thing, with 10, maybe 15%, if you're really lucky, going to work just to have, like myself, just go to work just to have something to do. Because sure, for the first couple of weeks, it'd be great sitting around, but then I get bored. I'm like, what the hell? I need to go back to work.
Right. And we do have a lot of people that are sitting at home.
We have that now, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That because
I think we're better for it. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think if people are willing to, you know, remove themselves from society willingly and just stay home and get out of my way, that's a blessing, brother, if you ask me.
Well, look, some people shouldn't be out on the road driving or interacting with people, but you know, that's another issue for another day. The other one I will say is, for the record, there's only one race. That's the human race. There are other ethnicities and other skin colors, sure, but it's all the same race.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Humanity.
And in common speak, race is kind of used
They use it as
incorrectly. They throw it around,
right. They use it as a divisive tool, kind of like you hear everybody and their mom on these politicians saying, "Oh, this is a democracy." No, stupid. We're a constitutional republic, or at least we're supposed to be constitutional republic. They're trying to change it into a democracy so they can do whatever the hell they want.
Well,
Yeah.
I do. I know what you're talking about, and you're right. It's a constitutional republic, and that's where we get the Electoral College.
Right.
But we saw what happened with the Electoral College. I mean, we have
they fraud out the yin yang on that.
Yep.
But unfortunately, I think the only way we can fix things at this point, just based on the trillions and trillions of dollars in debt, which I haven't even looked at the debtclock.org lately, but I'm sure it's a few hundred trillion last I heard.
Yeah.
So at this point, your only option is to let it collapse, kind of like Germany in the 1940s after World War II. They printed too much money. It took a whole wheelbarrow full of stuff to get food. Unfortunately, that's, I believe, the only way. Let it collapse till everything levels out, evens out, corrects on its own.
Yeah, but even that, depression in Germany, that was created. That wasn't a natural occurrence. It wasn't just the.
Well, what do you think is happening with our country? All this extra money printing, that's on purpose.
Oh yeah. Extra money printing, and to make it worse, they send it overseas to other people. Then we'll never see it back, and that adds what to our national debt. It just keeps going up. But
and the whole this because of who?
Because they're trying to push us to the central bank. The one.
Oh yeah. The reason I'll tell you why they're doing that in a second. At least what I think why they're doing it. But this whole debacle started in the 60s or maybe the 70s whenever they pulled us off the gold standard. As soon as they did that, it was off to the races for collapse. They just started spending money like it was going out of style.
True.
But and I've said this, I don't know, half a dozen times or more on here before, where this is all headed, the reason they're trying to push the CBDCs and all this digital currency, like your cryptos or whatever, is for control. I mean, they're already mining and tracking all our moves and everything we do and buy, so they want it all digitalized on the money. They collapse the system, put everybody on the digital currency, and then if you do something that they don't like or they don't think you should do because, well, they know better than you, they'll just shut your money out.
Right.
Yeah, and that we speak of are the elected officials we put in power.
Right.
That's what blows my mind. We hire them to do a job to fight for us, and they literally go there, and the very next day they start fighting against us.
And
yeah, of course, because. Sorry,
that's where I'm wondering if there's even going to be an election. We see the direction going right now.
I will be shocked if there's an election in November. I will be absolutely shocked. Because me personally, the way things are headed right now, just with the world events and what I know of eschatology, which is end time prophecy, I just don't think it's going to happen. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong and there is an election or cheating selection, whatever you want to call it.
But even if there is, maybe that's our chance to reconstruct what government is supposed to be.
Well, to do that, we would have to start to begin to turn things around. What we would have to do is get term limits for both houses of Congress put in place. No more than 2 terms, period, yes. End of story, done.
Not till you're years old and drop. Yes.
Yes. Then you'd have to do something similar on state levels, limit the number of terms for these governors.
And so I was in a discussion last night on a channel. I was in the chat, and um, so Texas is really pushing this Texit thing. It's
Sure.
it's like it's
Well,
huge,
what was it? Like
and
10 or 20 years ago, Texas voted to, under the right circumstances, secede from the Union.
but we've had that ability, yes, and so that's it. It looks like that is in the works to me, and so what I
I
was
think
hearing
Texas,
is other states would be joining, like,
there would be other states I think that would join, but I don't think the feds would allow it.
okay, how would they stop that?
They're, the, the,
Because
the
we
regular
know
army and the military, that the regular military, the police, the National Guard, whatever the feds have access to control, they
that
would
if
just
the
claim federal
state,
authority, deputize them, and send their own troops after the American people.
but if the state was able to support itself without government help,
Sure.
why
I mean, that's good
would they create a war against these states that decided to break off?
because they can't control. If they break off and have their own little thing, they can't control them and get all that extra money. They tax us on, like, if I go to spend $1, they tax me when I make it. They tax me when I spend it. And then when the other guy takes the dollar, he gets taxed for picking it up, and then he gets taxed. It's like you get taxed 3 times on every dollar, or something close to that, whether you're giving it or receiving.
Well, Texas could secede and say we're not using U.S. dollars anymore. We're using cryptocurrency, or they print their own Texas dollar.
Sure.
Yes.
Well,
Texas,
what was that
Yeah.
new movie they
whatever.
were advertising? There was some new movie that they were advertising, something about, oh, I'm an American, and it's like, what kind of American? Which American?
Well,
I
and
Uh,
then
think I
I don't
think
remember what it's
Texas
called.
secede. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the but I think Texas seceding and the corporation going bankrupt are on the same level. I think it's one and the same. For example, like I know in Romania when the revolution was there, the and I know people I talked to during that time that were soldiers, and they got the call. They had to go report. They go report. The commanding officer says, "Well, yeah, it looks like we're having a revolution. They want to send us to Timișoara and basically kill students that are that are said enough. They're protesting." The
Right.
commander said, "I'm not going. You guys, if you want to go, go. If not, there's no chain of command that's going to hold them accountable for not going." I asked my buddies, I'm like, "What did you do?" It's like, "We all went home." Why the hell are we going to go kill students? That's stupid. Nobody liked what was going on in the country. It was time for communism to be over. They all knew it. The soldiers knew it. The people knew it. And I think it would be very similar in this situation. Yeah, you would always find these bastards, these heartless human beings that would just go kill anybody, and they pay them, and they have no whatever, perhaps, but I don't know if there'd be enough of them. I mean, there might be a skirmish, but I do think that, for example, if Texas secedes and the surrounding states, then I think more and more would do that, would join or have treaties
Well,
with, or have a new, perhaps like a confederation of states, or
yeah,
whatever it
I
may
think
be.
it'd be more like a confederation, because the way I could see that going would be Texas would go. I think a state like Tennessee would go. Maybe Florida would want to maybe pull out. Uh,
I think more and more would, and I think what you would notice is the first ones to do whatever currency, whatever evaluation they decide to use at that point would become more powerful than the dollar. I think you'd see things like folks in other states that
well,
are still subject to the dollar investing and using that, and doing so slowly
sure.
bankrupting the corporation. Moving
I
away from that, they'll
right.
have a big
Well, and
problem with it.
that's why they
Yes.
would fight it. So try to fight it so hard, because they would use, more than likely, some kind of, if they're smart, gold-backed currency
Oh, we're losing your meat puppet.
Uh-oh.
$1
Yeah,
because
gold-backed currency or some sort of
anything.
finite-backed. Yeah.
I could see that happening, though. I could see the states even trading between each other instead of depending on outside trade or anything like that. I think people
Sure.
would get back to making our own everything out of the
No,
resources we have, because the southern states have all the resources.
well, the
Texas,
southern states, there's some western states that have resources. Some northern
yes,
states have resources, but different than what you have down south.
but I'm saying that we have enough to sustain right here.
Right,
The
but
problem that I see with that, and that's what I keep saying whenever I've seen a couple of channels talking about this, um, and one of them was Missouri, that everybody wishes they were like Missouri, and they would um, they would take a part of Texas in with Missouri, like the east part, which kind of surprised me because um, so we have Mexico on the west, and on the east is where all of that's where the city is that the immigrants have. That's where they're all settling, is in East Texas. So I'm kind of
well,
wondering, is there going to be a squeeze? Because I'm right in the middle, and or is it
I,
would
I
it be
think
a takeover of Mexico taking over Texas? And so I think
I,
that
I
that's
don't
where,
think I don't no I don't I don't think that would go that way. I think the most likely scenario, the way I see things playing out, would be in the scenario you're describing, with the way they're flooding illegals through the southern border and flying them all over the country, not just East Texas. I think the more likely strategy would be for them to have sleeper cells everywhere, and then it's just send out the word, everybody attacks at once from everywhere.
yes, and that's what I'm saying.
Kind of multi-front attack all at the same time from all the
Yes. So they're already on both sides of it,
wherever they're at.
and it seems kind of strategically done, if you ask me. And even to the
It is
north,
because
up between Texas and Oklahoma, there's a bunch of them that have settled up there. And
yeah,
Dallas, whenever I saw the line, military age men, and a lot of them were saying Dallas, Houston, San Antonio. It was all of the big cities and surrounding areas that they were wanting to go to. David N
right.
saying he's seeing it up where he is, and he's right on the border of Oklahoma and Texas.
Minneapolis, St. Paul was another big area where they were dumping a lot
Yeah.
of foreign immigrants.
Yes, all the states that,
Uh,
especially the bigger states,
New York City's got a bunch of them.
yeah, New York, Georgia,
But yeah,
they're,
no, the whole point
they're everywhere.
for them doing what they're doing with the flooding of illegals is long term. It's so they can collapse the country here in the U.S. because we're in the way. They can't form their one world government until the U.S. is out of the way, and they know the only way to do that is from within. That's the easiest way to do it, because if you try to attack with just the sheer landmass of military that we have, even though they've severely hampered it over the years, it's still strong enough. We'd put up between the people and what's left of the military a decent fight. Hell, you tell the Marines no coffee, cigarettes, or booze until it's done. It'd be whatever it was you said it to do would be done post haste.
Yeah, do it. Okay, so
But
start growing tobacco.
yeah, no, yeah.
But
But no, it's all on purpose so they can collapse it to get us out of the way, just so they can form their one world government and have the UBI or whatever nonsense that they're going to try to run for their currency and however they want to decide to set it up.
Well, I just read that article about it's okay to make moonshine in your bathtub. So,
Not if you like breathing,
well,
or at least seeing, because what was it in the 30s? They used to make a lot of bathtub gin, and it got all messed up, and people went blind because they didn't do it right.
yes, it's something that needs to be done outside because
There's a reason all those moonshiners
well,
up in Appalachia use copper stills.
yes.
But sorry, go ahead with your.
I don't know. It's an interesting time for sure. I don't know where
That's one way to describe it. Sure.
and I think that more people are getting involved. We used to never hear anything about politics. I mean,
Sure.
that wasn't talked about back in the day. And now it's the forefront because it has gotten so out of control, so dominating. It's in everything. And it's every country. It's not just here. I see people from Australia, and they're having these same issues, and they're already talking about lockdowns there again.
Yep.
And all kinds of things, and what's going on in England. And so that's when people get upset that there's people from other countries up here just having these same discussions. I'm okay with that because they're going through the same things.
Right,
And
but it's like here. It's all by design, on purpose.
well, yes, absolutely. And so globally, the people are starting to speak up. They're starting to see what's going on. Not starting, they've been seeing it. They are just more, what do you call it? They're
trying to do something about it. They're trying to get change.
Yes, yes. And so when that happens, I don't know what'll happen. I mean, if this is a global thing and everybody is in agreement that, okay, this control thing has got to stop,
Right.
then that's why I keep putting nationalassembly.net. I prefer to see a peaceful way of doing this, but
that would be cool, but I honestly don't see any way of that happening.
Yeah, not a lot of people do, and not a lot of people are open-minded to the opposite of the war that is incoming.
Like if we could
pending.
all
I mean,
if we could all just get along and not have
what's
wars
dividing us? What's dividing us the most right now? What is it that is dividing?
The main problem that everyone in the world has, the reason there's division, that people hate things that are when you're different than somebody else, people hate that. Some people are afraid of that. It's all because of human nature. It's because of people's hearts. They're looking for a real world physical solution to a spiritual problem. The only way
That's
to
fair.
fix it is the problems is to fix your heart. Otherwise, you're still going to have problems. You're still going to have people being racist and idiotic and hating people that are different than them.
And that's been the case for as long as, since God created man, right? Like
right.
It's been
the case since the garden. That's been.
And
the
what
case.
happens is, the powers that be know that, and they use that against us. And the tools they use is money and psyops and these kinds of things, threat.
Right? Food to boot, but yes.
Food comes from money, right? Let's be real. You got to have money to buy food. Got to have money to pay for your water. Got to have money to pay for your electricity. Got to have money to pay for your taxes. Got to have money to pay for your taxes on your car, your title, your tags, your insurance,
Whatever,
everything, right?
all of
So
it.
it comes down to that money, right? That's their biggest tool. I wish we could go back to trading in wheels of cheese and loaves of bread, but we're beyond that. There's no way,
Right.
right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
So we're trying to say, well, how do we get that dollar? How do we get that power out of their hands? We can use alternative currencies right now, cryptocurrencies, right? We don't
So,
really know much about where they came from. This whole Bitcoin business just showed up out of nowhere. No one knows who started it. Some people are saying it was the
that's easy.
CIA.
It was just the Bitcoin hash. The way Bitcoin was set up, it was set up on an NSA hash. They set up the base that eventually became Bitcoin. You can go look it up on the internet search on your own time. But there's videos out there. It was all started Bitcoin. That was the whole NSA. But anyway, go ahead.
so the problem is that we've all become too compliant around the world.
Sure.
Become too comfortable in our ways.
Too comfortable in our ways, but it just seems like most of the stuff has really come to a head, being really pushed on everybody, shoved down their throats in the past 4 years.
It's definitely starting to come to a head. I don't think we're quite completely there yet, because from where I sit, my viewpoint, things are bad now. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure things are going to get worse, a lot worse. It's one of those things. It's like, I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong, but again, my opinion, based on what I believe, what I read, it's going to get a lot worse. I wish it would get better, that we could fix things, turn it around, get people to get along.
I know. I mean, we've heard that. I've heard that time and time again. It just seems like nobody's looking for another way. Nobody cares to even bother. They're just satisfied, or they're just content with the notion that, all right, we're going to go to war, we're going to kill immigrants, and we'll see where the cards lie, and we'll have to rebuild from there. Personally, I don't think it has to be that way. I think the majority of the migrants that are coming over the border are opportunists that say, okay, here's my chance to get into America. There are enough of those that are evil men that seek to destroy. Absolutely. I'm not taking away from that. From all nations, not just wherever south of our border, but from all nations. We see Chinese coming, and we see a bunch of horrible things happening. And those are the people that need to leave. I really could care less about mom, dad, and the 3 kids that came over here, because they figure, shit, it's better to be poor in the United States than it is to be poor in Mexico, right? That doesn't do anything for me. But yeah, I agree. There are evil men that are coming over to purposefully harm us, and I think those are actually folks that are invited.
Yeah, and I can see that too, because how many people will try to help the homeless if they're not so whacked out on drugs or something and a threat to you? If they're just minding their own business. The video I showed the other day, the guy just walking up, hey, I'm really starving, and he was there to give him money. There's 100,000 videos out there just like that, where people are going around and trying to help them and watching it. They'll even follow them to see where they spend it, to make sure that they're getting.
A lot of those are fake videos, Bonnie. I don't mean to.
And they probably are.
And they come out, and there's videos of, there's that one guy who did this show, like, what would you do? They'll set up this stage in a restaurant. They'll have someone be, rude to a certain kind of person, or pick on someone with a handicap, and they wait to see what the crowd around them does. And typically people stand up, and YouTube's the same way. There's a video of a guy who goes and orders food, and he's all trembling, and he can't feed himself, and the food's falling off the fork and stuff. And then the waitress comes and helps him, and starts cutting up his food and feeding him. And then he shows him the camera. He's actually not sick. That's not a real video.
Yes.
I mean, the reaction is real. That woman that helped him, that part's real.
She believed. Yes.
Well, and there's
You
a
know,
variant
so
to that video where it's a little girl that comes over and feeds him instead of
yeah,
the
that's
waitress.
his thing. He goes around. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
To
I believe
see
it's
if
the same
there's
guy.
still people who, that humanity is not lost. I mean, no matter how they're doing it, as long as we can see that there are still people with a heart out there, I think that is, hey Stanzelin, that is the point of it, is showing that it's
The,
not all lost. There
Yeah, and
are,
I think it's just
I
showing
would,
that the majority of people are kind-hearted people. We don't see that because the news and what sells is what drama sells,
yes,
right? Evil, horrible things. Those are the things that we're drawn to see this wow factor. We're so used to just seeing horrible things, and if it's not that, they're not going to show it to us on TV. They're not going to show anything that unites people. They will always show things that divide people. Right.
yes,
So in one
no,
hand, I
they,
agree with you. It's probably good that these people are doing these videos showing the humanity in random places. And we're seeing all kinds of um, tribes coming together, regardless of where you're from or what you believe. In that moment, when that child goes to help that man, she's not thinking, is he a Christian? Is he a Muslim? Is he in my tribe? Is he in the other tribe? It doesn't matter. We're all the same race, like you said, meat puppets, right? We're
right.
all the human race, and that's still the majority of us. That's the true
I,
silent majority.
I would like to think it's the majority of us, but I don't think it is. I think it's the minority.
I think it's the majority. I've just seen too
I
much.
hope I hope you're right. I truly do. But
Even
I'm a little
like,
jaded, I'll be honest. But I think it's a minority. That there is a minority of people that do want to help and do the right thing, just
yeah,
because it's the right thing, and that they want to still have a little faith in humanity. But there's a lot of selfish people out there.
yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah, no doubt.
Is it a majority? I think
Majority is
so, but maybe
51%.
not.
That's all you need for a majority is 51%.
but
49 next to 51 looks damn close. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. No, it does.
But it's still a majority. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I think, in my personal opinion, and I often am wrong. I'm not saying it's the truth. I'm just
Oh
saying,
yeah, I
in
was gonna
my
say no.
opinion,
I could be wrong as well, but
I think that the majority of people, and here's a caveat: individually, because when you group people up, it's easy to get into that gang mentality where it's us
right,
versus them. But on
right.
that one-on-one basis, regardless of, we see the person before in front of us hurting or going without, we see beyond the bullshit, and we see that pain because we too
yeah,
feel that. We feel that pain, right?
that's it.
Whether we live that at one point in our life or whether we can sympathize or empathize with it in that moment, the majority of us regular folk have lived all, very similar lives in that point. We've all had to ask ourselves, do I buy medication or do I buy groceries? Do I pay the electricity bill? Do I buy
Or the
groceries
water
or do I
bill.
pay the water bill? Right. We've all lived there. We've all had those hardships. And it seems like
Sure.
Yes,
even in those times, we all have a story of so and so came to help me, or I found help, and we made it through because here we are, right?
yes,
And ultimately, on an individual, human to human basis, we feel that differently. The group mentality, that crowd, that gang mentality is a real thing, and that's something I think we're starting to overcome now. We're seeing that in the political realm with the rhinos and the Republicans and all
Well,
this crap. We see a lot
the
of people
one
from both sides coming together to support Trump.
right, but here's the thing: both sides, whether you're RD or independent, both sides are on the same team against us. A lot
Yeah,
of people
the
think
powers behind both sides. Yeah,
it's us and whatever side we choose versus the other side. No, no, no. It's actually the other way around.
the whole
Uh,
is against us. Yes,
right.
that's obvious. And
Yeah.
that's why they're pushing all this. And they're
Well, and I
trying to
think,
create a,
yeah,
a uprising, whatever you want to call it, They're trying to create that. They're trying to create things that will make people angry.
No,
Most
yeah,
people,
absolutely. They're trying to get us to
I'm
respond on
saying,
purpose so
that's
that,
why I'm saying the majority are good, because it wouldn't work if there were not, if the majority of the people were not good people or had a heart or cared about other people, then would these things that they're trying to shove on everybody affect them? They wouldn't care. But because it goes against our morals and values, that's why people are getting upset about it. And that
to an
is,
extent, you're right. But what I will say is, as far as all these people starting to rally around Trump this, Trump that, I would be careful. No, me personally, I don't trust anybody. Period. That's just me. But I think there's a high chance that they're using Trump as a, because a lot of people like him, as a Trojan horse to get him in, and then when he gets in, he's gonna flip the script and we're all SOL.
and I've
Well,
been concerned about that as well. It's
if it
possible.
happens, it happens, but that's our only chance.
Yes, it's
Yeah, I
It's not
mean,
much. It's not much of
maybe.
a chance because I've got a video, two. I don't know if it was a year or 2 years ago. Where Trump gave that speech over at the WEF,
yes,
and I've got the clip from before he went out to give the speech, saying more or less that he thought, oh, Klaus Schwab is a great guy, doing a good job, love him, and then goes out in the other part, in the other video I have uploaded on there that I got from George. He, goes out there and gives his normal speech and whatever, and goes home. So I just think there's a good chance. You got to be careful with Trump. It's one of those things that you be careful what you wish for, because you just might get it.
well, and they all do that. Abbott's gone to the WEF. I mean,
Sure.
You
I
can't
think,
just ignore them. They're a thing. They're a force, right?
right. And yeah, I saw a list of every state, not every state, but a lot of states have a person that goes to these summits or Davos or whatever it is.
Right.
They're, you know, so yes, the whole thing, that's what I've been saying, is against us.
Yeah.
And that's where um, your counties, your state, and then country level. It's a big fight. It's a big, not fight. It's a big undertaking. And
May turn
but
into a fight, but it's definitely an undertaking.
right, but that's the more people who speak up or send letters or emails or whatever, the more they get, the more people that they see are against what is going on. Would that flip it? I don't know. I
It
don't
might
know.
flip it for this week or this month until something else comes up, and then they find another way to steal from us and enrich themselves.
Guardian, good to see you, Victor.
Um,
I agree with that, Guardian. Yep, need to
we
know your
definitely.
neighbors, absolutely. And you know what? My neighbors, um, a lot of them don't speak English, but I feel safer with these people
Yep.
than I would elsewhere. I mean, I know them. Even though there's a language barrier, I have seen we help each other whenever we can. Somehow, well, So I have a daughter that can speak fluent Spanish. And
Mhm.
so when we need to, there's communication. But they're hard workers. These people
A
are,
lot of them are. Yeah, absolutely.
yes, they all are. Everyone is out working, and I know I stay here with my granddaughter. It's still, for me, it's a job. She I'm teaching her,
Hmm.
taking care of her, making sure that she's okay and she's learning. What were we talking about today? And I was like amazed. Oh, she was testing things to see what would float and what would sink, and then we got
Hmm.
into all that. And but she'll just start doing it, and that's when I kind of go further with it whenever she starts a discussion like that. And that's how she's learning. And I don't know. I think that this is a tight knit community where I live. And so I know it's different than a lot of places, definitely different than the big city. But even when I lived in the big city, there were there were blocks of us that all knew each other and stuck together, and I think we can see that in different neighborhoods in the cities even still today. I don't think everybody just stays shut up in their house and not speak to each other. The kids, whenever they moved north of me into a subdivision type thing, is while they were moving in, neighbors came out and started introducing themselves, and so it's not just here. It's it's all over.
Bonnie, do you remember that scripture I shared with you like months back in regards to how there'll be a ruler that will be mocking God and he'll allow it for 40 months? Do you remember that? It was something, I think maybe it was via email or text message or something. Do you recall?
Don't remember.
I believe it was in Revelations.
I was
And
going
I
to say,
think you actually
it was
mentioned
either
it on a
Daniel or
show.
Revelation.
Yeah, and you mentioned it on a show. And I
Um,
know we were kind of talking about like how um,
that's an Antichrist reference for the record, but
very well. And then you were talking about why would God let this happen? Why would God let this, how kind of a thing. Maybe that's not your exact words. I don't mean to be putting words in your mouth, but that was kind of the sentiment. And
Yeah.
I just kind of wanted to point out that, I do come across as optimistic and perhaps naive at times, but it's because my faith is in the Lord and in his word, and I
sure,
know it's true. And when I
it
shared
is.
that with you, I see it being fulfilled here and today, because I know we were doing the math. What's 48? How many months is a presidency? Blah, blah, blah. And at
Yeah.
40 months was about June or July. And that's when we saw Biden step down, basically, right? He quit his
I,
so I see this fulfillment of scripture, and I do have faith because it talks about there will be 1,000 years where the Lord will reign on the earth, right? And I know
yeah.
Correct.
people, um, maybe they say that happened, that didn't, I don't know, but I'm looking to live in that place, right? I'm looking forward to that. I see scripture being fulfilled. I see these things, and granted, it's never as blunt or as obvious sometimes as I think we need it to be. But I just
Correct.
kind of wanted to point that out, that scripture, I wish I had it handy. I don't know, it just kind of came to mind.
Well, that I don't think it. I think
Excuse me.
Biden leaving office is more of a type and shadow of what that scripture. I I want to say it's Revelation, but it could be in Daniel somewhere after 9:27, which talks about the signing of the 7-year treaty that starts the final 7-year tribulation, after which comes the 1,000 years you mentioned.
What would I?
If you're going to search it, just search. I guess the best way would be just the Antichrist references in the Bible. I guess would be the easiest way to search it, and then look for that specific verse. I think it's in Revelation because it basically is referring to him ruling for 3.5. It's something to do with the first 3.5 years of the tribulation, and then you got the other 3.5.
Right. So I guess what
I
my
would look it
point
up,
with
but
this was is
I'm driving. But go ahead.
yeah, if I switch apps and I get kicked out of the stream.
Yeah, if you're on a laptop, you can open a new tab if you're on an actual laptop.
Yeah, I'm in it, and I'm trying to give me.
It, but,
can you give me part of the scripture, like any words of it?
He'll rule for 40 months.
40 months.
I think it was 42, but I could be wrong.
It's not. Dang it. Not giving me nothing. Maybe.
I would just type in, he will rule for 42 months, scripture. And see what that pulls up. So I kind of recall the one he's talking about, but I don't remember where it was at.
Looking.
No, you're good.
Of Revelation.
But that's where my optimism comes from. While you look, I'll talk a little bit if that's okay. I just wanted to say that's where my optimism comes from. I see the Bible, I read it, and I see it being fulfilled. 42 months. Sorry. And that's where my optimism comes from. And ultimately, I know that might come there. That day might come, and I may no longer be on this earth. Like I may have passed in that sense, but I know it's coming.
Sure.
And when I am confronted with these problems, and when I see the problems of this world, I look at it through an optimistic lens because I know Jesus is King. He's the King of all, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And I know
that's the one thing that gives me hope. But go ahead. Sorry, I just wanted to.
Do y'all want to hear it? The 42
Yeah, if
months.
you found it, yeah, go ahead.
The 42 months of Revelation, also described as 3.5 years and 1,260 days, is the duration of the Great Tribulation, the last half of Daniel's 70th week. It begins when the Antichrist stands in the temple and declares that he's God. Second Thessalonians,
probably.
Thessalonians, thank you. 2:4. It's an event known as the abomination of desolation.
That's why it sounded familiar. Yeah.
Thessalonians.
Of course, to get to that point, you still have to make it through the first 3.5 years of hell. But, but to his point, yeah. That's the fact that God is still in control on the throne gives me hope. Even though I'm a little jaded and some days I don't like people so much.
Right. So, and my perspective comes from I'm looking to see him overcome and be victorious in this. I think the tribulation isn't quite yet. I think it's going to come in about 1,000 years.
1,000 years? No, it'll happen way sooner than that. My opinion, but maybe.
I mean, I don't. That's just my 2 cents on it.
No, and I'm a little old school. I can agree to disagree respectfully. The way I see it, with the way prophecy is being fulfilled and the countries that are getting all buddy against these other countries to come after Israel and all this other stuff going on, I honestly think something like that could kick off as far as the beginning of the final 7 years, could happen, I think, sometime within the next year or two. Something like that could start. Maybe sooner.
This is the 2 Thessalonians 2:4. He will oppose and will exalt himself over everything that is called God or is
God, yeah.
worshipped, so that he sets himself up in God's temple, proclaiming himself to be God.
Yep. That's it. That's the full description of the abomination of desolation.
And
That I don't believe that's the what I was thinking
Well,
of. But it's okay. It's if it comes to me, it comes to me. No problem.
I was going to say, I think it mentioned something about the abomination of desolation in Daniel, not somewhere after
yeah,
Daniel chapter 9, I think.
that's what remote viewer is saying. Daniel 9:27.
Well, yeah, 927 talks about the
And
Antichrist confirming a covenant with many that starts the final 7 years.
for 1 week, and in the midst of the week he shall cause the sacrifice
Sacrifices to
and the
cease, right? Yep.
oblation
Yeah.
to cease. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So the first 3.5 years, but yeah. And then in the middle, they do the abomination of desolation, where he stands in the temple and says, I'm God. I don't think we have too much longer before that kicks off, in my personal opinion. I don't think more than a couple years, maybe sooner.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out, because I'm not the one in charge. I'm just a guy running up and down the highways and byways.
It's good to see you remote.
I wish I could find my old phone. That's how it works. I should have found it before I brought it up. Although those are good scriptures, the one I spoke of was specifically 40 months. It wasn't 42 months.
Okay.
I don't exactly remember where it was. And it had to do with mocking God for 40 months, not so much,
Mocking God for 40 months. Maybe you're thinking about the part of Revelation that talks about the either probably the bowl judgments. I mean, it could be the trumpet judgments, but mocking God for 40 months.
40 years. Remote sense is 40 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I remember. Let me see if I could.
Because I know there are some of the judgments where it mentions after he releases one of the trumpets or one of the bowls that they know it's God that's causing the judgments and they mock him anyway.
Well, yeah, 42 months comes up in the Bible in Revelations in a couple different spots. It comes up under the two witnesses, and it also comes up under the beast from the sea.
Right.
So but it's okay.
Well, try searching 40 months.
Let me see if I could do something here.
But either way, we're coming close to the end before they kick off the final 7 years. But one thing I know for sure, I definitely don't want to be here for the final 7.
Good to see you. So, what you were speaking of a minute ago is that one of the 7 seals is. I am totally unfamiliar with the seals. What the meaning?
Well, the simplified version is once that 7-year treaty is signed, that the covenant referred to as the covenant with many in Daniel 9:27. It starts down a 7-year countdown to the day where Jesus will physically, at the end of the 7 years, set his feet on the Mount of Olives, split it in half, and walk into Jerusalem through the eastern gate that is currently sealed. At the beginning, you have, I think it's the 7 trumpets. Each time he breaks a seal on a scroll up in heaven, he'll break a seal, and then some judgment or calamity happens on the earth, and he goes through all the different seals, and as he's breaking them, then you'll hear a trumpet sound, and then something will happen, and then breaks another seal, another trumpet will sound, and something else happens.
So does it say it's going to be the end,
it's
a new awakening?
The best way to explain it, to make it easy to understand, the final 7 years is 7 years of judgment, of God judging the world. And he said, okay, I've given you enough time to repent, to change your mind. You've hardened your heart. You said no. So now you're going to be judged. And it's 7 years of judgment. And then at the end of that, he comes back physically to earth and starts to set up his millennial kingdom. So when I say it's the end, it's not the end of the earth. It's just the end of life as we know it. Things will change.
Right.
You go through the 7 years, and then at the end of the 7, you start the 1,000-year reign of Christ on earth,
which should be a joyous time.
Yeah, absolutely. It won't be for everybody, but
and so that's well, I haven't read much into Revelations, and I need to, is because that's the church that I have spoken of. They would use that as a like a disaster, like this is it. This is, and
yeah, no, I mean,
the threat that.
Well, it kind of is a threat, but not really. It's in the sense that as you're living your life, you have choices to make. You're either going to accept
Absolutely.
God and have him as your savior and do what needs to be done to be an actual follower of Christ, or you won't.
Right.
What decision you make is totally up to you. And when your time comes and your life is all done, you stand before him and you answer for your decision. And if you chose to be with him and do what's required, then you get to be with him in heaven. If you don't, then you chose to live your life separated from him, then you'll spend your eternity separated from him. So how you want to live your life, it's up to you. It's your choice. That's why he gave us free will.
Right. Get up here, Elaine. Yeah.
And the way to get into heaven it's pretty simple. It's described in, I'm trying to think, it's first
John 3:16.
Well, John 3:16 is important and it points the way, and Romans 3:23 and 24 also points the way, but I want to say it's 1 Thessalonians 15, 1 through 4 describes what's referred to as the gospel. To give a simple explanation over a few verses that tells you how to accept Jesus and go to heaven.
Right.
Versus not. But just saying it's not going to do it. It also requires faith,
But you
belief
know what?
in what he did.
So you say that, but I have seen where, okay, somebody is going to die. And I have seen people go over, do you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior? And
Right?
they either say yes or no.
Right.
And then they pass. I
Right.
think that they're just as good as if they had done it 20 years before.
Well, that could be, because if on their deathbed as they're dying, when someone asks them that question, if they genuinely believe in the finished work of Christ and what he did on the cross, and then he rose from the dead 3 days later, if they have genuine faith and belief in that, then yes, absolutely, they'll go to heaven and be with the Lord.
That's the way I see it. And because, I mean,
But if they didn't and they were just saying it to say it, I can say I'm a Christian, but saying I'm a Christian doesn't make me a Christian any more than going to McDonald's makes me a cheeseburger. There's a lot.
Well, we see this in the lesson when Jesus was crucified, and there was two men crucified with him, right? One mocked him, and the other
one didn't. Right.
Right. And what did Jesus say to that man? He said, "This day you will be with me in paradise."
Be with me in paradise, right? Because the one who said that.
So it's a notion that we live in an unjust world, but God is a just God, right? We don't know what made that man. Well, we know he's a thief, right? But in general, right? But we don't know what put him up on that cross per se. We are necessarily his intentions, his misnotion, his misunderstanding of the truth and how things really are, right? But in that moment, he repented, right? In truth, he truly repented.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. And that's all I'm saying. It just requires a genuine faith and belief in what Christ did on the cross and then rose from the dead, which is described in the first.
Yes, I don't believe that works are going to be what gets us there.
No. Works will not get you to heaven. That's why they call it grace. It's a free gift. You can't earn it. We all definitely don't deserve it.
No, that's what
so
we all fall
he
for.
offers. Right, he offers it to us, and then it's up to us whether or not we accept that gift.
Right, but
so no, I mean, doing good deeds or works is fine, but doing those works will not save you or keep you saved.
Right. And it's the heart.
Absolutely.
Because
1,000%.
Your heart.
It is the heart. That's absolutely correct. And that's why when someone says, oh, well, they so-and-so said that on their deathbed, I said, well, sometimes I'll say, well, I hope that they had a genuine belief when they said, yes, I do, so that they do. But only God knows, God and that person are the only two that know that for sure, as to whether that person did or didn't.
Yeah.
I can only hope and pray that they did.
I agree, Wayne.
So that's where I see things. But one other thing I was going to say before I forget is, and this might be shocking to some people, but there's going to be a lot of air figures quote good people in hell. But that's because they said a lot of stuff that they believed, but never actually did what was required to have genuine faith and belief.
That's what I don't understand what you mean when you say they didn't do what was required.
Meaning they talked a lot, but didn't actually do anything. They said, oh, I'm a Christian, and then went out and got drunk and got high. And
do what, though? Where in the Bible does it say Christians can't get high? And if you get drunk, you're going to hell. I'm just kind of being devil's advocate a little bit here, but there is some truth behind that, right? The Bible says a lot of stuff like it'd be better if you didn't do this.
Well, it said drunkards will not inherit the kingdom of heaven. I don't remember the exact verse.
Being a drunkard versus getting drunk Now, I mean, look, I'm not trying to justify people getting drunk or anything like that. I'm just saying that I think the concept we get behind that is Jesus
Right?
is the
No,
one that, or God is the one that judges our hearts, and He sees
yeah,
the true
no,
intention
absolutely.
behind those things.
My whole point in saying what I said was, there's a lot of people who say and do one thing and then go out and live however they want. That's
Yeah,
all I'm pointing at.
double-hearted. Yeah, they're double-hearted that way.
They're double-minded, is how the Bible puts it.
Right.
So there's a lot of people saying, I'm a Christian, or I'm this, or whatever. I'm a good person. I do a lot of good deeds. Well, that's great that you're doing those nice things, but that's not going to get you where you want to go.
Right. Because the left hand's not supposed to know what the right hand's doing.
Yeah,
So
I mean, sure, you can think of it that way, sure, but
well, but that's just it. Why voice it? You know, if it's something that is a witness to somebody or something, I can understand that. But we don't just go around, oh, I did this to help these people today. I did this to help this person today.
right.
This is Gospel Warrior. Good to see you. Oh, he's got a bunch of good stuff. And hello, Carl.
Hey,
Hello, Carl.
What's
what's
up?
going on?
But no, so that was my whole point. Is it's all just there's a lot of people who say they are, but saying you are doesn't mean you are.
The gospel is the 1 Corinthians 1:51-4, how that Christ died for our sins according to the
Yeah,
scripture.
First Corinthians
Blood was buried
15, 1 through 4. I think I said Thessalonians, but yeah.
And then Romans 10:4, for Christ is the end of the law of righteousness to every man that believeth.
Yeah.
Thank
What
you
are
for
we
that.
doing? I told I just saw you were here, saw the StreamYard link and jumped up. I don't even know the subject. I
Well,
was here earlier, but went away. But
it turned into church.
Well, it started out
oh,
politics, and then it went to end of the world and then church. So
where two or more gather, I guess. What's up, Eric?
sure.
I heard judgment. I tell you what, I try not to judge anybody. I'd hate to be a judge. I mean, I don't want
Yeah,
to judge.
no, judging's above my pay grade. I just point out the truth, and what you do with it is up to you.
I
I'm
think
not here to judge
Somebody
you.
comes in here and says, "Oh, Carl, you're a son of a bitch," then I think, well, man, he might be right. I don't know. It's once somebody judges you or points fingers at you, then it's different. But if I just don't know anything about somebody and see them, I try not to judge really hard. Always
Right.
have. I think it's got me into a lot of trouble, to be honest.
I
Well,
thought you
to be fair,
judge.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, I get in trouble just walking into the room, not even doing anything. So,
Yeah, I know that feeling, man. That's how I grew up. I really,
like,
that's
you're like, oh, you're in trouble. I'm like, wait. I just walked in the room. I haven't even done anything.
Well, in my case, I got away with a lot, so I was probably deserving it, even when I didn't do it.
Yeah, maybe.
A little bit.
Maybe. But no, I mean, nonetheless, that's the only point I was trying to make. Is there's a lot of people say they were, but saying you are doesn't mean you are unless you're willing to do what's required. And it's pretty simple to do.
Well, okay.
What's up, Benji?
You keep saying, as long as you do what's required. So I
Right.
have seen people that are very living it, preaching it, sticking to the word.
Sure.
But then I have also seen where they will attack people for what they're saying and
Okay.
in their beliefs or whatever. And I feel that that is wrong. You, you're not helping that person any at all by doing that. You're not acting in a Christian manner. And so,
I would agree. Attacking a person just because they believe different than you, or, or are trying to spout off something different, no, that's not right. But having a discussion, trying to explain things, okay, fair enough.
yeah.
But no, just attacking somebody for something that they don't
I've
necessarily
never
believe.
in my life wanted to start a fight or dramas or problems with anybody. I've
Sure,
always wanted to have a good time or have a smooth day. I don't really
sure.
understand the concept of people that, want to throw wrenches and make people miserable and all that stuff. But
Well, that's just
it
because
happens.
they
Some people are like that.
uh, unfortunately, there are a lot of people that just like to live off the chaos, and causing problems for other people brings them joy in some twisted sense of whatever.
It's
Uh,
weird to me, because
no,
really
I'm with
it's
you. I'm with
never,
you on that one. That's kind of weird to me too. I couldn't be that way. I mean, sure, there's lots of people that I believe different than a lot of people, but I'm still civil enough that we can
so
sit and
what's
have a
the Ten
discussion if you like.
Commandments? I got some question. What's the Ten Commandments?
I mean, do you want me to list all 10? Is that
I
what you're
mean,
asking?
pretty
It's in
much. Just
Exodus.
give a quickie. You don't have to list them word for word. But what are they? It's like
Well,
don't.
the Jesus broke them down into two simple commandments. Broke all 10 commandments down to two simple commandments. Love your neighbor as yourself, and love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength, which he said enlisted all 10 commandments and the prophets.
The
And love your
commandments.
neighbor as yourself.
Right.
All right,
Yeah.
but it's also don't kill, don't steal, don't
Don't commit
those things.
adultery. Don't murder.
No
Don't
idols.
bear false witness. No idols. Honor your
Honor your
father and your
mother. Fuck
mother.
yeah.
I forget
It's
exactly what
all good
chapter in
advice. All
Exodus
right?
it
The
is,
way I
but
see this is that's all good advice, anyways. Even if you weren't
sure.
religious or if you didn't believe in the commandments, that it's all something to where I don't need the religion to tell me that it's wrong. All right, I know
Well,
those things are wrong. I don't. I know it in my
what
heart that that's a
one
wrong
thing
thing to
I'll
do. So well, let me finish. Now, the thing
okay, go ahead.
is I really believe that all of those things and just being, mean to people, that's gonna
Sure.
that if you're gonna be judged, you're gonna be judged for that too. All right, and
Well, yeah, because
it's not
That
like I'm worried about being judged, but for me, I've noticed that some people are just not, they don't even think about it like me. I got friends like this too that that's not even on their mind. They wouldn't think any negative thoughts if it wasn't for other people interjecting them into their lives. You know what I'm saying?
sure, I do.
And they wouldn't think of hurting anybody. They wouldn't think of, and that's why it's hard for me to understand the other side. The people that are just so hateful and mean and want to fight and argue. And it's that's,
Well,
I've
typically
gotten
those are broken people, right?
yes, and that's
like I'm all together. Come on, man. I mean,
Well,
I'm never
believe it or
taking out
not,
on
bro,
somebody
you're
else.
probably more put together than some of these, you know.
I
You know
have
what I
never
mean?
taken something out on somebody else. Like if my
but that
problems of the day, I've never taken them out on anyone. Or I couldn't imagine doing that.
that's where it comes down to your values and morals as a human being and compassion in your heart.
Well, where the heck did I get it from then? Because I don't remember nobody. It's
Probably
just,
because you saw the suffering of others.
oh, hey, that's
Yeah.
probably
You don't want
that's
to
a
put
great
your
thought right there. Because I do know what it's like to be screwed over and lied to, and I hate that.
Exactly. And you don't want to do that to anybody else. You don't want anybody to feel that same way you felt when that happened to you, right?
Yes.
Well,
And
well.
maybe most
Dead
people.
on there, Bonnie, I think. Never really even thought about it that way.
And that kind of goes back to what we were talking about, that there are more people like what you just described yourself to be, Carl, than there are those antagonistic, loudmouth, rabble-rousing, good-for-nothing, just instigators. They'll argue. You say water is wet, they'll argue that with you. Well, the Antarctic is the largest desert. Well, go blow yourself. Get out of here. You know what I mean? They're just, it's something wrong with them. There's a wire cross somewhere that's
And that's where the
misfiring or
not
something.
judging, when I said that, I think not judging people kind of got me into shit when I was younger, especially because I didn't judge anybody, and I didn't even let people like that bother me. They ended up being my friends, even though they were negative Nellies or whatever you want to call them. And it didn't really get to me back then. I guess I was more tolerant when I was young. Nowadays, I would have a short fuse around some of them nowadays if they were alive. Most of them negative people I grew up with, they've been dead for years, you know.
Yep. And that's what it was with me, seeing the suffering around me and going through it myself. It makes you strive to do better in every way. And so
It made me enjoy being alone, man, because it's like,
and that's sad. But I understand that. But it's like, okay, being a waitress. Once you're a waitress, your tips are going to be better than anybody else's in that restaurant because you've lived it, you've done it. And I think it's the same with everything. If you've lived it and been there and experienced it, then you're going to treat people better in that situation, whatever the situation is.
I got a train coming. I'm going to have to mute. Well, I don't know, Wayne. I got a very small floor.
No, you're good. That train's not that loud.
You can't hear that? Well, it's going to get closer. I'll let it
No,
roll.
I can hear.
Kiss
I
off
can
and
hear
hear. Appreciate it.
I can hear the train. I'm just saying it's not loud enough to bother me to warn you muting yourself.
Kiss off likes it a lot. It's going to get closer in a sec.
I did find that scripture, by the way. I was wrong. It was 42 months, and what I was referring to is Revelations 13:5 and 13:6, where it says the beast will be given a mouth to utter proud words and blasphemy, and to the and its authority for 42 months, exercises authority for 42 months. It opens its mouth and blasphemes God and slanders his name and his dwelling place and those who live in heaven. So that's kind of where I was saying then we kind of saw Biden step back at that 42-month mark, right? How do they get away with this? How are they continue to making wrongs right? And we're living this inverted upside down world all of a sudden. Or perhaps we've been living in it longer than that. We've just now come to the realization that we're living in that world.
I was going to say, I think we've been living in it for a long time. It's just people are now more aware.
Right.
But that all ties back into human nature. People being fallen and broken. Sure,
well, human nature is manipulated.
I was talking more about people that are just constantly freaking miserable. They got nothing good to say about nobody and everybody, you know?
Right. Yeah, no, there are definitely those people still out there.
I have those moments from time to time. I get stuck in traffic or I get in line behind some real doozy at the grocery store or something like that. And I'm just like, good Lord, I have to share the planet with these people? You kidding me? But I get over it.
The people I'm talking about, they don't have a different mode. They're always in
it's all the same. They're always in that mode. Yeah, I understand. I see those people driving down the highway all the time, Carl.
Well, and you're just what you're describing right there is the elites, because they have all the money, they have all the power, they have everything that they want, except
For
for
now.
that happiness. They don't know how to love. And
Right.
so what they do, they torture people to make themselves feel better or whatever they're doing. That's just what you described. And they're miserable. They're miserable people, and they want to see other people just as miserable as they are.
Yep. And sure, some of the elites you mentioned are having a good time now, but you reap what you sow, and so at some point that will end. And
So Garrett, Blue
um,
Butterfly, anybody else I might have been?
when they're done, it's forever.
You know, when we talk about negative people,
Hmm.
I believe that there's just like the negative side, there's a lot of people that are just positive, right? And the reason why I'm aware of it, I think, is because I found myself, with nothing at all in a ditch, starting from scratch. And
Hmm.
somehow I'll still joke about it, and I'll find a box of cans and start making money, and I'll get up out of that hole I'm in, and I will get past it. All right. And
Right.
no matter what I've gone through in life, I don't blame other people for my misfortunes. In fact, I adamantly blame myself for getting myself
Right.
into whatever the hell it was. And it's not like I can change anything from the past. So I try to improve myself. I
Sure.
strive to improve myself in everything that I've encountered, or, and try to do the right thing,
Sure.
and I want to remain positive minded. And I
Hmm.
think there really is a lot to, like, I'm going to try to go out on a positive note, when I leave this place, because I think that's got a lot to do with who we are and where we're going. You know what I'm saying? Because
Well, I mean,
it
being
may be
positive
just
is
as simple as electricity to me. All right. I'm
sure.
not even kidding, because if you look at the, the similarities between electrical and possible spiritual activity in the human body, our synapses and our brain and all this stuff. We are an electrical being, you know. And if you look at all that, I really think there could be something to it, because you think about, like, grounded, maybe negative goes to one place and positive goes somewhere else, because they don't mix. If you know anything about electricity, and how the earth can be used as a ground, and how you say, well, you're going to hell if you're bad, and you're going to heaven if you're good. Maybe there's more to that than we even realize. So I would just
Elaine,
like to think that even like the innocent, the children who don't know any better, they say even in the Bible that the children are innocent, but they don't know anything like we know. So if they die young, I'd like to think that they were a positive thing that went
Oh yeah,
somewhere
the
good.
Bible talks about the age of accountability. Everybody grows to a certain age to where they now have an understanding.
Right. For the right understanding the difference of right and wrong.
And I
Or
think that
like
age
somebody
is
who's
different for
never,
people. Oh,
Right.
or
sorry.
like
No, it's
a native that's never seen the Bible in his life. He's never been exposed to it, and he lived his whole life being a good, family member or whatever it was. If he lived a good, pure life, I hope that he doesn't go to hell.
y'all excuse me just a second. Keep talking.
okay. We can do that. We're good at talking.
If we're gonna
No.
be judged by our peers, I would hope that people would have good things to say about me. And I know I would have a whole lot of good things to say about other people,
Right.
but
No, but it's all just basically whether you go uh, to heaven or to hell. To your comment, that's all based on one simple fact, not necessarily being a good person. Although if you're a good person, that's and nice to people, that's great. You should do that. But it's all based on whether or not you accepted Christ or not.
well, that's
That,
what I mean.
that
Because if you were unaware of that, then you're,
well, yeah, you can't be held to account if you're not aware.
That's what I would think. You know, I trust God. All right, I trust
Yeah, no,
Him.
God,
Be
if you're gonna try,
wisdom, and He is probably the only one I think that should be judging anybody anyway. So
right now, if you're gonna
Right.
trust somebody, God's a good one to trust. He's dependable.
Well, he's just. He's the only true just thing that is truly just. He knows our hearts, our intentions. He is our creator. He created us, right?
intentions, boy, that's a strong word these days. You know, it's like, to me, that's the thing is, like people saying you shouldn't say amen after a prayer because you're
Yeah.
voicing, you know what I'm talking about the
Amen Ra,
Egyptian
the
God.
Egyptian
Yeah,
god. Yeah.
yeah, but to me, if somebody's unaware of that and their intentions are good,
Well, but
then but then I'm not saying that that's an actual thing because I'm not totally convinced what that is,
no,
but
no.
it is a
Basically,
fact.
if I understand right, and I could be wrong, but my understanding is when you say amen, it means so be it, is how it's translated from. You can translate it, I guess, from whatever the original language is. I don't know if it's Aramaic or Hebrew or whatever.
But
That
again,
was
you know what I
my
mean? It's the intentions behind it. Like if you're,
well, right. You just saying amen at the end of a prayer. That's how most people end a prayer. Nothing wrong with that. Well, it's not like me saying amen at the end of a prayer. It's me forcing you to believe as I do.
I appreciate that, Amir. I do.
What's wrong with amen?
I don't
Well,
know.
I've heard
Apparently, some
that
people have a
Nothing.
problem with it.
well,
Oh,
I've heard that it's actually saying praise to the god of a god of ancient Egypt. All
Yeah.
right.
Ra, the sun god. Amen Ra. That there's
uh,
this manipulation in the
So
Christian
some
Bible that
people, right. Hey, Cole. And so some people, instead of
oh,
saying amen, they'll say, let it be so, or, a myriad of different things. But
Well, but that's amen
again, I
means
was just saying,
so be it. Saying amen means so be it. So, I
right,
mean,
right. Well, that's like I said, it was about the intentions, though. It's like if there's somebody going out there chanting amen, raw, amen, obviously their intentions are different.
right. Yeah. I
right.
agree with that. But we come to God, we're his children, right? How often do we hear children misspeak or say the wrong word, but we know what they mean. You know what I'm saying? It's like we can kind of approach it in that same manner. We literally are children. I know insignificant's the wrong word. We're infants. We've lived years and, maybe 80, 90, maybe some of those folks hit 100 years. That's a blink of an eye, a half a blink maybe, an eternity, right? To the one who created everything. So it's clear that, that's where, yeah, he looks at your intentions when you're saying amen or you're singing
He,
different praise songs. And there's a couple of other words like that, Carl. I've heard those same things too. And ultimately, I've kind of gotten to where you are. You know what? I know what I mean. God knows what I mean. I'm talking to him, not anybody else. You know
well,
what I
right.
mean?
That's because it's
So,
about him. He looks at your heart,
You
not
know what?
how
I
you
took it
appear.
way further. I took it all way further. I see it a whole different way now, and it came to me a few years ago. It's like I suddenly realized, looking at, because I have read the Bible many, many times, several versions of the Bible. I've read the lost books of the Bible. I read a lot, all right. But the point is it just kind of dawned on me, what it all meant in one way, and the way that's why I don't have any fear at all, guys. I'm whatever happens, it happens, all right. It doesn't mean I'm not going to
Right.
be involved. I'm just saying I'm going to roll with it because the way I see it is God knows everything that was, is, and will be. It's all by His design. It's all
Right.
going to play out exactly how He foreseen it. So I'm good with that. It's all His will. That's the way I see it.
turning guns. Good to see you.
Well, I don't even want to know the future, really. You know what I mean? It's like people trying to guess and figure out what's going to happen.
I
I
mean,
don't.
it's not much of a guess. We're coming up on least I think, here before too much longer, 7 years of hell on earth. But
It's still a guess. Only the Father knows the time and the moment, right? That's something we all agree
well,
on.
yeah, I mean, whether the treaty is signed in the next few minutes or the next 10 years, and I'm inclined to
And
think sooner rather than later, but that's just
I
my
don't
opinion.
feel like it's the end. I don't. I mean, I know there's a lot of people
Well,
that feel like it's the end time.
it's the end in the sense that once everything happens that God has once and said was going to happen at the end of the 7 years of judgment, referred to as the tribulation, at the end of that 7 years, he comes back and sets up his kingdom physically here on the earth for 1,000 years. And then we get into eternity after that. So it's
so,
not the end per se, but it's the end of things as we know it.
but how do you determine hell on earth? What
I think we're in it. You kidding me? Sorry.
Well,
you run, and that's what I think also.
how do I determine it? I don't. I'm not the guy in charge. I'm just saying that there's 7 years of catastrophic event after catastrophic event that God will allow to happen to judge the world for
Earthquakes.
rejecting Him, for the ones that are left behind to experience that.
Can I say something real quick about the amen conversation we just had? Because it reminded me of something I found in the Bible. I have it underlined here.
Go for it.
So
What do
this
you got?
is Revelations chapter 3, verse 14. These are in red letters, so this would be, God speaking, if you will. That's what the red letters typically represent. So
Right.
what it says here, this is in regards to the lukewarm church. It says, and I'm not going to read a lot, but here's what this says. These things say the Amen, the faithful and true witness and beginning of the creation of God. So Amen in this verse is specifically referring to God.
Or is it
I think more so Jesus, but
Or
yes,
Jesus, sure.
Well, he's
So-
part of the Godhead, but that's who that's referring to when he says the Amen. He's referring.
I just wanted to add that because I had it underlined. I found it, interesting when we brought up that conversation, because there's a lot of confusion, and that's part of what evil does. We talk about the bitter people, the curmudgeons in the world, the curmudgeons
Right, all the
world.
like
they just add confusion and chaos. They're not looking for any kind of unity, common ground. We recognize, hey, we're here beyond our own choice. Like I didn't choose to be born. I know there's some people that say we are, and maybe I did. I don't know. I don't remember pre-birth. Okay. But regardless of that, I recognize here and now that I have to share the world with the people on it. We have to find a common ground. We can't keep warring in that sense and killing each other. I seek peace.
You don't remember any of that? 9 months trying to get out, and then like the rest of your life trying to get back in a different one?
Nope, don't remember none of it.
That's funny, Carl.
But no, it's just there are a lot of people who like to make other people miserable, and I usually do my best.
Yeah, and that's where that confusion, and then they use the words, and they come up with what I call like a secondary gospel, this hidden knowledge, they say, and it's like, well, ultimately that's not liberating. That's more prison talk. You know what I mean?
No, that's
I want to be free.
Like you said, it's more confusion. It's anti-God or anti-Christ, if you will, because the way I see it, you had 40 different authors over 1,500 years. We ended up with 2 different times where they tried to vote and set up the different books of the Bible that's referred to as the canon, the 66 books. And the 2 different times over the last 2,000 years, well, from, I don't know, whatever the Council of Nicaea was, plus whatever the second one was, the 2 different times, you end up with the same 66 books.
Yeah, I mean, some have the Apocrypha, some doesn't. I mean, none of it really contradicts itself to the point where it's unbelievable.
Well, that's more
you
Catholic.
Know what I mean?
The Catholics are the ones that usually do the Apocrypha, and Me personally, I
Oh, there's
don't
the
think.
Ethiopian Bible. That Bible's older than the Christian Bible. Christianity,
Well,
or
the Dead Sea
was in
Scrolls are older.
Ethiopia before it was anywhere else.
Right, but that's the thing. Like when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, it, they found old manuscripts in the Dead Sea Scrolls and other places of what is said in the Bible from the books that we currently have as the 66 books, not the Apocrypha. No one's ever found a super ancient uh, Apocrypha book manuscript, but they found, in the case of the Dead Sea Scrolls, they found Daniel and some other books proving that everything is still accurate.
It's like, how many books do you need to like not be an asshole and just love God, love your neighbor, live your life?
Well, that's the thing. The Bible, to me, all right, whatever you want to get out of it, to me, probably because I wasn't indoctrinated in any way. I didn't go to churches and stuff. I mean, I went and checked them out. Actually, remember being, like 9 years old, 8 or 9, going into a Catholic church, and it was like ritualistic cult things to me. The way they dressed and the way they did this little communion. That was weird to me. All right, it as a kid, I didn't want no part of that. Anyway,
all the ups and downs, but anyway,
the funny hats.
Yeah, it
confessional.
Was
Get out of here.
And I checked out, all the different ones, the Baptists and the Lutherans and all that. But to me, what I got from it all was be good to people, man. And also that, like Jesus was the best of all of us. He was the kindest, most generous person. And look what happened to him. Yeah, and look what happened to him. And
well,
I just think,
for at least 3 days they killed him anyway.
Anyways, what I mean is just it's kind of like,
no, I get what you're saying, Carl.
There was a line out of a movie. It was Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. It just to like get as simple as you can get it is just be excellent to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think without that message, though, we wouldn't be that way. We wouldn't have someone to look to and say, hey, this is a better way to look, right? We might be a little more animalistic, a little bit more.
It's definitely the good book. It's also the greatest book ever written. I mean, there's no question.
Well, yeah, I mean, what other book do you know that has had, I forget how many authors, it was, I don't know, 50 or 60 authors or whatever it was, over 1,500 years, or no, 40 authors over 1,500 years, and it all forms one congruent story, and it's so interlocked and interreferenced, even though most of them, if any of them, didn't even know each other, and you still all get the same story.
Yeah, I don't think it's about religion. It's about relationship. I agree.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm with you on that one. It's definitely, when someone says religion, that bothers me because it's not a religion.
Exactly.
It's a relationship.
I'm spiritual. I'm not religious. I'm not. I don't follow
it's the
religion.
it's the relationship that matters.
And I believe in Jesus. All right, now, like I said, it's
true. Yeah, no, it's okay.
Yeah, I do too, and I know it's true. It says, "Seek and ye shall find." We're all gonna, as long as you're looking, in that sense.
Yeah.
And what does that mean? Seeking truth, right? It's not necessarily looking for a specific way of worshiping or
that's like
what
when someone
church to
says,
go to and stuff. But when you're looking for the truth, you look all over. You look in places where you don't think you should look sometimes. You explore and you navigate things and you question yourself. If this is true, I should be able to be held, hold it to the fire and it'll hold true still, right? And that's where my faith is. I don't, like you had mentioned, Carl,
I
about.
thought it was weird. All right, to be honest, this is what I remember, especially in my youth. All right, where I would know some family, and usually the father would be, like this church-going guy, business owner or whatever, upstanding member of society, but he'd be also, cheating on his wife, going to the bar, doing drugs and hard drugs and shit. That was like he would go, and he'd repent and he'd ask for forgiveness, but he'd do it over and over and over every week, but still go to church, ask for forgiveness. Then Monday it starts all over again. I've seen that.
Oh yeah, those stories are very common. Actually, it's unfortunate, and I think this is part of the showing that we're having going on in the world now. We've seen the corruption on all levels, and including the church. When they locked them down, the real churches were the ones that said, "F you, we're staying open. Come and worship." Most of them didn't do that. Most of them capitulated to the government, didn't they? They wanted to save their 4CO143, whatever the tax havens they are. They're basically nothing more than private. Yeah, that one. They're nothing more than privately owned membership associations.
I
it's not
literally want nothing from this. I don't want anything from any government. All I want is for the military to protect our country. I don't want anything from them.
I see some interesting conversations in chat.
Yes.
I like to see that. It's definitely interesting to see. What if that does happen? What if the Supreme Court comes out and says, yeah, we're overturning the last election. We're in, Trump actually won. Here's all the evidence.
Yeah.
Well, they've been this long. One case never really closed. There's a lot of things that have been happening in the background that of course, the media is never going to show us or talk about. You got to go find it yourself. But yeah, that stuff's still alive in the background. You never know. And Wayne, I tell people that all the time. It's another thing I like about not being religious to the point where I follow a certain, church or somebody else's interpretation of the Bible. Because that's what I tell people is read it yourself. Get your own impression off of that Bible instead of letting somebody up on the stage tell you what it means.
Yes.
Well,
that's why that's questions.
Man, and I've read things in the Bible over and over, and it took me 4 times to see it a whole different way. That's the thing about the Bible. You read it.
Well, the Bible,
you'll see things you missed, or you'll see things a whole different way later. It's like, wow.
Well, that's kind of the point, but also one of the things I like about it. Every other book in the world, you read that book. The Bible is the only book in the world that reads you.
Well, it's the living.
We're all what?
Say what you're going to say, Carl, because I was just going to say that. Please say what you're going to say, Carl.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Word. All right. So as the way I see it is, as you mature through life and the more experiences you have, the more you're going to relate with what that manual is telling you.
Well, right. It's to your point, it's a living word, meaning that you're going to read it, and one day verse 5 might jump off the page at you, and then the next day it could be verse 10 somewhere else that'll jump off the page at you.
And what if it's written to where it speaks a different message to each person, because each person's going to perceive it in a different way?
Yeah.
Well, and that's
in Bible studies and everything.
It does. That's
a different answer as to what this verse means, and so
as such is everything. Then people so forget that, Bonnie. I mean, some people don't like potatoes. Other people love them. Some people aspirin isn't good for them. Other people it helps them. You know what I mean? So it's like that with everything.
Well, that's
why it's a personal relationship with Jesus.
Well,
exactly.
Right.
It's a personal relationship.
Yes.
It's not only that personal relationship, but that's also why they call it the living word, because to Bonnie's last point she mentioned, it says something different to me than it'll say to you guys. Everyone will get something different, but that's the whole point. Because everyone's at a different point in their journey through this thing called life.
Yeah, I don't want to go back. I wouldn't even take a time machine trip because that took me too much to get to where I'm at. I don't want to do that again.
Yeah, once was enough.
Right.
And it's also it's the foundation, right? It's the first building block. I think if you want to grow,
Well,
anyway.
Yeah.
It's challenging. It's hard to read the Bible and feel justified and righteous and all that. It's, you're like, oh man, but then you keep going and you see grace, right? You see
and that's
forgiveness, and that's where we learn that, right?
right. No, it is where you learn it, and that's why you start, like you said, with the beginning, the basics. You start at 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4. That was pointed out to us. That's the essence of what the gospel is when you read those verses. The good news, if you will. You start there, and you ask God to help you understand what you're reading as you read, and He'll point stuff out to you.
All
Well,
the
and that's
time.
the thing. I think that the message will come to you as needed. Like,
Usually,
An epiphany. Like an epiphany.
yeah,
it could be something as simple as you have a random thought, an idea that pops into your head out of nowhere. Like, hey, I should go talk to so and so, and you go talk to so and so, or
Well, some of them ideas got me in a whole lot of trouble when I was younger, though.
Word.
yeah, but that's because you're special, Carl. It's okay.
we've all
He's
been.
right. Yeah, we've all been there.
Yeah.
Lord knows I'm not perfect. Have not been perfect.
No,
but
I'm not anywhere near perfect.
the desire to improve oneself says a lot about a person.
Yes.
And it's a
Oh
choice
man.
ultimately. We chose to live this way, right? We chose to try and better ourselves, and we recognize that there's those that actually just kind of gave up on it. They don't see the point in bettering themselves. They have a bitter attitude towards life, and they've gone through things that probably justify their attitude. But what they have to realize is that I think it's been said that hatred, it's like drinking battery acid. It's you're just killing yourself. You're not doing anything to anybody that harmed you. And in fact, oftentimes those that have harmed you or hurt you find joy in watching you be bitter and destroying your life even further. They had pleasure in watching that they set those things in motion and watch you ultimately decay and eat yourself up.
Yeah.
And that's where forgiveness is kind of more of a thing for ourselves, more so than it is the person that we're forgiving. Oftentimes when we get hurt or harmed, we see remorse in a person. Maybe they didn't mean to do it. It was an accident. It was whatever. And that's easily forgiven, right? That's like, hey man, I see it. You know what? I've been there.
I don't know.
No worries,
I don't know about
right?
easily, but sure.
Well, in simple things, a little girl, somewhat old enough to drive a car, runs over my mailbox. She runs off, comes back later with mom and dad. She's like shaking, crying. She's like, "Oh, I thought I was going to jail." All this stuff. I'm like, "No, y'all gonna fix it? I don't care. Really, I really don't care. It's just a stupid mailbox. Said you're gonna fix it. You right the wrong. Hey, everybody's happy." Right? No big deal. Now, there's those things that are personal to our hearts. If someone broke our heart or whatever, hurt someone we loved, and they have no remorse, that's the challenge. How do we forgive that so that we don't?
Yeah, I was going to say, no, forgiveness is
you're talking about grudges.
Yes.
The thing about grudges, like my mom, if somebody screwed my mom over, she would just not have anything to do with them ever again. Right?
Hey, Brew. Much love, brother.
She was you know, ghosting people before it was a thing. Anyways, and I grew up noticing that. And it's been one of these things to where it's hard for me to try to look past somebody's wrongdoing in my direction. It's getting harder and harder because I grew up letting things slide, ignoring red flags, you know, believing somebody's bullshit. All right. And it's gotten to the point to where instead of holding a grudge or wanting, seeking revenge or whatever it is, I just get the fuck away from them. All right. And that's how I am. If somebody screws me over, I just don't want nothing to do with them ever again. That's where I've gotten to. All right. And I forgive them because I don't hold this hatred in me or something against them, but I can't forget it. I can forgive it, but I can't forget it. But I also don't want nothing to do with it no more. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Wow.
I do. But for part of the trick with forgiveness is you have to keep reminding yourself that you did forgive them until you're able to move on
Luckily
from
for
that.
me, I can go. Actually, after I get past it, it's like, lucky for me, I can just forget all about it. All right, if I
Well,
stay away,
right, but
from it, you know, it's gone. So I don't have to
that's,
get over it, pretty much.
Well,
I mean,
thankfully, I have a different view of that because there's been people in the community that have just pissed everybody off and
sure.
maybe said something they shouldn't have said or whatever. But
Well, just
there's
because you,
still, we've all done that. So why would I, if they want to come up here on panel and talk, I have let them because what is that doing? It's what there goes the judgment. So
That's easy to
we
do here. That's
we
easy to do here. You know, there's a guy that lives in this town, for instance. Every time I see him, Bonnie, something of mine disappears. I mean, the last time it was a flashlight, and I know damn well because I just tore everything apart to find it, and it's gone. And he was the only one there. And it's like, now I don't want him anywhere near me. I lock everything up. I gotta really watch my shit because he walks through this area, and it just, I don't want nothing to do with it, man. It's like, just stay away from
well,
it.
that's the point, though, is just because you forgive them doesn't necessarily mean you still have to hang around them or even deal with them.
Right, right.
Because forgiveness, it allows you to free yourself instead of holding yourself prisoner. So sure, you can forgive somebody, but you don't have to be uh, talking to them or buddy with them. If you want to, fine, that's cool. You can do that, but
Well, for me, it's hope I never see him
it's not
ever again in
required.
my life, but have a good life. You know, I wish you well, but I hope I never see you again. You know what I mean? That's
Right? No, absolutely. Yeah, I more than you know. I understand more than you know
it's a
with that.
defense mechanism. I have to be this way.
Sure.
Yeah, we don't have to let people walk all over us. That's not,
no,
you know.
and even Frog. Okay, I'm kind of feeling bad about Frog because there was something there, and we don't know what it.
No, I don't feel sorry for Frog because Frog doesn't ever feel sorry for anybody else. Right? That's
Frog was always kind of cool with me. I don't know.
no,
But
I've seen him be nice to me too, and then turn right on me. All right. So I'm just not missing Frog. I really don't. I have to admit that I have chose a side about that. I finally got to that point. He came up on my panel. Did you guys know that?
Nope.
Yes,
I
I don't
did.
even know. I don't even
yes,
know who that is. But
All right. Well, Frog
and
finally came up on my panel, and that's when I discovered that he had made threats to other people in the community who have children. And even though they know Frog is full of bullshit, you don't act like you're an agent for the government and you're coming to get somebody. You don't
yes,
play games
he
like that.
made a threat. Yes, Absolutely.
So there is a limit to what, how you should act. You don't threaten people. You don't scare people, especially women and children, because that'll piss me
That's
off.
true. That's true. And Eric, that's a good point. I understand. I just, okay, maybe I'm too forgiving. Is there such a thing?
Hmm.
Too,
There's
too,
a good. People are always worried about division. But read the Bible again, people, because some division is going to be necessary. All right. I don't
yes.
want to be around people that just want to argue anymore. All right. I want to be around you people that are fun to be around. You know.
Right.
Right. And there's going to be consequences if your actions are not aligned with all, then there's going to be consequences.
I
It,
got a
it,
way of thinking about that too. All right, because I'm sorry, Bonnie, I'm cutting you off because you're getting kind of glitchy from my end. It might be mine.
oh, sorry. But even if we were in a community all together and somebody comes in acting like that in the building and you've got families with kids and everything, do you want that? No. You're gonna tell them time out wherever you send them there until they get it that that's not going to be allowed. That's the way it has worked forever. It's
Well,
not.
I look at it simple. It's like drinkers. Right? I don't judge anybody for drinking. You want to drink, fine. But there are people that I grew up with that I couldn't be around them when they were drunk. All right, because they were total assholes. They were different people when they were drinking. And I can't be around a lot of people and have fun. I can't enjoy being around a bunch of people that are drinking when I'm not. All right. And it's not like I'm judging them because of that. It's just that it's just very annoying. It can be very,
Well, you're
it can be,
judging
it
that
can be all
behavior,
kinds of things.
right?
Yeah. So I would
It's
choose,
different.
with the stoners, over there instead of the drinkers. But it's the same thing with, like people who hate Trump. Right? There's some real Trump haters out there still. And
Heard
I'm
people
so
just
sick and tired of hearing it. I don't want to be around it. I'm fed up with it. All right. That's where I'm at with that,
Carl,
because
I've heard people say the same thing about people who smoke pot in this community. All it
I
is a
know,
bunch
me
of
too.
potheads. That's what I've heard a lot. And it's like, well, and so they're kind of
Me
like,
too.
I don't want to talk to them because they're all just a bunch of
And
stoners.
if they don't like potheads, I don't want them to follow me. What are they doing? What are they wasting their time on me?
And it may not even be following you. It's just you're in the same chat or whatever. I mean, we know we see each other all over the place here in this, whatever you
I
Right.
call
But
guess
it.
you're my.
I don't ever remember forcing my beliefs on anybody. You know what I mean? I don't ever remember trying to like make people think the way I was thinking or any of that, which that's something it's one of the worst things about me, all right? That's what I got so much trouble as a kid with. You tell me to do something, I'm likely not going to do it, all right? You tell me I can't do something, I'm probably going to prove you wrong. There's just these stupid things inside of me that, I'm a bit of a rebel.
Can you hear my dog snoring?
No.
Okay, good. I don't have to move then, because he ain't moving.
Hate to be controlled. I don't know about you guys, but I do. I don't like to be controlled by anything or anybody.
Garrett, it's funny you said that because I saw where Taylor Swift has more security than anybody ever had. Sorry, reading chat.
I think
Affirmative.
a good book tells us it's more about what comes out of your mouth than what you put in it. The first miracle Jesus did was he turned water to wine. Why would he turn water into wine if he didn't expect people to drink it?
True. But
Being a drunkard's a lifestyle. You know what I mean? I'm not
right, but
advocating for people to get drunk. It's
no,
one
but that
thing to have.
wine that they drank then was not. in my understanding, and I could be wrong, there is that possibility, but from my understanding, the wine that they were drinking in the New Testament was wine, but it was non-alcoholic, I believe, because there's one word they use in the original language for wine in the New Testament, and
It's
it
still
doesn't refer.
fermented, though. That's the whole point. It's preserving
Well,
that to
right,
be able to drink.
but it wasn't strong drink though, like it refers to when it
Sure,
says
it wasn't
not to
whiskey. He
do.
didn't turn water into whiskey. He turned it into wine. Yeah, I'm with you on that for sure. But look, even alcohol, hard alcohol, even whiskey, that's great for parasites. You got
I
worms?
know, man. You never know when he comes back, you know.
And it
Maybe
does
we'll get
say
whiskey.
about, oh, sorry, Carl.
I said maybe we'll get whiskey this time when he comes back.
Be like, you guys need it. You just stiff one. After what you just went through. I'm just joking, but
And what's too much? Because, okay, I think everybody's watched The Chosen. And it
I
that
can
way.
tell you exactly what is too much because like 8 years ago on Christmas Day, I drank 2 fists of Jim Beam, and then the too much was the other. I drank a fifth of Bacardi's 151 right after the 2 fists of whiskey, and that's what was too much right there. I can tell you.
Oh my goodness. Okay, but when we were talking about the wine, I mean, in that scene at the wedding, the wine was flowing freely, and they just kept making more wine.
right. But and in that, but they danced. They didn't brawl, right? It didn't turn out
Yes,
to be this giant
yes,
Dannybrook, right? It was they danced. They had a
It was a
good time. They were,
yes,
it was a celebration.
It's a
yes.
dance off, bro.
So it's the person.
Right. There's some people who should never even touch alcohol, probably not even be in the same room as it.
Yes.
That's the dang thing. You know, I've had so
I
many
have my hand
scuffles,
ready.
fights, and brawls in my life, but I ain't never started none of them. And I figure, I don't like a fight. But I figure if somebody's like defending themselves, then they're not in the wrong. Defending yourself, your actions are justified, at least to me, in my eyes.
I remember when they used to say that Native Americans couldn't handle liquor, and I just do stupid. That's why I quit drinking. It's been almost 40 years since.
There's another perfect example for me, all right? Because all through my life, I have a series of stories I could tell you about when I wanted to get together with friends. We'd have some drinks, we'd go to a party, a concert, a bar, some kind of a get together. And every time somebody gets too drunk, it turns into a drama. Some girlfriend, boyfriend, issues, breaks up. Something's going to happen almost every flipping time, man. And it gets to be a pain. I've had a lot of that in my life.
If you
Let me
don't
say,
have control over yourself, that's the
That's
whole
why I
thing.
don't like to be drunk, man. You lose control of your faculties, and I hate that feeling. I like to be in full control of everything around me, be aware of things. I like to, I don't like to be vulnerable. There you go.
they say alcohol is a depressant, right? It's
For
not,
some,
pardon?
for some, I've seen happy people
Well,
drinking.
yeah, I'm a happy drunk, for example. I'm not saying that it makes people depressed, but in nature and in what the science books tell you that it would be considered a depressant. For example, cannabis is not a depressant; it's uplifting, right? I'm not,
Last time I got
saying.
drunk, I was telling everybody I loved them.
I love you, man. But that's a reflection of your heart. You're lacking. You don't have depression in that sense. It's not in your nature. Like you've just explained to us this whole time. You have empathy towards people. You don't want to hurt them. You've been there, done that. You don't want to put that on somebody else. That's a reflection of your own heart. Unfortunately, some people have stuff hidden down in there that comes out when they drink. It's like a demon comes up out of them. That's something in their heart that they can't hide anymore when they're drunk.
Well, no, I think I know that demon because, like, when I was in the juvie, a black guy taught me this. He says, you know, if you're ever outnumbered and you know that you ain't gonna win, what do you got to lose? Go fucking nuts. Because if there's ever anything that throws somebody off, is when you just absolutely fucking lose it. All right, and I'll be damned, man, if that wasn't good advice. Because over the years, like, I've been in fights with multiple people against just little old me, and I go fucking nuts and grab the biggest motherfucker first, and I end up winning. All right, crazy ass shit. You know, if you just, like, you know, leap on somebody's face and elbow the guy and kick the other one in the nuts, just fucking go nuts. It pays off.
Hulk out on them, huh?
I don't know. I wouldn't try to do that. I mean, be, you know, conscious of what you're doing, but if they think you're crazy, man, you have the advantage, right? If you can install fear in someone, you're a step ahead of them.
That's a play right out of the government's playbook.
Yeah, that's the Tarkin
Psyops. You psyop them.
Have you ever heard of the Tarkin doctrine?
No.
You remember in the first Star Wars movie when Governor Tarkin said, "Fear will keep the local systems in order." There's actually an entire philosophy behind that one line.
That's why they use it in every way.
Yeah, and that's where, you know, we look to the scripture and it tells us right there that fear's a liar. Knowing very well that that guy may have been 3 times your size and probably could have tore you to bits. But you put that fear of God into him, he's like, oh man, I'm not getting in on that.
I have typed this comment at least a couple hundred times over the last few years. Faith trumps fear.
Yep. Why it said it, what is it, 365 times?
Yeah, 366, even one for leap year.
Okay.
Psalms 23 is my favorite one. It is. I don't know it by heart, but it's my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always afraid to recite anything out of the Bible because I'm afraid I'm screwed up, so I don't even try.
Same.
Hey, Lisa.
Agreed, Apple Dumpling.
And that's why the world hates Christians as much as it does. That's why they're coming around and finally they persecuted Christians throughout history since Christians began. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. And we sit here again today and right here where we're supposed to be able to have that freedom of religion, as they say, but they don't like it because we say no to fear. I'm not scared of you. You may be able to kill this body in a sense, this flesh and bones, but that what animates me, that what speaks to you here now today lives on. After this life, there's a better life. So that's, you know, they don't like that. They don't, it's hard to psyops that, you know, once you know the truth.
Yep. I agree.
I don't worry about anything much, you know. Actually, the way that I live is a lot different than most. You know, I live week to week or however it is. I get paid cash. I don't get anything from anybody, no checks or any assistance or nothing like that, no food stamps or nothing. If I didn't make money, I wouldn't eat. I wouldn't be able to sustain myself, period. But I have this faith that I know that I'm never gonna go hungry. I'm never gonna really lose everything, you know. And if I did, I would overcome that itself. You know, I've got this because I know he's got my back. All right, too many times in my life I've seen it. So I have this. Anytime that I get low in the wallet, all right, I just go, oh, I know it'll be all right. And sure enough, a few days later, I get a big job and I'm ahead of the game a while for, you know, again, it's been like this for decades and decades. I've lived like that. You know, it's not like some of my people who know me have said that would probably drive other people nuts living like this.
That's
Right.
true.
But that's where the fear is installed in other people. Imagine having children and being threatened that your children will be taken away, or having to support a family and having that threat kind of being loomed, you know, over you. It's one thing for me to go hungry, but to see my child go hungry, I would die. Right.
Yes.
To be in that situation, we have a
I think everybody should try being hungry, all right? Because it gives you
absolutely,
a
yeah.
different aspect or a different way to look at things, you know. Because I have gone days without food before. It gets rough, you know. Sometimes I do it on purpose. I do once a year or so fast for a while just to get to clear the toxins out of me, you know. It works,
Yeah.
but
There's health benefits to it. There's spiritual
you know,
benefits to it. The Bible tells us to do it. We see common dietitians or whatever they're called in today's day and age talking about intermittent fasting and different fasts and stuff like that. There's definitely something to it. It's denying yourself, right? You're denying yourself that, and there's a growth to it. I agree with that.
you're not gonna die if you don't eat for a couple days, you know.
Um,
You might feel like shit.
depends. It depends. And I actually even just saw a video on that. This doctor was saying it depends on your age, it depends on your health, it depends on what you're lacking. And so, because I run anemic, I mean, I can skip one meal, sometimes two, but more than that, then I'm like really weak and just can't walk straight. I can feel it.
That's like something that people underestimate in a real survival situation. Is you have to learn to control what you're doing. If you do too much with too little fuel, that's what happens. You gotta learn to govern what you use energy wise. If you're not gonna eat, you can't be, you know, digging ditches because that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, that's true. Everybody gets weak when you fast. That's part of it. I'm not telling you to fast, Bonnie. I remember like growing up, there's a lot of Lutherans in my community and they do like Lent or something and they would fast. Like a lot of the kids in school would fast from chocolate or something like that, you know, or they'd
Yeah.
give up candy for a time. So I mean
Yes.
there's different things in different ways and I'm not saying that it's like
Yeah, I'm not
you
advising
should do
anybody to
it,
do
but
nothing. Yeah, I'm not
I find
advising
benefit.
nothing.
Yeah.
I was only speaking about what I do for myself. Yeah, we don't want to get Bonnie in trouble, do we?
Well, I'm like thinking, yeah, you probably just went through so much different stuff. You're working on your health. We'll do that. I mean, I'm not a doctor,
Hmm.
obviously, and I'm not giving medical advice or anything like that. I'm just telling you the benefits I found in it. But we're
That's where
different.
it
I'm
falls
much
into that
younger.
same category where it's different for everybody.
Yeah.
Yes.
I could afford to go without food for a couple of days. I got storage, you know what I mean? I got I got that
Me too. Me too.
you know?
Yep.
I mean, if I eat a whole dang cheesecake, I might want to lay off the cheesecake a while, you know?
The vanilla wafers. Stupid vanilla wafers.
Well, that's a perfect example. Maybe that's something, and it's a conscious choice, and you just say, okay, you know, for the next X amount of days, or today, or whatever, or
Yeah.
until 5 o'clock, or whatever, you make that effort, and there is, you know, there's the body benefits in one way, but also your spirit also grows in that sense. You know, it is
Yes.
there's a thing, denying yourself, right? It's
And I've done that. I mean, because they're a sin. They've got to be. It shows. And so I'll go 2 or 3 days without touching them. I'm just like, don't buy me any. I don't care what I say. And then that craving just comes right back.
Yep. And we deny ourselves that, right? Say no. And it's the same thing with everything. I mean, there's
I
substances
don't
that are
know. It's
addictive.
hard to deny myself with a bakery just a block away.
That's the true test.
That is trouble, man. I go in there, they got these eclairs, these custard-filled eclairs with the chocolate icing on them. Those things, man. I must have eaten a few hundred of those since I've been here.
Mm.
But I think that, that's kind of where we're coming from, where we're looking to grow, right? We're looking to better ourselves, and
I don't want the
it's like,
waistline to grow. I don't want to be a fat man.
right, grow spiritually, not physically. We're done growing physically. Maybe grow muscles, in that sense, get stronger. But it's how do we reach those that don't, that are content, that are those that are, given up in a sense, that really just don't care, right? They don't. Those curmudgeons, those the ones, we love them, we have a heart for them. But it's hard sometimes. It seems like we love them more than they love themselves. They don't see their value. Maybe that's something we need to take a look at. I mean, how do you tell someone you're priceless when they think they're worthless?
Just tell them. Love you, Elaine.
That sounds like one of those southern things where, well, aren't you just a sweetheart? You know what I mean? You're
No,
priceless.
she knows I truly mean it. She just said something
No, I
very,
meant what Ronan was saying, that you're priceless. Yeah,
oh,
you're priceless.
is that like the men calling the other men adorable?
Oh no. Oh no. Man.
Jeff started that.
No, not Jeff. No, Jeff was making
Oh,
fun of somebody else that did that all the time.
oh,
Mostly for guys, all right? And he was pretty much trolling things, and he would get up on people's panels and create
okay.
havoc.
Yes, I know
I
who you're,
remember that guy, yeah.
because I had to block him here. Oops.
Yeah. And then go do a video that 3 people would watch that was like a hit video on people. You hurt my feelings. Oh, this
Yeah,
has been a weird ride. The last like 5 years on YouTube has been weird. Weird.
it has been a journey, hasn't it? It's
It's like high school all over again on one way, and then it's like evil versus good on another way, and then yeah, it's been some weird shit.
yep, the clicks, the everything. It's all here.
Way more complicated than I would have ever guessed. Right? I just thought I was talking to people. I didn't know there was a whole freaking world behind it.
Yeah.
Yep.
In Blackwatch, I've been on YouTube for a long time. I just haven't been participating in panels. I think and like a while back, I
Exactly.
went up with Chabol. I don't know if you guys remember him.
Yep,
I'm
that
the
was
same way, man. My first YouTube account was like 2008, or I still have it. I just never use it. And it was just all about music and stuff back then. And then when I started this account, I got active.
Yeah, I mean, it's not you know, I think, and that's just kind of how it is. Like we all start, my start anyway was kind of like, you know, you're a keyboard cadet. You've been watching, you finally work up the goal to actually start typing things and responding to people. And so you're kind of like a keyboard cadet. Then you move up to like a panel private, you know, you've been promoted. Now I'm here, still kind of small in the world as far as YouTube goes. And I don't go many places, or really kind of stay away from time to time, but it's like, you know, I'm still low, man, on the totem pole.
I don't know about any of that, Ryan, but I've been a space cadet since the early 70s.
Space cowboy. Gangster love.
Lisa, you're on the East Coast. Is your weather okay there? I have been worried about always on the East Coast. The cat, wildlife.
You don't cough, you don't get off.
You okay, meat puppet?
Yeah, I'm good. Just having a drink. Excuse me. Matter of fact, I think I'm going to hop off and go to bed before I fall asleep.
Okay. Thank you for coming up.
Later, me.
Yep.
Good talking with you, man.
Oh, yeah, we'll talk to you guys later.
Virginia roots, got it. That's funny.
It's horrible
Good
here
to
right
see you, Virginia. Come up and entertain us, Virginia. I ain't heard your voice in a while.
do that. She was up with mayhem last night, creating mayhem. It was fun. We were having fun in that chat. But there's the link if you want to come up, Virginia. Oh, Eric, you got hammered too? Yeah. Somebody told
when you said he got hammered, I was thinking he got drunk.
no, hammered with the storm, that tropical storm that's going up the East Coast. I've been seeing a lot of flooding. I saw a lot of flooding in Florida, and I think there's some in Georgia also. I don't know about the Carolinas, but I'd heard that they were going to get it too. In fact, I tried to call Ed today to see if he was okay, but he didn't answer.
I think I should have been building a space ark for like the last 40 years of my life.
Yes, you can, Elaine. You have my email. Oh, goodness.
There's some crazy weather going on right now in Minnesota too. Or maybe it was yesterday they were talking about like tornadoes and stuff like that going on.
Hey, B, how you doing?
Good.
What did that say? Returning video.
Yeah, videotapes. From a movie. Some will get it, some won't, but how are y'all? Hey Carl, Ronan, Bonnie,
How are you doing?
What am I not getting? Her name or something? What's it say?
Returning videotapes.
Be kind, please rewind.
Right. Flooding all the way up to the line. Wow.
I would expect them to be some really weird videotapes if Virginia had.
Actually, it is a very weird reference. The movie American Psycho with Christian Bale from like the year 2000. He's a total psychopath, and whenever he gets uncomfortable, he'll like flee a room, but he'll be like, I gotta go, I gotta return some videotapes. And it's just a hilarious excuse. And, you know, it's a dark joke. It's a dark joke.
We need dark humor in this world.
Yeah, kinda. I mean, the world itself is dark humor, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Definitely.
What does everybody think? Let's say the last week or so, I've kind of felt like this weird shift in the media, in, you know, some of the stuff. Obviously, we're going to lean into politics a little bit. There's a lot going on, like, and I don't have a conclusion. I don't know. It's like this weird limbo period where I feel like something's going to happen, but I don't know what it is.
Well, it's weird that you say that, because I did feel that. Like this lull in events or something.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
I guess because I expect so much worse. You know, that's why, I guess. You know, I think we've been on panels before talking about, you know, expecting them to try to assassinate him. And then, look, they tried to assassinate him. I mean, it was only the natural progression. I don't think it took a genius to expect that or anything, because they tried everything, and now they tried to do that. So now, to me, all that does is confirm their desperation. Mm-hmm. They're going to do anything to prevent him from happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it kind of feels that way.
And it could also be that they expected to have been successful in their attempt and would have a plethora of things lined up ready to be put on the mainstream media. Now they can't use it.
Yeah. Thought about that. Like, uh-oh, now what do we do?
Yeah,
and the DNC is... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
They're scrambling.
You see what Ridge Runner said?
Mm-hmm.
I get a feeling that came over me last week. The hair on my arms, etc., keeps standing up like a sixth sense thing is coming. You know what? I heard something about the sixth sense. What was I listening to? That's what's going to happen. That all of this that's happening is, and I guess maybe that's the Great Awakening, is the being able to, and I played a video on it one night where people, what they say attaches to you. If they say negative things to you, it attaches to you. Positive things attaches to you. And the same with whatever you say to people. And but it's supposed to be like this transformation where we have a higher level of, I don't even know what to call it, where you can read people's thoughts. Like, is it telepathy?
What if we said that for some people the veil is thinning and for other people it's just getting thicker?
That could be too.
And you guys were talking for a few minutes before I jumped in, and I said something about consumption, like it's about the portion size, like the things we consume and the energies we surround ourselves with, whether it's negative words out of the news media or anything, name it, your food, it doesn't matter. That all is going to leave an imprint for sure. And so that's why, I mean, I think these conversations are good for all of us to find brevity, because there's so much uncertainty going on that I like to come into a place and be like, hey, how y'all feeling? Did anyone else feel this kind of, you know, drop thing and or that visceral sense, whether it's the hair on your arm or tingling somewhere? I don't know.
Just to kind of like throw this in there too, but it might be part of the programming, You know what I mean? Like the psyops that we've been going through, we've been kind of conditioned to, you know,
Hey, Lauren.
anticipate these kinds of things. Like, what are they going to do next? We've been trying to look at their playbook and figure it out too. So, in part, it could be kind of a subliminal programming type thing going on, and we might just be kind of, like you said, like we're starting to be aware of it. That veil is being torn or getting thinner.
Subliminal hell. Geez, we've been informed like never before. Back, when conspiracy theorists weren't really a common thing, we were accused of imagining the deep state, and all these things were, how there were no proof, nobody admitted it. Now, over the last several years, we've all seen the proof of really what's been going on and how we get into this predicament and how, bad it really is. But we're not seeing a justice from it. We just keep seeing, COVID and J6 and the elections and all this stuff keeps happening, but we're not seeing anything come of it. So, to me, I feel like I've been expecting this. I've been expecting something for years. All right. So to me, it's really easy to imagine something big happening at any moment. You know what I'm saying? At this point, how many times have you seen headlines on YouTube and other places that a war is coming, World War III? I've been seeing it for years now,
And CW, they keep pushing that.
Oh, yes. Uh-huh. There's a lot of things I've noticed being pushed. CW is one of them for sure.
Yep.
Oh, it took me a second to register what that was. It's like, CW, what the heck? Is that a disease?
We're kind of in it in a sense already, but
yeah, the civil, yeah.
Yeah, we're kind of in it. It's just taking a different form. In this day and age, any kind of skirmish takes a different form. And the mental effect, the physical effect, I think, it's measured a little differently, but how much different is it than 1860s?
The internet.
That's a good point, because I do remember in civics class when they were talking about installing the electoral college, how around that time before it wasn't, and what they did was they went around and they basically put on circuses. They had all kinds of crazy theories. That's when flat earth came around again, and that was one of the key things that I remembered was basically the government went and said that, look, these people are so easily swayed that they can't be trusted with their votes. The country folk out in the middle of nowhere, they're disinformed. They don't get the newspaper. They don't know what's going on in the world. They even think the world is flat. And that's one of the things they used to install the electoral college, and saying, well, they're not capable of making these decisions on their own. We need to make these decisions for them. And they use that as evidence.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Andy. And why I'm Carl Wong now? Carl Wong.
Number 64, shrimp fried rice.
I think you're the only one that can say that on this panel.
Yeah, I know. That just dropped my mind. That's because I wouldn't care who said it. But yeah, that's hilarious.
Asshole.
Oh man, we need laughter back, dude.
Yes,
For sure.
For sure. But I do think it's what we all consume and how far you let your head take it. Don't read too much into shit. But yeah, we're in interesting times, y'all. Think about it. Interesting times.
absolutely.
Does anyone else feel like ever since you were little that you knew you were going to see some shit
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what
I've
I'm
even
saying?
told people, and like ex-girlfriends and stuff, they all thought I was crazy. I was like, whatever. You're all
So I tell
dull.
people all the
Dull.
time, bro, because people used to call me crazy. For decades, people called me crazy. Ever since I've been around you folks, nobody calls me crazy anymore. So it's either I wasn't
Well,
crazy at all, or all you people are crazy too. So it's one of the
Right.
two.
or we just don't say it to your face.
Right. Yeah. Let you down easy.
Just playing, Carl.
No, but Eimer saying my intuition is scary accurate. Okay, so I remember, and I was born in 78, and I remember when I was about 12 or 13, so early 90s, I was at a church youth group thing, and I just was struck with this thought in my head that sometime, like basically where we are right now, that it was going to be in the 2020s, that we were going to see some things crack out of the sky. We were going to see some, I don't know, stuff that we can't really wrap our head around. I couldn't define it at the time. I'm trying to explain what I saw then, but I've thought about it ever since then. And that's been over 30 years, where in the back of my head, I'm like, man, I remember that time where I had this like strike of a feeling of something right about now.
I really want to hear "Hole in the Sky" by Black Sabbath now.
For me, it wasn't
I'm playing
a
it.
date as much as it was my birth date. Like I know, like there's this something around a certain age when I turn around that age, and what it is for me, it's not something bad's gonna happen. It's like that's when I'm finally gonna be able to live, right?
Interesting.
Yeah, I actually remember in college, I got pissed off. I kicked someone out of the house. I was renting a room in a house with a bunch of people. Got pissed off at them. I'm like, get out of here. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Like, don't bother me. Just whatever you do, don't take the vaccine. And like this was, I graduated in 03, so this had to have been 05 or something like that.
Mhm.
And I don't know what came over me, whatever. And ever since then, like that stuck with me. That like sunk in that person. Like, what do you mean? Like, you'll know. Just get the hell out of here. Don't talk to me anymore. So I think you're onto something. We've talked about remnants. I think we've talked about remnants. I've heard it talked about.
Yep.
This remnant of something, right? But the good news is that date is approaching, so it's not too far off in our near future.
Well, I feel
for
like
whatever that's worth.
The perfect trigger event's coming real soon.
Yeah, but what is it? That's my question to anybody. I think we can all agree.
Before, during, or after the so-called election, it's the perfect timing for something to go south.
That's a simple, obvious answer, though. We've had this feeling. We just established, all of us have had this feeling for decades. How much has happened in the last decades? So, we can feel this coming toward us, but can anyone really focus the lens on what it is?
To identify.
For me, it is good times, and not necessarily just like party time, whatever, but a world where honorable men are honorable. There's no more confusion. Up is up, down is down, good is good, bad is bad. It's the inverse of this inverse world we're living in now. That's where I have a hard time. I don't know if that's after. Oh, sorry.
I think that's very possible, but I think it's going to get worse first.
Yeah, I don't know the exact sequence of events leading up to that point, but yeah, it could be a result of World War III. I personally don't think so. I think, but that's just where I'm coming from. I suppose you might be right. I don't know. But in my heart, that's where my optimism comes from. It's like, and perhaps like I overlook that into that day where we are free in the true sense of it, right? We're not bound by these corrupt contracts and the deep state and all this stuff. In my mind and my knowing growing up, is that they will be exposed. However, they won't go away completely. And what's very important to me is continuing this message. Even when we're living in these good times, we have to warn the generations that this monster will roar its head again. It's not dead. It's in seclusion. It's hiding. It's going to come back, and then it will be bad. But that's not going to be but for a long time.
It's always
So-
been
Our infrastructure is bad. They've let apparently millions of illegals into this country. We don't know who the hell they are. They've weakened our economy greatly. All right. We're having strange weather patterns. We've got an election coming up that's probably going to be a nightmare, because if one side wins, the other's going to flip out and vice versa. I just feel like we're coming up to a pinnacle of whatever is going to happen. That's like I keep telling people, I can't do anything about it other than speak out what I think is truth, right? Which I think is a good thing. But this, for the last year, I've been double timing, trying to get ready and mobile for whatever is coming. I want to have all my ducks in a row and everything in its place, and everything's done, and I can go anywhere I need to as far as I can get. All right. You know, I just feel like I need to be ready for something. So that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to be ready for whatever's coming in any way. And I'm not talking just physically or, you know, I'm talking spiritually. I'm talking in every way. I want to be ready for whatever this is that I feel is coming.
Did Elaine give her version? Nope, I don't see it. Okay.
Elaine. Let's see. Well, I don't know. Is there any generation you can think of that didn't face similar turmoil one way or another? Like, there's nothing.
Mom talked about the Great Depression all the time because she was born and raised right smack dab in the Dust Bowl right there north of Amarillo, Texas. And so, I mean, yeah, I could see something like that happening to us. I could see it being that bad.
It all kind of is on a relative basis happening to us. It's been happening to people forever.
That's why more people are growing their food, because it's to the point. Kind of have to.
I just want to be self-sufficient as I possibly can. Close, guys. I've got this. I'm going to be doing some videos of it when it's finished, and I'll show you my road warrior rig. You know.
Damn, kiss off.
I'm not even gonna.
Just don't even.
I'm not. Nope.
I mean, I see what you're saying, Eimer. I think that they're preparing for it, and maybe they even want it, because if you think about it, the more unruly we get, the more they can bring in, you know, things like martial law and locking people down and really building fences and turning Walmarts into camps. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think we're on a really slick slope as far as how people behave. And yeah, they might be, but or they might.
Everybody needs to go into their local Walmart, go into the tool section, take out some bolt cutters, some shovels, and picks and stuff, and hide it in the ceilings and walls, wherever you can find it.
Would you agree, though, that in recent times, for example, like these types of events that happens in countries that in history have lasted months and years, these types of wars happen now in days and weeks? For example, like I talked about the Romanian Revolution earlier because I'm familiar with it, and it's also the first televised revolution, right? And that was not very long. It was about a 2-week mess. The problem is the aftermath, the cleanup, the protecting what you just won for from corruption and these kinds of things. That's kind of different, right? That kind of goes on for a while. But the actual kinetic part of it, I suppose, it seems like it's from when in history, it seems like that kind of stuff went on for years, where here in our modern time, it seems like it's in a matter of days and weeks.
Okay. Moves faster.
Right? Like, what are we seeing like in South America and some of these other countries? A guy gets in, he tells them all, hey, you're all under investigation for corruption, right? What is that, in Venezuela, I think it was, or I can't remember the exact country, where the newly elected president, I think he actually spoke at the RNC at some point about it too. So it seems like where, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe that's just my impression of it, but that's kind of what I've seen throughout history. So even if something like that happens here, how long do you think it would go on for? Are we looking at days, weeks, months, years, generations? Like, what are you guys' thought on that?
Let's annex Canada. All right, we'll invite Australia to join us, and then we'll conquer all of South America. How's that?
Even Reagan pointed out, you know, your best bet is to be friendly with your land neighbors, and I think that's why the let's say certain places east of Europe that are connected land-wise by borders, at the end of the day, they're gonna fight for each other. So I think we need to choose our enemies wisely.
Hey, Mommy.
Well, the New World Order wants to rule the world. Let's take it over before them. Let's spread freedom before they can spread control.
Yeah, that's where I think they'd probably go into hiding before they relinquish any power. They might just kind of disappear.
You know what it looks like to me? Now you say that, I've been thinking about that too. It's like they just keep going. They're just going to go on with their narrative no matter what anybody thinks. You know, oh yeah, Kamala's doing great in the polls. Everybody loves her. They just go on with the lie. Just like any liar I've ever known in real life. They'll never admit they'll take it to the grave, whatever they're lying about. They'll never say they're sorry. They'll never admit they did it. They'll just keep going on with it. On and on. It feels like.
More would be fought with media.
Yeah, and in that sense, it's going on right now. You know, it's something that we've been in. And oftentimes when we think of these types of conflicts, we think about it going kinetic, and that's when it starts. For example, you know, like the shot heard around the world. Well, the propaganda and the problems were going on much before then.
I have a video actually of, but it's a funny video. Newscasters when they can't stop laughing.
This is what's weird. The wars that I read about, you know, there were lines in the sand. There was red coats and blue coats, and you knew who the enemy was. They were standing over there, you know. Now they're talking about civil war in the United States. How do you know your enemies? There's no Mason-Dixon line. There's nobody. There's no, you know, it's like a whole bunch of blue areas surrounded by red. How would this play out?
That's what I've been saying. Even if there was, who'd be fighting who? Because I know the states wouldn't be fighting each other. There's no way we're all going to be fighting each other. So the war it's definitely, there's a spiritual war, but there's also a war of, it's a psychological war.
Yeah, you know, would our military actually, you know, attack our own populace? I mean, what did people? I just don't know how in the world this would play out.
That's going to happen in big cities. Big cities.
Not to mention, we all still have our guns. You know, it's not going to be easy.
Think about New York City.
You and
Manhattan is a pretty small island. and I believe it's 8 million. And somebody can fact check me if you want. Like, I don't know the exact number. All right. Somewhere around 8 million Manhattan, right? And they're disarmed. And now you imagine some shit going down. That is the first place that's going to get walls and fences. You'll find that in name a major city in the US. Most states have one that this is going to happen. And it's going to call in an emergency declaration for the entire state. So it'll be a hyper-focused skirmish.
Well, here's the thing I think about that, though. I mean, all right, like on, the eve of Hillary and Trump, she had 90% of the polls. It's like they're saying now that Kamala is, winning in certain areas, and her approval rating is so high and stuff. It's all, I don't believe none of that, all right? And I believe it's like their polls, how they inflate what their agenda is, and they say it how it is. It's the same thing with our numbers. I mean, I know there's a lot of people that are on the left side, and I know there's a lot of communists in this country now, but I think their numbers pale in comparison to the patriotic Americans of this country. I think they hide our numbers, all right? Because it's like Michigan. I know the blue areas, around Detroit and Ann Arbor and stuff, and even up north there's some small areas, but I also know the rest of the state. And I'm telling you, there's just millions of red-blooded American people out there that are armed to the teeth, and they're sick of this shit. So it's like, really, when it comes down to like just the state alone, the numbers from left to right there are vastly different, right? Vastly.
Yeah,
and I believe it.
It's the same everywhere. Texas, they keep saying we're purple now. That is absolutely not true. Yes, Houston's blue. Dallas, I think, is getting there.
Mm-hmm.
Austin is divided.
Mm-hmm.
San Antonio, I think, is divided, but I could be wrong there. I think they're more.
It's just like how they tried to embellish her last rally, all right? And then they were hiding what Trump's looked like. It's the constant. You got to hand it to them for fooling most people to make them think that there's really a need for a third bathroom. Because in reality, it's like less than 0.1% of the people of this country would have used that dang thing. How do you make such a big deal out of that little of a percentage is my point. You know what I'm saying?
I think we need to remember that a lot of things happen, even in the city epicenters, that the people don't agree with. I see a lot of comments about, well, you voted this way, fuck you then. Okay, I think it's important to remember that there's a lot of stuff going on in regions that the people, they don't support it, they didn't vote for it, they don't want it. It's destructive to their properties, homes, businesses, etc. All of it, education, all of it, transportation.
Yeah, so they make up some numbers and cheat, and they roll right over those people.
Yes, there's and the corruption is deep. I think we shan't forget.
In every system, bro. Every system is deep. It's like they're at the head of control of everything.
Yeah. And with polls, so for a while I did online surveys. You can go to various websites and do a bunch of surveys and answer questions about toilet paper, Teams Crunch, and you get points, and then you can turn those points into gift cards for places like Home Depot or Domino's Pizza or whatever, right? Well, one thing I noticed, and I honestly loved it. There's a few out there, y'all, research it. It's worth it, dude. Some take longer than others, but you do get legit gift cards. They work. My point is, I started to notice this wave where at the end of the surveys for a Domino's pizza gift card or the like, they would ask political questions. Did you see X and X news story? Would you lean toward this idea or that idea? What I'm trying to demonstrate here is at the end of those, it would say powered by Rasmussen, which is a very huge poll company in the US, right? Or powered by this or that. So yeah, They pay you for your ideas on scrunching or folding, okay? But at the end of them, they ask you questions, and the normal person is just going to kind of click through and halfway comprehend what they're saying. It's like a knee-jerk psych experiment. And some of those polls and statistics are presented as a sentiment about any given topic.
Yeah. Deep State Collective. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention, they'll go into an area that's all leftist, and they'll start asking a certain audience. They won't ask everybody else.
Or are they just asking the city leaders? We don't even know if they're asking real people.
Yeah,
Right.
where are the poll samples coming from? Like,
Yeah.
where's
They're not asking anybody. They're just putting numbers on the screen because people buy into that kind of stuff. And it's that herd mentality, right? Nobody wants to be on the losing team, so they vote for the winning team. What their perception is saying is the winning team, but the reality is the masses don't want that. So it's that herd mentality. I think they're still trying to kind of bank on that. I think people here in more recent days have become a little more free thinking, a little more questioning of authority, a little bit more kind of open-minded to what used to be, like Carl was talking about, used to be conspiracy theories, and now everything's coming true, and now we're hearing deep state on the mainstream media, right? Even back in the day, that word would have been, you're an idiot, you're conspiratorial, there's no such thing. Well, now
they mock us. Have you noticed that? Like anything that we start saying, it's like they're parroting phrases that we use. I've seen that for the past 4 or 5 years, that anything that we start talking about, then it starts popping up on the news or on stuff that other people would watch that aren't like us.
People do it to each other. Like I saw Camel Toe has this new sign at her appearances, whatever they are, that says, when we fight, we win. They're mocking that fight thing. And they're coming out with these things now that say, when we fight, we win. Like it's just, it's a match. That neck though.
They, liars. Another thing I've noticed about my experiences with, terrible lying pieces of shit, all right, is that they project on you what they're doing. They'll accuse you of stealing something, or they'll accuse you of cheating when it's actually them. I see a lot of that in the media now.
Yeah, that projection. Yeah, I do too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. It just keeps on. Just like back when we were in school. But there's people, my best friend forever, she watches Good Morning America every morning and believes every single thing she hears on there.
Does she watch The View though?
I don't know.
Oh, y'all, the clips of The View are so freaking cringe. Like I
talk about hatred.
Back when Barbara Walters was still on it, I enjoyed The View. For that show's been on for, I think, damn near 20 years, 10, 15
yeah, a long
years.
time.
Barbara Walters used to be a legitimate journalist. She started that show. I watched a little bit of it. Nowadays, it is so cringe. Like, oh, it's cringe. I'm so disappointed in Whoopi. So disappointed because I love the host. I freaking loved it.
And Sharon.
Yes.
Yes.
Dude, all of them are, you just die inside a little bit. I can't.
Yeah, Whoopi, man, she goes off and she throws fits. And she was talking to one of the senators recently, wasn't she? When she walked off stage, threw a fit, and
Hmm.
left.
Yeah, a temper tantrum.
Yep.
Because like,
There
what
was
planet do
something.
those people live on? Like, where are they from? And like, even the folks in the audience too. It's just like, what's
Yeah.
happening? Like, do they really believe that? I'm sure they're getting a lot of money to say that. So I could kind of see why maybe
Yeah.
the ladies of the View would run their mouth the way they do because they're getting millions of bucks. But it's like, I don't know. That's part of the programming, I suppose. That's why they have it on TV for people to watch and consume, and people still do apparently.
All
Probably
about the
not nearly
people
as
on the
much, but
couch. That studio audience, at best, if there's anyone even there, and it's not just laugh tracks, at best has maybe 200 people. I've seen a few shows film live that were TV shows. Conan O'Brien, for example, that studio, the audience seats, it's like smaller than your small town high school auditorium. And everything is done digitally, laugh tracks and automatic clapping, and they even have signs up behind, up above the where the viewer on TV couldn't see, that say "clap now" with big
yeah,
flash
applause and yeah.
applause. I
Yes.
kid you not. So at best, it's 1 or 200 people. That's not the point. They're getting to the people on the couch, the people listening on whatever they're doing, and it's really insidious and disappointing. Yeah, apple dumpling. It is Mockingbird. It is 100% Mockingbird.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a cancer, really. It needs to
Hmm.
be cut out of society so we'd be healthy again.
I don't know how it can get better as long as the media still pushes their agenda. How they're as long as that Smith-Mundt Act stays the way it is, I don't see how we're going to get out of this crap.
I'm so surprised Trump didn't change that when he came in the first time.
Like the Smith
Perhaps,
Mud.
yeah, where they can
So,
use propaganda against us now. I think
Yeah,
Obama did that. Yeah,
yeah,
have y'all seen V for Vendetta? What's the
yes.
yeah.
What's the first place he went to?
Hey, wasn't it the news
News station.
station?
Yep.
Hundo. It's like Wag the Dog.
Mm-hmm.
Garrett, yeah, they are pre-recorded. When I went to Conan O'Brien multiple times, actually, in New York City at Rockefeller Center, which is a trip, they were done at like 10 or 11 in the morning to be aired at midnight. But I promise you, there was a live audience. It was just very small in it, and the whole production seems larger on TV, but it's basement work.
I mean, I could see going to like a Conan about back in the day, like a Conan O'Brien, back when these guys were funny. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
now it's still politically charged that comedy is missed. You have to, and that's where gratefully we have this thing called the internet and YouTube, and we're able to come together. And there's this alternative media now where actually more people are getting their information, their news from it than the mainstream. They're
Hmm.
losing viewers left and right almost every day.
Well, see, everything I'm talking about with Conan O'Brien was before Garrett was even born, because this was in like 96, 97, 98, 99. But I have not been to New York City post twin thing, you know. But in the late 90s, I went several times and visited. It wasn't a far drive from Virginia. Go up, check out the city, walk around, hang out Times Square, go to Broadway, sign up in the morning, to go to Conan O'Brien. It's definitely there. Um, you are what you eat, and that includes your media. So the Mockingbird thing is so insidious and dangerous.
Brew, I'm in. So national.
It's late night with Bonnie. Tonight's
I
guests.
might be a whole different person.
Yeah.
Late night, I get a little different.
Man, and remember like they used to give people prizes? Oprah would be like, look under your chair, it's a new car, and you get one, and you get one, and you get one. It was a party.
They're all actors, though. All the people, and some of those with those gifts, with the cars, which were all pieces of shit, Pontiac something, and the people with like Ellen's 12 days of giveaways, and everybody ate that shit up, and they would have
Yes.
people come to your door, you're on 12 days of giveaways, and people like lost it, right? Well, a lot of those are paid actors. They go over and over. So for a long time, I was addicted to Discovery ID, the investigation Discovery Channel, which is like true crime. Well, I was also addicted to the Food Network, which was a lot of cooking. And there was this lady there was a show called Worst Chefs in America. And there was a lady on there that was absolutely terrible. And it shortly after I saw her on Worst Cooks, I see her playing an actress on one of the, how Investigation Discovery does reenactments of crimes. And she was an actress in one of the reenactments. And in my head, it like I always knew, there's casting calls for even these reality TV shows, there's still casting calls. I was just like, damn, I just saw her burn some chicken thighs, and here she is in this like, your family is deadly type of shit. They're all actors, same freaking people. They go in LA, in various cities. In certain cities, you'll see it in the classified section. Models needed. They're either practice actors or for commercials, advertising actor, whatever, dude. It's all connected. Okay.
And that's
Hey, David.
like crisis actors.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's a thing.
Well, yeah, like I guess, now thinking about it, like Alex Stein, the comedian dude on YouTube, he was in like one of these cooking shows. He was in one, and it's all like supposed like real life stuff. He's like a cooking show, this other like Big Brother's house type show, and like he has all that stuff on his YouTube, and it's interesting. Yeah, it's like right out of Central Casting. They just go in and like, okay, hey, we need these types of people hired. Let's move on. And we just eat it up. We're like, oh, that could be me someday. I'm gonna go to Oprah's show and win a car. It's like, no, you're not. Never. Just
Dude,
like the lottery, it's all rigged. They don't let anybody win the lottery.
100%.
Well, you think that, but when they were doing True Grit 2, I guess, the new one, that was filmed, some of it, in my hometown. And one of the hometown girls got the part, the main part, the girl. I can't remember her name. And everyone was like shocked because she's just, but I've also seen that there was this older man. There's been a couple of them. They film a lot of movies around here.
Mm-hmm.
And this older man, he was with somebody who was trying to get a part. And as soon as they saw him, they took him. And he was in several movies. And then one of my friends, her father, they asked him, and he could barely get around, but they had him do a part in a movie where he's sitting by a river. It's The Look.
Mm-hmm.
And these old ranchers have the look that they're looking for, I guess.
Yeah, The Look. And okay, so take for example Jerry Springer. I don't know about all y'all, but I spent way too many hours, burning up. Jerry Springer came on at 10 in the morning. And back in the day, he did some legit shit, and then it turned into the chair throwing. Or Maury, or Sally Jesse, or Montel Williams, or Jenny Jones, or, you know, name them, right? You
Right.
look at the people that are on some of those panels, as it were, and you'll see them on reality shows later. Like, I'm a sucker for 90 Day Fiance. There's this woman who was known to be on Maury, and now she's on this like a decade later, and she's a sensation. But the recycling is real, you know? And
Yes.
I always thought they put maybe like advertisements for models and actors in like laundromats in like really seedy parts of town, you know, Geraldo's Climber, where I always picture as more central casting than I originally comprehended, you know?
Yeah.
Alec, again, just because I think he's funny and I watched some of his stuff, but that Alex Stein guy talks about how he worked on the Cheaters. Remember that show, Cheaters?
I love
That's all
that
scripted.
show.
It's all scripted. It's all scripted. It's all actors.
Yeah.
Yep.
There was this lady here. Oh, what did she go by? It was a reality show. Lone Star something, and she has all boys, and she's kind of heavy set with short black hair.
Lone Star.
It didn't last very long. And yeah, it was what I saw on TV and what I see in real life was like, that is so not how she is. That's not how those kids are. No.
Right. Fax 103, by the way, I see you. Central Casting Agency, changed the middle C. But even the show Pawn Stars or Storage Wars, I loved those also. Pawn Stars, you know, they had a certain presentation, but I
used to watch that.
Look at the actual place. It's a seedy ass freaking pawn shop. Las Vegas is not a safe place to be. There's a lot of prostitution, a lot of drugs, a lot of debauchery. It's Sin City, right? So Pawn Stars, their spot is right outside of the main city in the outskirt of the strip. And it's pretty seedy, dude. Now, at the same time, the people in there coming in and out, they're pre-selected to bring certain items in for production. You see what I'm saying? Like, is it a pawn shop? Yes. I've driven by it. It's real. But what you see on the television, what they show, is very much produced.
No, Gary.
Yeah. Even the guys from Duck Dynasty said the same thing, that like it was not necessarily scripted, but they would present the scenario and they kind of had a little bit of free reign to use their creativity, but it was staged in that sense. I mean, they're obviously real people and the story behind them is real. However, the scenarios and the situations and the redneckery and all that stuff going on, that was
there was an outline. This episode, we're going to talk about how you turn your rusty grill into a brand new grill by going and buying a brand new grill. There's like, I loved that show also. Dynasty was the shit, you know?
I liked it.
Flavor Flav.
One of my favorites was the where they would rebuild a house with Ty. What was that called?
Home Makeover, or
Home Makeover.
What is that? What it was with Ty Bennington? And,
Yes.
and did it on TLC first. It was like
Yes.
they would switch. Trading Spaces was like one of the first one. Then they started doing home makeovers. Yep.
And then you guys remember Exhibit, Pimp My Ride. Now they're saying all that was fake.
Yeah, Pimp My Ride was fake, and so was Cribs.
Yeah, Cribs. That's right, because it wasn't their houses. I remember, what was that? Eric was driving. No, I can't remember what motorcycle rider it was. One of these dirt bike riders, famous guy. He's like, "You guys want to see my house? I'm going to show you the real thing." You know.
The one in LA Choppers.
Yeah, that one's.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm in the quagmire of reality, though. When it first came out, it was enticing, and then you figure out it was all freaking fake. The OG reality show was MTV's Real World. Some of the first seasons that had Puck that always threw snot rockets, and that MTV's Real World started to put the voyeurism category of entertainment on the map. And that was around mid 90s, maybe 93 or 4. Somebody in chat is going to know. When MTV did Real World, I think that really started to blow open that Big Brother genre. Road World was after Real World, Lauren.
Yeah.
That's bugging the crud out of me. I'm fixing to text my daughter. What was the name of that?
Oh, 103 Taxi Cab Confessions on HBO was softcore back when you just barely had cable plus $5. That was a great show.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yep.
I haven't had a TV since I think 2008. I don't want a TV. I don't want a TV. I didn't really watch a lot of it before that. I think the last thing I was hooked on watching was the first Gulf War. That was I watched that entire thing on TV.
One of my
then
first.
We all got locked down and ended up having to watch Tiger King, or what's the name of that show?
Oh yeah, Tiger King with Carol Baskin. Damn that Carol Baskin. And people loved it. They ate it up.
Oh, they can't get enough of it.
It was total parody. So one of my first TV memories was seeing the Challenger explosion. And
1986.
all the news like constantly. I think that was like 83 or something. What is it like?
1986.
That was one of my first emblazoned TV memories back then, you know. So Bonnie, Carl, what is something you saw, like your youngest, when you were a child, that you saw on TV that has always stuck in your head?
MASH.
Well,
do you mean like global event?
Yeah, like an event, like the Challenger was the one where my
the one that affected me the most first was December 7th of 1980.
December 7th, 1980. December 7th.
What happened on that day?
Yeah, what happened?
They killed John Lennon.
Oh, okay. So that's your, okay.
That's probably like the first, bummed me right out.
Yeah. It wasn't Ronald Reagan. It was the guy that he was a, what do they call him? Secret Service, I think. His name was Brady or something like that.
The Brady Bill. When Reagan was shot, one of the guys
was Reagan shot also? I just remember Brady being shot, hit in the head.
Reagan was shot too, but yeah. Brady was severely injured in the head.
Yes.
Huh.
For me, I would have to say it was 9/11. I was a junior in high school, but I'm trying to think of something before that that was as memorable as like, you
Yeah,
know.
you're probably right. Black Watch probably was the 8th.
Yeah, Jim Brady. Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah, like something as a kid, like,
Okay.
or even on the radio, or on, Carl, you're saying you didn't have like TV for a long time. I'm just saying, like, something you saw, because for a lot of us, 9/11 would be a pretty strong sense
Well,
of
I saw
there's.
that on the computer
Yeah.
when I was working at a sale loft in Traverse City. The owner's son called me into the office, and he had it online. And I got in there just in time to see the second plane hit, or what they broadcast.
Right.
Saw that live, and I immediately left the shop. I thought 9/11 was just to be like the opening salvo to a widespread attack coming on America. Even then, I thought it was just the beginning.
Oh, wow. Hmm. Connection there.
Hey, Wild Country.
Oh yeah, Tanya Harding and the whole like, yeah, I remember that.
I remember that too.
Mm-hmm.
Forgot about that. Hmm.
I remember the hostage crisis when Carter was in office too, with the Ayatollah Khomeini. You guys remember that?
Mm-mm.
I don't know. I say this often though. I remember most of my life guys wearing all black with their faces covered in veils and usually holding an AK-47 in the air, screaming something equivalent to "Death to America," infidels.
Yep. I remember as a kid a lot of the scandal with Oliver North that was on the news constantly. I didn't understand it at the time. I was super young, but I remember that being on the news constantly. Oliver
Yeah, I
North.
remember that and Watergate and stuff, but it wasn't like something I even cared about at that age. It was like I wouldn't even. That was not a
Yeah.
priority. Yeah.
Right.
I do remember watching a replay of the Challenger blowing up in 5th grade, but like no one in the class, like none of us knew what was going on. I don't know if we weren't paying attention to the teacher, like when she was telling us about her, like the Challenger, this and that. And she might have even like went as far as to explaining like it exploded and all this stuff. But like I remember, wheeling in the TV and the VCR, playing the tape, and we're watching this thing go off and it explodes. The girls in my class started crying. We're like, what the heck just happened?
Yeah.
And the teacher's like, what are you talking about? I told you, like, you guys don't know this. And we're like, no. I did have an interesting teacher though. At one point she tricked us and like brought the school nurse in with a tray and like this piece of Tupperware over the tray, and we're learning about it, the human body and stuff. And she was like, hey, there was an accident on the highway just by school here, and this person was riding a motorcycle, and they donated their body to science, so we're going to show you their brain, right? So she takes this piece of Tupperware off, and there's a Jello brain on this platter, but we were kids, we didn't realize it was Jello, right? Like they put like different stuff in it. It looked like a brain kind of. And they're like talking to each other, and the nurse is like, I don't know, maybe you should take a bite. And like the teacher takes like a knife and like cuts a little piece off the bottom and eats it. And we're all like, oh my God, what are you doing? We're like flipping out, losing our minds. And then it was like, oh, it's Jello. Like, oh, that's still gross. You're messed up. There's something wrong with her.
All right. Well, how many of y'all had to dissect a frog? Because they stopped doing that, I think, because of.
Yes. I was
pigs.
close.
Did you do the pig?
Yeah, I did the fetal pig. Yeah.
The fetal pig, the frog. You could do locusts.
And the smell. I will. Yeah.
Yeah, that smell, I can smell it right now. Oh my
Familiar.
gosh.
Fermented, yeah, or whatever it was. I don't know. For some reason,
Probably always some kid dressed in black enjoying that way too much in the back corner.
yes,
Right, there was
the
100%.
guys wanted to bring a cat in. But for some reason, I remember we got a Christmas card from Nixon and his family. It had him and his family on the front of it. I remember it sitting up on a shelf or mantle or something. That was kind of weird.
Sweetbread's good. You guys ever had sweetbread? I really like sweetbread on crackers.
I don't know what that is, I guess. When you say
Cow
sweet bread, I'm thinking Hawaiian bread.
No, it's cow brains.
Oh, no.
No. I do remember dissecting the cow eye. I think I saw that in chat. Yeah. A Lady Smith. I remember that too.
Eyeball. I've eaten a deer eyeball and a goat's eyeball.
Ew.
You ever have goat head soup? Where, you know, they make goat head soup is a real thing. It just looks back at you.
Nope. No.
That's a no? Is that what I just heard?
Yep. Nope. No. No. Weirdest thing I ever had to eat was escargot. But it actually tasted good. But no, I never had the my father-in-law was German, so the blood sausage, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah, they ate all that kind of stuff. I did.
Y'all gonna have to get inventive if you want to survive the apocalypse.
Well,
Yeah, that's a different story, man. If I have to eat goat brains, all right, but I'm not like going to the restaurant and be like, hey, yeah, I think I'll try your goat brain. Sounds delicious.
It's funny
I know
though,
there's
when
like,
you haven't eaten in a couple of days and then you cook some fish or something you cut. Man, is it good. When you really haven't eaten for a while and you first get food, it's wonderful, man. It's like,
why would I eat the brains when the goat is there? I've had barbecued goat.
yeah, that part's good.
Bologna or hot dogs or whatever. What do you think they're skirting the floor with? You know what I'm saying? Like,
you use the brains to rub
we're all
on
eating it.
to make you tan the leather with the brains to make your loincloth.
That's why you fry it. You fry it and you can eat it.
Yeah, I feel that. Fry it. Frying fixes things. But like the whole idea is waste nothing. So
Yeah.
sausages, whether, blood sausages, there's a lot of fat. There's a lot of all of the nasty bits go into the casing, which was OG. Literally, the intestines were the casing, and good butchers still do that, right? So, I'm just saying, like, waste nothing. I mean, there's some things that are gross, and I don't eat them either. But when it comes down to it, I knew this girl when I was a waitress at Pizza Hut. And she was wild, man. She was wild. And she had worked at a meat factory. And she explained that once they did all the cuts at the butcher, the slaughterhouse, that the bones and a lot of bits went into a section of the factory that created ramen packets, the little packet.
Oh no. Yeah.
Okay. That
Virginia, what would you rather have? What would you rather have out of the two? Rocky Mountain oysters or South American roasted tarantula?
Okay.
I don't want to eat balls. and I don't want to eat spiders. And both of them could have a hair factor.
Right.
You don't like hairy balls.
I don't like
Which
hairy
would be,
balls or
which
hairy
would be
spiders.
the least offensive?
I honestly, I'm a big texture person, and so something that's too chewy or aggressively gamey, like it fucks with my head. So it would depend on the part of the spider. how big of a ball are we talking about?
The size of the spider is bigger than a basketball. The thorax is about the size of a softball. They got to roll them in the fire coals to get all the hairs off them, though. Before they're ready, you got to roll them over the coal. Make sure you burn all the hair off. Then the shot inside becomes like a white. As the thorax cooks, it turns white. You know, and then they sit around the campfire down there and they rip it open. They eat it like they're starving. It's like a delicacy.
Yeah, I understand. It's kind of like preparing tongue, but I think I'd rather eat like a fried spider.
Do we even have those here?
Spiders or balls?
The one he's talking about.
There's actually hundreds of species, hundreds of different kinds of tarantulas. So yeah, we did. You guys got them.
I've seen the tarantulas. They bounce
all over the Southwest. Yep.
I have this movie. It's called Nim's Island, and she's making food for them, and it's worms that, like what we would use for fishing worms, the big fat ones. And I can't remember what all she puts in there. Maybe some tree stuff, or it's just stuff laying around, crawling around, that she's putting in the skillet. And I've seen that Naked and Afraid. I think that in that situation, yes, there's a lot of things you would eat that you would not typically think of eating.
I can tell you one lunch I'm not going to eat. It's a famous lunch that there's a mortuary that sits on the border of Tijuana in California, and there's literally bodies found daily. All right, so this mortuary is outside. They have open casks. They're not caskets. They're like, like big mailbox slots that they put the bodies in, and they just decompose in there. Some of them might be in bags or trash bags or whatever. Some of them get claimed. All right. And there's these guys that maintain it all the time. They're constantly there. They pretty much live at this location, and they're famous for a lunch. They make lunch out of vultures. They make vulture soup out of the same dang vultures that are living off them carcasses. They make a soup out of it. And they become pretty famous for
it. Virginia, Rich Runner made a little poem or something for you.
Rich Runner, I see you. Her name was Mary. Her lips were red like strawberry. Her eyes were green, and she was never mean. She could be contrary. The girl you would marry. Just one flaw. She hated hairy balls. Dude. Ditto. And it, like, Taco Bell is a dangerous food.
Yeah, you rent it.
Like,
how do you feel about scars, Virginia?
What's that?
I said, how do you feel about scars?
Scars? What kind of scars?
You missed the beginning of the show. I'm talking about the scars on my balls.
Oh yeah, I did miss the beginning. Yeah, I just got. Well, women have a lot of scars too, for real. But when it comes down to meat, we can't be too choosy. Like, I lived on Guam for almost 4 years, and I consumed dog actually in Hawaii. I didn't know it. I didn't know it was a dog until later. But a lot of the locals, you know, they will eat iguanas, dogs, cats. There's various things crawling around wild that for real, it's all meat.
Yeah.
When it comes down to it, you're looking for protein. So it is pretty freaking gross. It is. There are certain things where I'm like, no, I'd really rather not. If it came down to having to, I would.
Right.
I ate horse not knowing it. I was like, why is this meat so oily? Like, what's going on? And my brother started laughing. He's like, yeah, I see you're eating horse.
Oh,
Well, Taco
Oh,
Bell is
God.
horse.
I mean, Tom's right. When you're hungry, you'll eat anything. You know,
Yep.
I respect that. We've definitely been spoiled here. I mean, we've been blessed with an abundance, you know.
I'd definitely eat a lizard on a stick.
When all this first started, so I'm like looking around and seeing what's available if everything went crazy bad. And so close to my mom's is a place that raises miniature donkeys. And I asked in chat, so I wonder what donkey tastes like. Don't listen to that. It's
Probably tastes like ass.
all over the place. Got into the donkey shows and everything. It just went AWOL.
There's places
That's funny,
in the world,
Davey.
like Greece, if I'm not mistaken, they still, like, you can find street vendors and they're serving, you know, essentially horse sandwiches, whatever. It's regularly eaten around the world, as are many meats, even bugs. Now, I'm not being a weirdo. I do not want my Tyson foods filled with bugs. That's not what I'm saying. My point is that all different types of animals and shit has been eaten for thousands of years, for quite a long time. It kind of depends on where you are as far as to what's taboo. Like, there's cultures that have eaten insects in Asia, like, for thousands of years. Or a nice horse sandwich, a little lettuce and tomato, you're good, in some Mediterranean countries. Like, I don't want to eat it, but we can't say it's not edible.
Right. So is it true that the bugs carry bacteria? Or if you cook them, does it?
It depends. I mean, like maggots are 100% pure protein. If you get maggots from the woods, like off a carcass or something, you get a handful of those, you can eat them raw right there in your hands. They'll keep you alive. They're actually good for you, you know. But if you were like to find maggots out of a dumpster in a city, that might be a whole different story, because they're living off of something that's not natural, you know.
So the highest protein insect, as far as the last my research showed me, is actually termites. Per ounce of bug, you know, if you dry them out and you toast them and, you know, season them a little bit. All right.
Right. Yeah, I would use a maggot more, because that's more of a fast food.
Well, grubs and like worms and stuff like that, they are high protein. A lot of the.
Do I hear somebody else puking in the background?
But I'm being dead serious, y'all.
A little bit.
Termites are very.
I haven't had supper yet. I was hungry.
Right? This is how you diet.
Yeah, but you're fasting now, whether you like it or not, huh?
And I know that these Nilla wafers probably do have bugs in them because they're made by the Mondelez, whatever, however you say that. Mondelez. I don't know. There's no telling what's in these. There's something that is addicting in those.
Sugar.
You think it's the sugar? No, because I can.
Sugar is very addictive, more so than cocaine. Is
Right.
what they say.
I can take a bite of a pastry and be happy with that. It takes like 5 to 10 of these to make me happy. Of course, they're the minis. I don't get the big ones anymore. Get the minis because they're crunchier. I don't know. I don't know what it is. And so I thought it was the crunch. So I've been like trying to replace it with pickles because I love pickles.
I think there's a chemical element to the foods we get, the processed foods we get. There's a lot of chemicals that turn your brain on, and it takes a lot to feel satiated. And then it's a big vicious cycle because you crave them more and more.
Tom Fry got an iron gullet. He lives down south where they serve chitlins and stuff all the time, and tripe, and they got stuff down
I've eaten
south.
tripe. Isn't that stomach pork stomach soup or something like that?
Yeah, cow.
The lining of the
cow.
stomach. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what make
You ever
me.
tried haggis? You ever had haggis? I've tried all that stuff. It's not like great, all right? There's nothing really good about it. But if you were starving, it would sustain you, you know? Hey, ladies.
I agree. I think there is something addictive in the processed foods we get that, you know, does something to our brain chemistry that makes us want to go back and get more. I mean, look at obesity around here. I don't think these, you know, it's a matter of how much you eat, but at what point do you just, I mean, get full? I don't know. It just seems.
That I haven't had, though, Lady Smith. I've heard about that. I haven't tried that.
I've had it. I didn't care for it, but I've had it.
Everything tastes better when you're hungry. And another thing, you can take just a plain old can of beans out there in the woods and cook it up in a pot on a fire or wood, and man, somehow that tastes better than you could ever make it at home. Everything tastes better in the woods to me. I don't know about anybody else.
Could be the high fructose corn syrup.
Any sugar replacements are really bad for you, like your brain, your whatever. They're just replacing one drug with another. High fructose in everything.
Yeah.
I use 100% raw and processed local honey and everything now. Pretty much that's the main sugar I get.
Oh my gosh. See, and smells don't get to me. Well, I guess raising 6 kids, I can handle a lot.
Things like open heart surgery while we're eating homemade lasagna. That's a foul smell. I feel like we're missing a piece of this story.
No,
I feel like I'm getting a mixed thing in chat because Tom just said, that's the God honest truth. I don't know what I just said.
He says, I can see or hear about anything and not get grossed out. Mom liked to watch things like open heart surgery while we were eating homemade lasagna. Now, a foul smell, that's a different story.
Oh, okay. I can piece that together. But yeah.
That's why I said smells don't really bother me because...
Ooh, I don't know. Smells do get get under me, dude. There are some smells that I don't know, anything putrid, like my nose, I'll smell something that
Worst
is
smell is
spilled
human
or
dead
off
body.
somewhere, and yeah, that's interesting.
Okay, well,
Human,
gang, my,
worst thing I've smelled is human dead bodies. And you
Right?
think it's
okay,
one thing to smell a dead body, but it's even another thing to smell a burned dead body.
okay, well, I haven't done that. So
Well, rotting meat or rotting. I worked in a seafood restaurant, and the trash can was like fish sludge and people's garbage. That smell, like when you're taking that garbage to the dumpster and the bag breaks and gets all over your freaking feet, that
yeah,
smell, you will not want to eat anything in that variety ever again.
okay, well, I can understand that. And that's
I'm trying to pay attention, Tom. I really am.
one time with the Girl Scouts, we had a sale or something, a cookie sale. I had got all the girls breakfast tacos, and so loaded everything up in my car, and um, supposedly not the breakfast tacos. I kept smelling something worse and worse, and I thought something had died in my car, and I went through it like crazy, and we still had the ice chest back there and all the cases of cookies in the back of my Durango. And so one night I was like, okay, I can't take it anymore. I got to find this. I started ripping out all those cases of cookies and stuffed way back behind, almost between the back seat and the flat, very back of was a bag with 2 breakfast tacos in it. It was bad. We would drive with the windows down, hanging our heads out. It was,
I had a couple of the best tacos I've had in years yesterday. And Tom, you're like the only guy old enough to call me boy.
I can't handle bodily smells. I get like my gag reflex instantly. If I see someone puking or I could smell it, I'm dry heaving. I gotta get out of there.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. I'm always the guy that's got to clean that crap up.
yeah, me too. The husbands could not even change a diaper. Good.
Yeah, I mean, if it's from humans for whatever reason, I can't tolerate it. I grew up on a farm. I've seen it all with animals. Not a big deal. I don't know what it is, what's different when it's comes from a human being.
Humans are different. The human body decomposing or something different, man. You can tell. But I've also encountered a couple of horrific smells on this planet otherwise. Like one time, the ice melted away on the lake and something big and blonde floated up right up against our breakwater. And it was bloated so big I really couldn't tell what it was. All right. It was past obese, bloated. Must have been there all winter long. And when the ice melted, it came up. Anyways, I tried to push it away from our breakwater. I didn't want the thing on our shoreline, so I pushed it away with a pole, and it went. And it let out gas, and it was an instant stunk up the whole block situation, right? And I mean, it was a dog. Unfortunately, it was somebody's Labrador Retriever, and I saw it shrink in size and sink away in about 20 foot of water to nowhere. It was horrible, but I've seen worse and smelled worse. All right, a buddy of mine up north, his dad was a butcher, For a long time, he was a butcher, and he pretty much just cows. And I've told the story about how my buddy lost his thumb and that crap. But there was one time where we were sent out with the backhoe and the tractors, and we were gonna dig a new trench to bury what they called the cape, the head, the entrails. You take all these leftovers from a butchered cow, and they'd bury them in a giant mass grave. All right, like 100 cows, fill it in with dirt, start a new trench. Well, he was digging the new trench, and he scratched into the last trench, and it poured into the new trench like this yellow pus looking stuff. You could see the skulls rolling out of the hole into the next trench, and it was an instant horrible. We were both running as fast as we could back to the house to get away from it. Left the fucking tractors right where they are, running away from this horrid smell that then encompassed like a 5-mile radius all the way around that farmland. It was horrible. I mean, that's the worst thing because it was overwhelming to the point it was, indescribable.
Everybody's on a week-long fast now. The things there.
We had a cow that had a cyst once. We called the vet, and all they do is lance it, right? So they cut the cyst open. This stuff starts pouring out of this cow's neck, and the vet looks at us and he's like, "You guys like tomato soup?" After that, I've never been able to really look at tomato soup again the same way. It was literally the consistency, that pus blood mix coming out of that poor cow's neck. I was like, good Lord.
Yep. That's what I was saying. I think gangrene would be
What's up, Moose?
maybe the worst thing I don't know. There's been a few things.
There's some
Oh,
pretty
hey, Moose, man.
smells on this earth. I've encountered some.
But
I
we have a friend that has staff, and it's got to be packed every day. They got this gaping hole, and you just
Nope. Sorry, friend. Not that good of a friend to anybody. Call the home nurse or whatever. Figure it out. Call your mom.
my goodness. Okay. I don't know where y'all are going to be when stuff starts happening, but I'll be there. I can sew, I can pack.
Just reminded me of dressing out a deer like 45 years ago. Cut open a deer and its rear hind quarter. Somebody must have either shot it or hit it with an arrow or something, but there was a softball-sized gray, hard, like giant booger in its meat. Just a big ball of fucking cancer. Didn't eat none of that deer. That was pretty nasty smelling too.
Or if you accidentally cut open the is it called a sack?
Oh, the urine sac. If you hit the urine sac out of an animal, you could ruin a lot of meat that way.
Yeah.
But watch for them cancerous growths. Don't eat nothing that's got a cancer in it.
Yeah, Lisa.
I'll tell you what, Black Watch, whatever that it was big, man, a giant ball of gray matter in that deer, and I poked it with a stick. It was tough, man. Had to have been a horrible life.
And that does happen a lot. A lot of times hunters will, I shouldn't say a lot, but probably too often, where a hunter will take a shot at a deer and hit it in the hindquarters or a leg shot. Those are common, and they'll run off. I mean, a deer will run far and fast on 3 legs.
Right.
That's funny. My grandmother would always say that. We'd make snow ice cream.
Watch out where the huskies go, and don't you eat that yellow snow.
There's no such thing as banana flavor. Oh, Wayne, popping
That
pimples.
sounded like some communist shit right there. Is this that 2 + 2 is 5 shit? What are you trying to tell?
No,
How is there no
Or-
banana flavors?
no, I was making an eggplant joke. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that, you know, there's 2 things that I don't know. The best thing I can do with eggplant or beets is throw them right in the compost pile to grow something else.
Mm-mm.
There you go.
Fried eggplant is so good, and eggplant parmesan, and
Yeah, I make an eggplant spread that's killer.
Hell yeah.
It's there's a few different things. I actually like dehydrating it recently. I grow eggplant, so I dehydrate it, crush it up, and put it in stuff. I've always liked it.
Good night, Tom.
good night, Tom.
Much love.
And I,
You know, I saw a picture of him without his hat on. He's got like hair down to his waist. He's a hillbilly, a long-haired hillbilly.
Mm-hmm. I saw.
Matter of fact, there might come a time where Tom could be the oldest living hippie on Earth. That could happen.
sign said long-haired hippie people need not apply. I grew up in a, like, I guess it'd be a village, you would call it, closest town or whatever, closest village to me. There's a lot of hippies there. At one point in, can't remember how old I was, but they were like trying to change the name of the town. So the name of the village is Gays Mills. All right. So it's like not much better. They tried changing it from Gays Mills to Rainbow Village. And like all of a sudden, all the farmers came out of the hills and they're like, hell no, we're not hippifying our village. But it's like, it's not much better. You know, it was a historical name, though. These brothers came and opened up a mill on the Kickapoo River. And that's where the little village got its name from.
Oh.
The Kickapoo name alone, man, you gotta wonder if somebody wasn't just like, you know, playing with malarkey or something. Kickapoo, come on.
It's actually one of the oldest rivers in America. That's what they said. It's
There was
Indian
a tribe
names.
named it's a tribe, the Kickapoo. Wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it sounds like
Yeah.
a name. Yep.
One of the other little towns the other way was Seneca. So it was very like, you know.
I have kicked a lot of bull nuggets and horse malarkey.
Sometimes I think this is a simulation with like thinking back, even some of my teachers' names and like the music teacher, his name was Mr. Coda. And if you're familiar with like sheet music and stuff, Coda is a musical term, musical thing.
It's
Our
also the name of the Led
librarian was
Zeppelin
Mrs.
album.
Riedel.
It's also the name of the Led Zeppelin album.
Green Lane. Breathe deep. You'll keep it down. Eat a pickle.
I think the idea of a simulation is about as realistic as any, frankly. Jumping lines and in some kind of a projection. What if we are avatars in somebody's video game? I mean, can you disprove it?
I don't need to prove it. This all felt way too real to me. I'm just not buying the simulation. I felt too much nature in my face to believe it's a simulation, I guess. I don't know. I just don't. Yeah, no. I didn't even hear about simulations until, you know, the digital world started coming to be.
Mhm.
I see a lot of theories and stuff like that seem to only happen after the internet, you know, and that's one of
Right.
them.
Okay. Yeah. See that?
Funny.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, though, if we're saying we're eternal beings, we're having this experience here on this earth, here and now, in this form. However, once we pass, there's life after this life.
I'm an old hippie too, Wayne, and I don't categorize a hippie by the length of their hair. All right, I know bald hippies, I know hippie chicks, I know a bunch of hippies. I've known a lot of hippies, but it's really not about the hair.
What does a hippie even mean? Like,
The people, to me, a hippie is somebody
term,
who
cultural.
dresses. To me, a hippie is somebody who dresses and lives very earthy, all right, very,
We love.
you know, very pacifistic, very, um, you know, energy efficient, self sufficient, grow their own, do their own, teach their own.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because you're describing Tesla drivers with blue hair.
That's exactly
I'm
true.
saying it has a lot of good traits. I mean, unless you're just a dirty little hippie freak, that might not be good.
So where did hippies get the bad rep?
Right. And where did the term even come from?
I think what it was because of the Vietnam War. There was that anti-war movement that they a lot of hippies were into that, and that created a divide. And the blue collar man didn't like the hippies because they were against America and all that stuff. Is kind of what it was turned into. I mean, at least that's what I saw.
Was that the whole like flower child thing?
Well, yeah, I mean,
In the mid 60s. So
yeah.
You know,
Well, it kind of started in the mid '60s because it went from like beatniks to hippies in the '60s, and then in the '70s, it was still going on in the '70s. So I would say it's like late '60s to mid '70s was the highest of it, to me at least. That's what I remember hippies the most.
but I
on my,
think that in the 60s they started a movement, and it was, oh, what was it called? I watched a documentary on it, and
Which we had Timothy Leary. You had some weird things going on there too, like the tune it out or tune in, drop out, or what was that? I forget what his slogan was, but it was.
it seems like this was a church, like they were all into Jesus,
Oh,
and
didn't they just do a movie about it recently or something?
yes,
a
that's
few of those.
that's what I'm saying. I've seen a movie or a documentary or
The
something on it.
Ashbury thing, but that was only that area. The hippie movement was more widespread than that. It was actually worldwide.
Wasn't like anti-establishmentarianism or something like that? Isn't that what where that comes from? It seems like they
All
kind of
of that against the man, against Big Brother, against it was against control and fascism and all these things. They were.
Yeah.
Like I said, it wasn't all bad. And when I was talking about like John Lennon, the song Imagine, when I was young, I didn't see it the same way. Now I'm older, I'm thinking, well, that, imagine knows no heaven, Yeah,
Yeah, I
it's a
feel
little more.
The clothes are like bohemian style, right? The bohemian style clothing would be the same as
Yep.
hippie clothing.
Well, it's all
And-
free love, and like the song Imagine, like Carl was saying, when I was younger, I loved that song, belted it all the time. Now when I listen to the words, it's pretty calmy, actually.
Yeah, it is.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. is I was a little more naive at that age.
And I like that style, the bohemian style, because they're
When I
comfortable.
said the way they dress,
A
a hippie chick, if I see a girl dressing like I don't know how to describe it, but they're not revealing in any way. They're like the dress is like a summer dress, but they got long sleeves and they got right up to the collar, and even pregnant girls wear some if they cinch it above their bump, but they're
yes,
usually a flower pattern, a basic cut dress. And if I see a gal wearing one of those, I know she's a hippie chick.
well,
I can usually tell by the hair on their armpits
Ah,
Here's the thing.
or
When
the
I'm
hair on
saying
their
that,
legs.
I don't even mean it in a bad way, because I've said this before, and I mean I'm like 10% hippie, 10% nerd, 10% hillbilly, 10% city. You know what I mean? I've got a bunch of different percentages of all of it in me, so I don't judge anybody for being any way.
well, I don't wear bras and stuff, okay, but I'm saying that that movement might not have been a good thing. We romanticize it and we make it all cute with the flowers and the psychedelic music and all the free love, all right, but does that not mirror kind of fucked up situation we're in right now?
I don't
yeah,
know, but I've been telling people now here for about a year that I'm always, happy to lending a hand and support for any gal who can't afford a bra.
Yeah. Well, it's a lifestyle choice. It's a lifestyle choice, but the mindset's kind of got us into this quagmire, though.
Yeah,
As much
that's a communist mindset that they lived in communes, right? It was,
as they did. Yep.
I kind of lived in a hippie thing, man. When I was younger, in the 70s, I got kicked out of all the schools around here because of the juvie thing and all the cops and all the fighting and stuff. They kicked me. They wouldn't take me in any school down here, so they shipped me up north. And it was a bunch of Vietnam veterans and a bunch of smart people who wanted to get away from the system and live off like a homestead. They called it homesteading back then. That was like farmers or homesteading or what. It wasn't, preppers and survivalists and, militia. You get called all kinds of shit, Rambo, whatever you're into. But these people just wanted to do their own thing, and there was a whole bunch of them that got property next to each other, and they traded shit off, and their kids grew up together, and it was. I lived there for a few years, and it was, a cool thing while it lasted. But honestly, what I saw divide everybody was things like religion and, spouses cheating on with other spouses in the groups, and somebody, get a lot of hate for somebody, it would divide them, and it just dissolved. I mean, some of the family still owns the property up there, but they don't talk to their neighbors no more. There's no more, bands of barefoot kids running from one homestead to the next all day long and shit. It was in its height. It was a blast. All right, but things change.
what's
Mhm.
Babylon B stuff?
Babylon B is a media publication. They have articles and kind of things like that. I'm not sure exactly if she's referring to a specific. Oh, she did put in a video. Yeah.
yeah, it's like a satire. It's like YouTube clip type stuff, satire, comedy. They're funny. I think it's funny stuff.
You know
I
what,
don't know
though?
the YouTube rules, so
Living
that's
like
beyond
that,
me.
you guys, I tell you what, living like that, I lived in the back, the bigger army trucks like Devil Dogs got. It was an M220 shop van. All right, I had a wood stove in the back of that. It was parked in the field, and I had it all to myself. But during that period of time, I learned about wood stoves and honey, bees, and all kinds of different things that people were doing there. I'd learned from them, Oh, I got a lot of what I know from those people. You know, in that short a period of time, I absorbed a lot.
Okay, Andy, I didn't see the link. Sorry.
I just think that families should be raised on farms instead of in the cities and little boxes and stuff. They should be out raising livestock and growing things. I think everybody should be doing that now.
My daughter can't remember either. It only ran one season. I said, I know.
The hippies in the community where I grew up, they're very artistic. They were involved in theater and stuff like that. That's how I kind of got to actually know them, not just of them, I suppose. But our neighbor, like, he built his own house, and it was like a really nice. I mean, it wasn't big or anything, but it was just really nice. Like he was telling me how he poured the concrete, he built it all himself. I think that was
Was it
kind
a
of like,
A-frame?
no, it was like kind of built into a hill. So like the first level, the back part like was under the hill, but you know, and you had like a greenhouse attached right there. And then you'd have to go up to like the second level, the upstairs, and then that part, all of that was above ground. But it was, I mean, look, I'm not trying to say like they're not. I have nothing but respect, you know, for them. It's not, you know, it's just a different, you know. And for example, even though the farmers and the hippies didn't really get along, they shared the land. They came together as a community when they needed to. It wasn't no one was at war with each other. They respected each other's freedoms and the other person's opinions and their right to have them. You know, it's not like today where it's almost a little more cutthroat.
Watched a lot of those old farmers just, you know, they all lived to be like in their 90s, and when they left, when they died, a lot of information left with them. You know, I knew one that this thing was collecting tools. He had spent 75 years on this planet collecting every tool that you could imagine. He didn't have like just 5 different types of shovels. No, he had 250 different kinds of shovels from all over the world that were made for different things. Coal shovels for trains, and you know, just so many different things you wouldn't. And he knew all that shit better than any book or any reference I've ever seen of anybody else. When that old man died, man, I know he took stuff with him that nobody knows now.
Knowledge.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
They had food co-ops like in the town or village, whatever you want to call it. It was like less than 500 people, and that was an all natural food co-op. I remember going there getting sesame seed sticks and like all kinds of cool snacks, and it was all good. And then in like the next big town over, they had like a huge natural food co-op, and they had like crazy exotic stuff. Like you could get stuff from there you couldn't get from the grocery store. It wasn't cheap, you know what I mean? But they paid. It was worth it. It's good stuff. Healthy and tasty.
Yeah.
See, now, like I was talking about Traverse City, Michigan. That's a pretty well-known town now. But back in the 70s, it was only Michiganders really knew anything about it. At least that's what it looked like. But they had a co-op in the 70s, early 70s. I remember this place. It was not like a grocery store or nothing. It was actually on a second-story building. And I remember going up the steps in the back, and you go through a dark hallway, and you come to this place that was just bins and bins of different types of produce and product that, you know, you could trade your goods for their goods, or you could buy it from them, and it was way cheaper than buying it from any grocery store, and you would get that exotic stuff. I remember, speaking of bananas, that's the first time I ever got dried banana chips, which I'm still addicted to. I can eat banana chips like all day long. But I remember that getting dried pineapple from that place. The first time I ever had that, you know, if you dry a pineapple, it gets really sugary. It's like a candy, you know. And
Yeah.
I get all. That was the first co-op I remember.
What do you mean, Wayne Sanford? People are lost. Very curious.
Hmm.
Yeah, I agree. People are lost. What's your perception of it? I mean, I think communities that do that, you know, food swapping and bartering and having those close community markets, that's all a good thing. I think the mindset of communes is not always a good thing.
Right. But the
On the other hand, you're right, because like I was like 11 years old or something, and here I am at a field party drinking beer all day long and smoking bongs. All it's like 11.
That explains a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's cyclical, Wayne. I see you.
what's that one? It's Slab City. It seems to work there because they have rules and everybody follows them, or else they get thrown
That place
out.
is a morphing place, Bonnie. I've watched Slab City over the years and a lot of documentaries and a lot of YouTubers visiting them and stuff. And it pretty much changes with who's there, you know. And from what I understand, it's even like snowbird, like I don't know, we used to call them snowbirds. Here in Michigan, they leave for like go live
That's
in
what they call
Florida
them.
during the winter or whatever, and you know,
Yes.
so that place has changed.
I want to
Slab
be a
City is
snowbird.
evolving.
Y'all
You
are,
want to be a snowbird?
y'all are talking about those cool temperatures up there. It was 102 here today. Yeah. Spend the summers in the north and the winters in the south.
I got 55 and it's beautiful.
Oh my goodness.
I actually have a little sweat on my brow.
Just be able to just open up the windows and have cool would
It's
be
about 60 degrees here right now. It's perfect. But last time I was on this panel, it was like 96 degrees.
Mm.
Yeah, we're about 60. Well, I guess I'm not that far from you, Carl. It's a little warmer. I think it said like 60 something, mid 60s, but it's perfect.
It is. I like it like this. It was cool enough today where I got a lot done without sweating my ass off for it.
when I went live it was 98. It's down to 82 now. Cool.
Damn.
It's an interesting concept, though, Wayne. I know there's I can't remember that guy Stitchin or something like that's his name. He wrote that book, something like Humans, a Species with Amnesia. I remember reading that, and I could see how on one hand we forget, but on the other hand, I could see how, you know, we have been manipulated and stuff. A lot of like what we consider to have free will, it's really directed. It's not really our free will. It's free will within these limitations, or freedom of choice, perhaps, not supposedly as much as free will as it is freedom of choice. That's just my opinion.
It can come down to determinism also. You know, your
I've seen some
limits.
videos, Sigma. I've seen some videos of where they went down in those tunnels under Las Vegas. And there's bunches of people that live down in there and stuff. There's like a whole network underneath Las Vegas. A lot of cities have that, surprisingly.
Pretty much all of them.
Yeah.
Watch Cities of the Underworld and start looking into that. I find it fascinating. All we have done is build on top of fallen civilizations, and it makes you wonder why, what happened, where they just decided to build on top of rubble and keep going higher.
Right.
Tons of theories on that out there, you know. But every city, every
We
single,
talking Tartaria now?
not necessarily, dude. Every city, every major city in the country, all around the world, it might not have to do with some, you know, Tartaria. Sure, that's an option, but we
No,
can
I know. I'm just teasing you, but the one that blows my mind the most is Darren Kuru.
The
Where
what?
they Derankuru is the one where that you can house like 20,000 inhabitants down underground, where they got these giant wheel doors that close. This guy found it under his house, an entire underground city in Turkey.
Oh, I recall. Yeah.
Where he went through his basement wall and
Yeah,
It's not the only one, but it makes you wonder what the heck were they hiding from?
right. What were they hiding from? Was it enemies outside? Was it something in the sky? It kind of doesn't make sense for it to be a flood if they all went underground, because you're just going to drown. So, what? How many
No,
times?
those wheel doors. Those are defensive doors. Those doors were made to keep anybody out.
yeah. And but they had like I mean, it was perfect. The way they had the ventilation in there, the way they had the open area for some kind of gathering.
Right.
Yeah, I've heard it said that the Indians were so in tune with the world because they watched the animals. Right? They learned how to insulate themselves by watching the squirrels, whatever it was. But if you look at Darren Kuru, it reminds me of a ant colony, what it looks like, inside of a
Mhm.
when you
Yeah.
can see.
Yeah. Could
Mhm.
be too, like if you think about it, originally people lived in caves, right? And then in my mind, I'm thinking these are just man-made caves. It's easier perhaps to dig out these shelters and have that protection that would last longer than it
Right.
would be to build above ground.
It stays a certain degree temperature all year round, the same
Yeah.
temperature below a certain depth.
Yeah.
And I was fixing to say, what if it was because of the temperatures? Because it would even out winter, summer.
Yeah. You go down a couple of feet, it's a constant temperature.
Yes.
But now, did they do this for convenience, or were they hiding from something? Was there a goal other than, utilizing a cave system? Mountains have caves and all of that to
Right.
protect themselves, but some of these are clearly dug out. Like, clearly they kept going. And
Yeah.
there's evidence of kitchens and rooms and bathrooms and churches, and I mean evidence of a
Yes.
full society underground in all over the world.
And Carl, it didn't look like it was dug out that low. If he went through his basement and you were
Well,
level
that's
with,
just when he went into that part, though. It kept going.
yeah.
It's like 16 layers down or something.
Oh, okay. Well, I just saw the top part of it, I
Yeah.
guess.
There's even a 3-dimensional map of it that just blows my mind.
It's a good way to get away from predators, right? You don't want bears and lions and tigers and the
Or maybe
weather,
giants.
cold, rain.
What about giants?
Could be giants, dinosaurs, who knows?
Dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
The mole people, Mooseman says.
Yeah. And there's stories of the ant people.
The
right?
ant
Like
people, you read my mind. Yep. Go to the American Southwest. There's a lot of underground peoples.
So if they're going to eat us, it's only fair we eat the bugs back.
I don't think they're trying to eat us. I think if any of that is real, they're mole peoples, ant peoples, whatever. I think we're all hybrids over time. Thousands
Yeah, I
of
mean,
years.
it talks about that in the Bible, right? Like
Mhm.
these different species of things at one point that was kind of part of the Noah's flood, and every religion and whatever has a great flood story.
The Morlock.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I heard that too. No, and there's like parts of the Grand Canyon they don't let you go in, and they found like Egyptian-esque type things down there.
Yep.
And if we're saying at one point it was all Pangea, you know, that one piece of Earth that was all connected, and whatever event caused everything to kind of divide and spread apart. If there's people on those pieces of dirt that didn't die, they would just find themselves, now you're in North America, right?
Mm-hmm.
You used to all be
There's
around.
an odd thing to read in chat there, Elaine. I mean, I thank you, but I just, that's a weird. It's even weird to think about that. I don't want to be, no.
Excuse me.
I do not want to be, yeah, don't. Fake news.
Navy vet, I'm sorry you're having troubles. But I will watch that video. I've seen other people do it. That's what I think about this stupid thing. Just start shooting it.
There's
Now,
this.
that sounds like a Texas thing to say. Say that again. Just going to start. Remind me of good old Ma.
What?
Just start shooting it.
Just take that thing out and start shooting it.
There, right there. That's a sound bite.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. You take that fax machine to the field with a sledgehammer. Yeah, well, we're in it, y'all. Whether they were down there for the top, the bottom, or something in between, we are in it.
I don't know what it is, but I agree. We certainly are in it, whatever it is.
Yep.
You think it's possible there's a dome over us?
No,
The firmament.
I don't believe that. I've read it different than everybody else. I hate to say that, but I don't believe the earth is flat.
No, I'm
But-
not talking about flat around Earth. Do you believe there's a dome over us?
No,
It
I don't believe that neither. I mean, I believe there's an atmosphere. I mean, and a stratosphere, and altosphere. I believe all that. But I don't. I read the firmament differently than other people do. I've also had access to some really powerful telescopes and studied the skies and the night, and I've seen clearly, you know, Saturn's rings. I've seen the moon's landscape. I've seen it rotate. I've seen the mountain ranges on it and the craters and stuff. And I can see clearly spheres in the heavens. All right. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Those are within the firmament. If we're in a snow globe, the idea.
Well, that's the thing. There. Now you're talking. Like maybe all of that's inside of the firmament or the whatever. But to me, when I hear the word firmament, when I read it, I'm sorry, but I think of the ground.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
I do. Yeah, I think of the ground. Every time they talk about the firmament, I think of the ground.
Right. Yeah. No, the firmament
I know what it means. I know the other way of thinking about it.
I think all the layers, like we don't know how thick it is. The firmament, you know, with every layer of the atmosphere people talk about and all of that, it might be that thick. So what's to exclude that we're in a snow globe if the composition of the globe, the glass part, you know, the kind you shake for Christmas, is much more than we can measure or think about in that sense. Like it's a composition of all of the layers of the atmosphere, and that we might be in an enclosed system, because I think that outer space, as far as what we cannot access, I think it's water. The separation of the waters from the waters. We are in
Right.
some kind of bubble, and I can't explain what that means or how it was done, right? But I think outer space is water. In fact, NASA started studying the oceans, not the sky, not outer space. When astronauts train, they train in water. When you get tardigrades, does it not look like a parasite swimming? In fact, octopi have already pretty much been acknowledged as aliens, right?
Yeah, if there's any aliens on Earth, it's the octopus.
Octopi. So I think the firmament and our position in this snow globe and what it means is much more complicated than the simple animations that have come out and joking about cats knocking balls off the edge. It's not like that. It's much more complicated. And
Well, this is why
is water.
Well, I don't doubt that's a possibility, because the thing is like, if you take our universe, you know, the entire Milky Way, everything we know of, or that they say they know of in space, and you put it all in a bubble, all right, like you're saying, you put it all in one bubble.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that I've always thought about, even since I was young, is what's on the outside of that bubble. All right, the bubble's got to be in something. Is it a bubble inside of a bathtub? Is it a bubble in a river? Is it, all right, where's the bubble? All right, so to me, to comprehend the idea of infinite, all right, the word infinite goes on forever, all right, never ending. That is a concept like anything is possible. If truly existence is infinite, that means that anything could be possible, because it goes on forever. There could be, 50 versions of Virginia, throughout a multiverse of possibilities out there, and to me, I just feel like it's way bigger than we can comprehend, all of this. So even if it is in just one little bubble, we'll never comprehend that much itself, much less what's beyond the bowl.
Wouldn't that be the breath of God? The breath of God is what caused creation.
Well, okay, so now we've got God, which
separated the waters from the waters.
No, it's his voice. He spoke it, right? So
Okay.
I think the concept would be more of like a resonance, a frequency, or something along those lines.
I'm
and
feeling
I have faith and I believe in God, but now, okay, where's God? All right, if God created us and He put us over here in a corner in a bubble or whatever it is,
everywhere.
is he in a hall? Is He in His house? Where is He in His plane? What's around God? Is there, does He have a whole nother universe to Himself that's bigger than ours? I mean, I know, I can't wait to ask. I mean, I tell everybody that I want to meet Jesus above anybody and everybody. All right, so I got some questions.
Oh, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that I think you guys are probably onto something. I don't know. I mean, I don't think they went to the moon. I think that's a lie. I think we've kind of, I don't know. I think they kind of showed their cards on that. I think, yeah. Even I remember being a kid and like calling them out on this whole 369 psyop business. All of a sudden, it's like, and that's how I remember taking the test. If it had like the 369 bullshit in it, like that was the right answer. Like how many miles or whatever is the Earth from the moon? It's always like a combination of this 369 bullshit. So it's definitely some kind of like hypnotism they put us through. And even if you remember, like back in the day, all the stores, everything was .99. It was like $1.99. And for the most part, it's still like that. But now you see like Walmart's .88. So there is some kind of numerology, hypnotism, psyop type thing that they've had going on for quite some time, way before, for almost probably as long as, mankind's been walking the earth or however. But yeah, the number game is bullshit. And you can tell that. Now they even say, what is that? The Van Allen radiation belt. They can't get past that. They lost the technology to go to the moon, but the Chinese are setting shit up there. Elon's launching rockets, and all of a sudden we get the Chinese spy balloon Why would the Chinese use spy balloons when they could just launch a satellite? Like, that doesn't make sense. Now I'm thinking like all satellites are just balloons. That one's been up too long and it was time for it to come down. And instead of like disposing of it properly, they're like, forget about it, you know?
Yeah.
But it could be. Maybe it does. These balloons just go up and they, as far up as they can go, is to where the firmament is firm, right? It's a solid substance of sorts that's too dense for these balloons to pass up through them. They just stay there. They're suspended.
So what if it was aliens on the outside?
Well, again, I believe in God, so if I see aliens, I'm more inclined to think those are going to be demons. And the first thing I'm going to do is go, in Jesus' name, you're not welcome here, demon. And if that don't work, then I'm going to start shooting. All right. And if the shooting don't work, then I don't know what to do. Take their ship, run.
Some will be angels also. They won't all be demons.
Right.
But, I don't know. There's people that talk interdimensional beings and stuff, and it sure fit.
But Carl, you're okay with UFOs?
Because what I saw and what I still see in a lot of other videos, it doesn't look like a being to me at all. I mean, I don't see no little green men. If anything, I've seen a UFO look like a big transparent angel. I mean, I've seen that. I believe if we're seeing things, they could be good or bad, but
Buffering.
if they've got nefarious intentions, they're probably, demons. That's what I'm going with.
But how are you going to discern that? Because does it not say that deception will be so deep that so many are going to choose poorly?
Well, what I've heard is that, when it comes to these kinds of beings, when you're presented before you, if you have fear, if they cause you to feel fear, or if you're at peace.
I already answered her question, because if it is a demon and you use Jesus' name, it's going to work. All right, they can't stand against that. All right, so that'd be my first. And then if they're, like I said, if they look nefarious and they're impervious to that, then maybe bullets will work. If they're nice, then maybe I don't have to worry about it.
It could be holograms, could be a technology. I personally think that's what UFOs are. It's just a technology, not necessarily of a certain race of humans that have it, but just the elites ultimately.
Mm-hmm.
I think I saw some stuff. I think, how there was some guy on YouTube making like invisibility cloaks and stuff like that. And now we know that they actually have that technology that, the bottom of the plane will be a screen and it's basically just projecting what's above it. So for you, it just looks like there's nothing there. But like I did see one with like like when you have bad signal and the screen digitizes, and it kind of freezes up and you kind of see like the black lines. Like I saw that. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, and I wasn't like fearful. It was just like, your camouflage is breaking. You got a couple of busted screens or cameras or something's going wrong. Yeah, pixelating. Yeah.
There's a really old footage of what looks like a soldier. You can just barely see. It almost looks like the Predator invisibility. He runs along a wall and up in front of a tank. And it's a really old video, but what it does is it mimics their surroundings with like a reflective surface. Like you've seen those reflective blinds where they just arc a piece of acrylic with a reflective surface around them. And what it does is anything looking directly at it from three sides, all it sees is the reflection of the bushes around it or whatever's around it, makes it look like it's the same concept. They did all kinds of different experiments with camouflage and stuff over the years. Even in World War II, they took battleships and they lined them with light bulbs. I mean, thousands and thousands of light bulbs on the outsides of a ship, and they could turn the lights dimmer or brighter to match the horizon. So from a distance, they could light it up to the same intensity of the horizon of the sun, and turn invisible from a distance.
Or is it a blind spot?
Well,
Or
it just what it was is from a distance. It didn't make it a shadow anymore. It took away, because that's what you would see from a distance in a ship, is a silhouette of a ship. Well, those lights mimicking the same brightness of its surroundings hit it on the horizon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Philadelphia experiment. I get that.
No, it's not that one. They really use this.
Well, some sabotage, but a lot of rituals use mirrors,
Right.
and not just pagan ones, but I can attest that Mormon temples, for example, at the various highest rooms, they use an infinity mirror when you're doing certain prayers and commitments. You're looking into mirrors that are facing each other, so that when you look into the mirror, it's infinite. It keeps going, right? It never stops.
It sounds like another one of those weird churches. I'm going home.
Oh, 100%, dude. I'm just telling you the psychological play using reflections and mirrors, and in some sense, I'd like to think that both the good and the bad would be reflected. There are some studies that look into mirrors and scrying, for example, for seeing the demonic. And I do think you can kind of do that. The mirror is a big thing, like Bloody Mary or Candyman or
Red rum.
Yeah, yes. But some belief systems use it and claim it on the good side too. Like I said, in the Mormon temples, there's the infinity mirror. That is a fucking thing. And it is kind of weird. They make it to where they accept it in their own minds. But crystals, Tate's saying right there, crystals, same thing. Looking into quartz or balls, crystal ones, or whatever. Yeah, so it's a matter of perception, is what I'm getting at. It's like kind of doing the same actions and saying, well, mine has a better intent than yours, but is it not all the same? And that's why I say a lot of people are going to be deceived. They're not going to realize they're doing most are doing the same thing, and it might not be the most some of you are thinking, but I'm thinking that you're thinking I'm thinking.
My Krishnas are not hairy at all, Bo.
Yeah.
I think it's also, I guess, like you're mentioning, like that infinity mirror and stuff like that. It's when it's part of passage, right? It seems like it's something that's used in a ceremony of sorts. I'm not familiar with it, but it seems like even though they say that they have good intentions and stuff, it's all still done in secret. It seems like it's not.
Well,
Pardon?
that's the thing, is really nothing good is done in secret, especially if
Well,
it's done in
literally
group.
the definition of a cult is hidden.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like,
right.
It's
so,
often it's not only used and accepted,
why is it a secret?
but the military, all right, all the military, they've got these same thing where it's okay to be sneaky, it's okay to sabotage, it's okay to, because it's the military, it's the war, that's where, yeah, they will never get away from secret societies and stuff, because that's what that is. That's part of the military way. They're trained to be assassins. They're trained to be killers. That's the whole
All right,
point.
let me full circle for a second. As far as it relates to the firmament, I think, in a sense, the pyramids show us a lot of things. Show us as above, so below. There's both truth and a mockery there. And so when I brought up mirrors, I'm kind of using an example of that firmament, as it were. It reflects also ourselves back on us. And like, you're going to see certain things, you might believe certain things and whatever. And the spirit of Walmart is in you. It's all a reflection of you, no matter what ritual you use to gaze into it.
There is no spirit of Walmart in me.
Dude, that's one of the best South Park episodes ever. Like, $4.97 wrench set. Oh, I'm too weak. Take the keys, son. It's the best. It's the best.
Yeah, and the as above, so below, on earth as it is in heaven.
Mm-hmm.
We see that repeating again across several different faith systems and beliefs and religions and all that.
Yep.
But now knowledge is power, so their best bet would be to keep us dumb. Good little sheep, good little cattle on the state farm here, trucking along, not looking up, just minding our own business, believing the stories and not looking for something more. I think that's where our sixth sense kicks in. I know Bonnie was talking about that earlier. And when we come across these types of things, there's something in us that says, uh-oh, hold on a second. This isn't what I know to be natural, right? This isn't, something's off here. Like you said earlier, V, that it's like, what is this? This weird, like, there's something's about to change. Like we have these receptors somehow to kind of hone in on that. It's almost like a survival skill kind of a thing.
Yep.
Oh, I don't know. That's the one constant in life is change.
Well, accept it. One of the keys is acceptance. Do y'all know that the word keys, it actually means words? Like, you know how they say, what's the password? You go knock on a door. What's the password? The key is the word. So some of the ways to open this up, it's being fed into us, locked in the other way, whatever. But think about that. Think about the implication of the everyday things we do, and we don't realize that they are ritualistic.
Right. Yeah. Casting spells, speaking truth to power, speaking life to situations. That's something that, we try to do, be positive in that sense, knowing, and we see that reflection in water too, right? We recognize we're mostly water. And they've done studies where they've sent, positive thoughts to water and froze it and looked at it, and it has a beautiful organized pattern. And then they've said nasty things to water and frozen. It's discombobulated.
Yeah,
so we see that.
That's my favorite Star Trek line of all time. When, the 60s Star Trek, when the alien called the guy an ugly sack of mostly water.
Yeah.
So when we think positively of people and, like the Bible says to lay hands and pray on people, we see that there is actually something to that. And the truth is the opposite of that works too. When witches cast spells and all that stuff to harm people, there's something to that too, right?
Yep. Words are
I
spelling.
absolutely believe in prayer, as I believe in God, and I pray a lot. And I talk to Jesus more than anybody. I spend a lot of time alone, but I'm never alone, and I know that. And I don't know where people get this idea. I think some people don't think I have any, faith, because I say I'm not religious. When I say I'm spiritual, it's because I do believe there's a creator. I believe Jesus died for our sins. All right. I believe all of that. And I got my reasons for that. I believe there's UFOs too, because I've seen them, with my own eyes. I've seen the same thing I saw in the mid 70s as I saw in the early 90s. I mean, it was a light, a ball of light came out of the clouds, zigzagged, stopped dead where it was, and took off faster than my eyes could follow. All right, and it made no sound, and it's way faster than any I've seen. Fighter jets, the fastest of them go across the sky, way faster than that. And then I seen the same thing both times with witnesses that both looked at me, like, holy shit, what was that? But the second time I saw it, I was telling the guy about the first time I saw it, and it happened again. And I
Okay,
wasn't drunk or high.
did you think it was a demon?
No, I thought at the time, I still don't know what it is. All right. But I've seen a lot of other footage of things, and very few look authentic to what I've seen. Like there's a lot of fakes out there. But the one thing that was the closest to me was that 2013 Dome of the Rock UFO sighting. The one that they captured from 4 different angles. There's 3 that are common, but there's also a close up of it. And right before it makes the flash and takes off straight in the air, if you see the close up on that, to me it looks just like a massive robed, pure white, transparent being floating over the Dome of the Rock for a moment, and then it flashes brighter than anything I've ever seen and takes off as fast as the thing that I saw. All right, that's the similarity, is the speed of that object matches what I have seen.
Yeah. Did you get probed, Carl? Have you ever been probed, and was there
This
lube or
exit only, and there's some kinky fucking girls in the world, and I keep saying there ain't nothing going in there, right?
Okay.
Did you get any notions or thoughts or anything like that when you saw them?
Like I said, it was bewildering to the point to where I actually first got on YouTube and engrossed in YouTube back in the early days because of UFO videos. And I started looking for what I've seen. And I've seen a lot of footage from like the space shuttles and stuff. And there are things I see. And for a long time, and I still wonder if I'm not seeing souls or spirits or something like that, because there's some footage of Earth from space on the shuttle missions that you see multiple objects of what I've seen. But since they're from a distance in the atmosphere, they don't look like they're going very fast until something disturbs them, and they all move at super fast speeds in different directions on their own with different paths, change paths, stop, do all kinds of crazy shit. There is something out there. I don't know what it is, but there's something out there.
Okay, so you're seeing things in the sky, visually tripping out. All right. Now, have you ever had a being of any type such that you could have been probed, but have you ever had any kind of entity in the same room as you that you felt came?
I have never seen a being, ghost, or anything like that. No, I've tried. I've spent so many nights in haunted locations, houses, cemeteries, mental institutions, abandoned places of all kinds, just to try to see a ghost. And I've tried for you.
Well, not just a ghost. I'm talking about an alien, and it doesn't even.
I've seen nothing. No, I've looked for creatures in the woods, and I've never seen nothing like that.
Okay.
I did. I'll tell you my story if you want me to.
Yeah.
Well, this was actually probably like only 3 or 4 years ago, and I was watching a bunch of this shit on YouTube and stuff about aliens and all this crap and beings and visitations and stuff. And what I did, I prayed. I was like, God, if there's something to this, like, I'm curious, you know me, like, whatever, but I'm like, I want to know, I want to see. And that night I went to bed, and at some point I woke up, and at the foot of my bed there was this taller, I'm not like a giant or anything. I was laying down in bed, so this thing was probably, maybe 6, 7 feet, something like that. And it looked like a man. It almost looked like one of those, he looked like one of these, one of those Jesuit priest type things, dressed all in black with the black hat on, but you could see his face.
Real high collar, black.
High collar, yeah, but no white collar, nothing like that.
Right, all black.
And this, like, this is like I said, 3-4 years ago, and this enormous fear came over me. Like, I was trembling and crying, and I pulled the sheets over my head, and all I could say was Jesus. Like, I was scared shitless. And this thing standing at the end of my bed was there, and I kept saying, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. I was so scared. And I would peek out from underneath the sheets, and I would look, and it would still be there, but this thing was smiling at me. Like, it wasn't aggressive. It didn't.
There's thousands of years of history of shadow people. Look into the Chinese history of shadow people. All right,
okay, but the dude that Ronan's talking about, I've seen similar, and it's different than shadow people or aliens or succubi.
There was no shadow. It was there.
It's different than that. Like, so did this dude try to take you anywhere?
No, he didn't advance towards me. He didn't have, it didn't seem like, now looking back, I don't recognize any aggression towards me. It was smiling at me, almost, here I am, what's the problem, kind of a vibe. But the fear that came over me was something I haven't felt since I was like maybe a small child. You know how you get really scared at whatever it may be.
Phantasm?
No.
There's a movie called Phantasm where there's an old guy in a all black outfit.
But what gets a little bit weirder for me is my mom told me that when I was a baby, like, I had a lot of medical problems, and she was sleeping, and I was in like the little bassinet cribby thingy that babies have and sleeping, next to her. And she said she woke up and she saw this thing standing over me. And she said she looked at it and said, "Not yet." And it left. So it was like, and then when, so I don't know, maybe it could have been, perhaps, I don't know, it could have been something I thought of or formulated in my head. Maybe nothing was there, but with that fear that I had that came into me, makes it beyond question that there was a being there. And my question is,
did you ask your mom later what she saw?
No, she told me this story before I saw what I saw. So that's where, in my mind, I'm not sure if I correlated the two and that's what I saw, and she never really described the entity, to me. She just said she saw someone there standing dressed all in black. Mm-hmm. So, I will say that, to be fair, it could have been something that just formulated in my head. You know how the human brain is very powerful in that sense. But I don't believe that. My only question is, now looking back, is I don't know if that was a good entity or if that was a bad entity, right? Like, and I kind of almost fear foolish in the fear I had, because it was like, well, I know that these things can't harm me unless perhaps I agree somehow to let it harm me. I don't know if that's even true or not, but that's just kind of the sensation and notion I had. So it was like, and I specifically prayed for that, though. It wasn't like a random out of the blue. I was watching these things. I'm like, God, are these guys full of shit? Like, can there be so many people just straight full of shit? Like, please show me. I just want to see, I'm sorry if it's a bad thing or whatever. I know, God's always been good to me. He's always cared for me. He's always, in any hardship I've been in, any very dangerous situations I've been, where people were shooting guns in the store and shit, it's some fucked up stuff. Nevertheless, I know for whatever reason, I have a layer of protection beyond my understanding that it's always around me. And I
shouldn't even be here.
And in that moment when I saw that being, just that fear that came over me, I couldn't look at it for too long. I was literally under the blankets bawling, grown ass man. I'm laughing now, but I was bawling, and all I could say
Were you
was
afraid?
Jesus.
Were you afraid because it was foreign, alien, as it were, or were you afraid because it projected a negative energy on you?
I don't know that it projected a negative energy. That's the question I have. I don't think that's what it was. I think the fear came from within me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the fear came from that entity. Like I said, it was smiling at me. It had this like what? You asked me to be here. You asked me to show myself to you. You know, like here I am, and I'm bawling under the blanket. Like I can't look at you. I'm scared. I'm scared.
Mm-hmm.
But
That is
that
one of
was
the weirdest reactions I've ever seen is when people pull the blankets up over their head like that's really going to help.
right. You know, you're dead on. You know, but that's all I could do.
I even had a hole cut in my blanket so I could peek out it with it covered over my head.
Right? That's
I'm
what's
standing
up.
the fuck up. I already know. I've been in situations. I know right now I'm standing the fuck up armed because I sleep right next to my gun. So if there's a reason to get up, I'm up.
Yeah, but you know what's silly though about these entities? Like we're not talking about a home intruder. We're not talking about something you can shoot. We're talking about,
Right.
intangible. Like Bonnie, that's
You're
hilarious.
gonna get the vacuum out.
Like when you're awake at night, sometimes you wake up and there's like one foot sticking out, which we all love a foot sticking out from under the blanket. It's cooling. But then for a split second, I'll think, oh, but that leaves my toes open to something snatching my feet. But realistically, if something's going to snatch me, it doesn't matter if the blanket's covering them or not.
Oh man, I could have messed with you.
Well, you see what I mean, though? It's that irrational protection. Like, if I cut a hole through the blanket and look through it,
I've had a lot of friends that are afraid of a lot of things, and I understand.
If you don't see it's not there.
I don't know, man. I've really searched for that kind of stuff. I always liked going out in the dark by myself. Farther away from people, the better. All right. I like going to those. I like being in cemeteries at night by myself. All right, because I am waiting to see something, but I think I've never seen nothing, and it might be just because I'm trying too hard. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that those things don't exist, but I'm saying no matter what I've tried, I don't get to see them.
Now I'm hearing an owl outside. This is freaking me out, man.
Ooh, I love owls.
I heard, oh man, they're an omen. But I did see lights when I was a young child too. Like my whole family saw it. The neighbor came over to look at them too. And I remember one of my older siblings came in from the barn to get my mom. She's like, oh, there's some lights and this and that. You got to come see. My mom was like, no, you, like, to me and my little sister, she's like, you guys stay in the house. And we were little. And we were freaking out. We're like, oh my God, they're aliens. They're going to come and take us. And, me being the bigger brother, I was like, no, we'll be okay, whatever. But I was still scared shitless. And then I was like, no, wait a minute. They're just here to make sure we're okay. I don't know where the hell that came from. You know what I mean? Like I didn't know anything from anything. I was too little to even go do chores in the barn at this point in my life. So like me and my little sister, like I remember like getting these big old rubber boots, like the barn boots and shit. We just kind of put together whatever we could, hats and coats on. And we went out there too. It was just, our drive was probably about like a quarter of a mile, maybe a little longer. So we go down there and there's everyone sitting there watching these lights orbit this one single tree. We had like a smaller pasture where we kept all the steers before we sent them to either be butchered or we'd sell them at the market. So that was like where they were. And that's where I worked because that was my job, was feeding the calves. That's where we had, all the steers, bottle fed, all that stuff. And that's where I would do whatever. And like we go there and we see them and they're like floating around and round and they're just kind of made this shape in the sky. And then my dad and one of my sisters went to drive over to my uncle's farm to tell him about it, which is like maybe a mile or so down the road. maybe a little more. And as they drove, two of those lights followed my dad's truck. And then when he got to my uncle's farm, they were flying around his silo. And then like out of nowhere, they just straight disappeared. And we're like, oh, well, you know, and like, but we didn't realize like at the moment, like one of my sisters turned a flashlight on, like she turned the flashlight on and they just poof, gone, like disappeared.
I used to take a lot of people out into the woods or in the cemeteries or abandoned buildings or in all kinds of places, and we'd go in groups sometimes, but I always, I used to scare the shit out of people, all right? Because people are easy to scare in those environments. I've noticed that. I mean, even dudes, right? Most people are scared of the dark. It's hard to believe for me, actually, how many guys I've known through my life that are scared of the dark. They won't admit they're scared of the dark, but as soon as you get them out there in the middle of nowhere and by themselves, they hear something go snap in the woods. They're like, "What's that?" You know, you can see that their level of fear rises pretty easily. And I used to take advantage of that. I used to scare people a lot, all right? But I quit doing it because I almost gave a gal a heart attack. And that's, you know, at this age, especially if I was going around scaring people, I could end somebody doing that.
The chat is killing me. I'm sorry. A little brevity. I had a dream recently. I shit you not. I was looking up into like a ceiling fan. And okay, so and I was sleeping. And this woman's face floated over my line of vision. Like I said, I was looking at a fan in my dream. And her face just kind of like floated over me, and it was not a demonic face. It was not like anything in particular, but I just got this sick feeling from it, and I felt like this entity was doing something, and I remember it. This is one of the weirdest kind of dreams, is where you know you're dreaming, but in your dream you tell yourself to tell something to stop, you know? And so I knew I was dreaming. I knew that this thing was trying to do something. And I actually willed myself within the dream to go like, and like wake myself up. And I woke up and I was still in enough of a limbo that I could remember what I had just yelled. Like I woke up yelling. Okay. Woke up yelling. But I had told myself to start yelling before I was awake. And this happened just a few weeks ago. Like
you kind of did it a little differently than I would have. I love my dreams. I look forward to dreaming, and I remember most of them. But I'm in full control. You know, it's like I tell people, if something goes the way I don't like it in my dream, I change the dream. Sometimes I completely.
Yeah, but this was something different, though. This was an infiltration. I have a lot of dreams of different situations and stuff, and past, present, future, whatever, right? This was something different. This was an intrusion in my dream space that was, you know what I'm saying? Like it
Yeah,
had.
I know exactly what you're saying. There's an evil villain called the Shadow King in the X-Men comic line from the 60s. You know, he does that. He goes into people's dreams.
Succubi are real, everybody. Succubus,
I believe that.
things like that, they're real. And you just voice, you know, tell yourself to voice and escape. In I don't know. I haven't had something like that for years, and this happened very, very recently, and I can't get it out of my head.
And I can't get you out of
My head.
Newsman cracks me up.
Yeah.
I know damn well I've dated succubus. no question.
Totally, totally real. Bonnie, have you been visited bedside and spoke yourself out of the presence?
Nope.
Huh.
I've only ever had one nightmare. I told y'all about that.
No, I've
Yeah.
had nightmares. But like what y'all are talking, that's why I'm just sitting here listening. This is very interesting. I really like the conversation. But thankfully, no, I haven't seen any. Probably have a heart attack and die if I did. I don't know.
Hmm.
Oh, I'd have questions. I'm going to approach it.
Mm-hmm.
Huckleberry.
Chad is cracking me up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Some say they have like this frozen feeling, like the sleep paralysis, right? Or that something is in the room and in the shadow of their eye in between sleep and full wake, or going through a scenario that something happens. And I don't think I've ever had a full-on alien that I would say, but definitely some kind of something in the room. Like not that long ago, I felt like the side of my bed got kicked. like
I have
like
felt that, or like somebody sits on it.
yes, some physical move. Yes.
A lot. The past couple of years, it's been happening, and I don't know what's up with that. I mean, I don't see anything there.
Mm-hmm.
Look, because I'm like, who sat on my bed? Nobody's there.
100%. And like, if you put your foot under the blanket, will it not touch you? You know, we got to tell ourselves that. But
I don't
some
know.
side of the bed visitations are weird, dude.
It
There's
makes
been
me
a few instances where I've, like one of my exes, she kept hearing these loud noises that would wake her up in the night. Big boom, like, and there's several times she'd wake me up going, "Hey, did you hear that?" And then, no. And I'm pretty sure I hear things, pretty well. Well, one night I'm sitting up, still awake, and she's out, and she did that. I heard it again. I was awake. I didn't hear anything. There was no loud boom. And she said, "Really? There was nothing?" I said, "No. I'm telling you, I'm sitting right here, wide awake. If there was a boom, I would have heard it." And she's like, "Really? Wow, all these years." And she stopped having that once she knew that she wasn't really hearing that. It was waking her up on a nightly basis. She'd hear this boom in her sleep.
Huh.
It wasn't
She
really
wake up
happening.
with a black eye.
It wasn't really happening, man.
Well, I mean, true, like any physical manifestation, or it was just an outside cracking.
But I'll tell you something even more freaky. Same gal. This was about 8 years ago. I'm laying in bed, almost asleep, and she's been asleep, all right, and she recited the Lord's Prayer in her sleep, complete, all right, and she does not know that prayer, and she recited it. Well, I laid in bed with her the whole thing, and I know she believed me because I woke her up and said, "Hey, you just recited an entire Bible prayer." She's like, "What?" I'm like, and then she kind of like remembered kind of part of it. She's like, "Oh my God, you know, that's some weird stuff right there." That one right there really had me thinking a long time.
I get a lot of deja vu, and especially here recently, a lot of deja vu and just weird
I always see
thoughts
deja
and stuff.
vu as like a signpost. It's like telling me I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be.
Yeah, maybe, but I've had the same thing, Ronan, where it felt like okay, Carl, it could be a signpost of like, okay, you're on the right track, as it were, in the multiverse. But then there's been some weird ones, Ronan, lately. Also, I felt that a little stronger than before, or leaving an imprint, as it were, of being somewhere again.
Again. Yeah,
Yep, yep.
exactly. Yeah, it's
James.
like, and for me, it's kind of like, shit, we're here again. Either we did something wrong, or I don't know how else to explain it, or it's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. It's just like, oh, we're here again. Maybe we'll do it right this time.
Oh, that's so freaking weird, dude. Yes, like dun, 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 you know,
Yeah.
just going like a rat wheel.
Well, and it's like, what do I need to do differently this time then? Like, in part, I feel like maybe I failed something and then I have to retake this test, you know? But it's like you didn't get the test back with your answers, so you know which answers you got wrong. You don't know where to improve. It's just like, figure it out. Sorry, kind of a thing. It's like, well, do it again, kind of a thing.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was just subconscious memorization backwatch. That's all it was.
Subconscious memorization. So, Carl, do you think that's what deja vu is?
No, he was talking about the gal who recited the prayer in her sleep, I'm sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. That was a
You
few
know,
minutes.
easy scientific explanation. But I was there and it, made an impact on me anyways. There's some of the things that people just aren't going to get because they don't experience it themselves.
Do you think she memorized something that she learned as a child in a church that she might have attended, or something, or that it was tapping into
I think in a way it was God telling me I wasn't with the right gal. That's what I think.
oh, okay. Huh. Oh. Hmm.
That's the way I'm taking it. I don't know. You ever been in a relationship where they don't have any faith in anything? Because that's pretty much what that ended up as.
So she had no faith whatsoever, and then sat up one day reciting the Lord's Prayer.
No, it was actually pretty early into the relationship, so I guess I should say it's more like 9 or 10 years ago. Yeah, it's been a while, but it was early in. When you're in the first part of a relationship, everything seems good.
Hmm.
The honeymoon phase.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard it called that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
Shoot, I didn't even think about that for a long time. Things to
I
make
mean,
it.
she didn't last long in your life. It was kind of one of those weird things, and something you were like, yeah,
Actually, no, I remember her from, third grade in grade school. All right. She was redhead, stood out, all right, and got my attention early. And we were friends and later on in junior high school and stuff. But we moved away from each other and she went off and had a family and we didn't see each other until Facebook. All right. Fucking Facebook. Ended up hooking up. We were together for like 7 years, but it wasn't meant to be. morphed into you know what a narcissist is? Anyway, it just didn't work, all right? But
Huh.
I'd rather be alone than miserable. That's what I got from that. I knew her a good 50-something years. I mean,
You know, and I have fought that all this time. I have fought that, haven't I? I keep saying no, nobody should be alone, but I get it now. It's like it just hit me yesterday or the day before. It's like I don't even know how to explain it now, and I knew right then. It, I totally understand because I can't even explain it. Nothing wrong with being alone if you're comfortable with it and if you can do it.
every time I get into a relationship, it wrecks me when it ends. All right, I'll admit it. Just don't even want nothing to do with, you know, I don't want nothing to do with no other girls for a long time. It's like just I get too, I don't know, invested into a relationship, and when they go sour, it just fucks my whole attitude right up for a long time. I admit it.
But Carl, if you look at the chat, you're not the only one. There
Right.
seems to be a lot of people with the same feeling, but then at the same time, the dance. I could have missed the pain, but then I'd have to miss the dance. It's
Oh, I'd much rather have loved and lost than never loved at all, if that's what you mean.
yeah,
I mean, there is
yeah,
something to that. The sorrow and loss is all part of life. I get it. And I would, you know, I'd rather be who I am than anybody else, first off. But it's like not knowing what it would be like to be in love or, you know, any of that. At least, you know, I even got to find out what it would be like to be a grandpa for several years, you know? I wouldn't have known that any other way.
Ooh,
You guys see
where's
that deer?
Roosevelt?
There's a deer in my yard.
oh,
You see his
cool.
eyes?
Oh, okay. I'm trying to
Oh, it
see.
just ran off.
Oh, dang.
There's a street light right here. Where the fuck did that deer go?
Dang, little deer. Come back. Dang it, deer.
There's a mama and two fawns that kind of live in the woods behind me. Like every morning they're sneaking out. They've been out of my garden, so I'm grateful for that. But
Cute.
Yeah,
sorry.
I understand that too, apple dumpling. It's more
Yes.
bad than good.
Dance from the peanut was good.
Yeah.
Well, I think that builds character, like in wisdom, being alone and finding yourself. You know, we were talking about mirrors a while back.
Mm-hmm.
Question like that.
I mean, I think that's where I was going with that.
I kind of feel like what Carl said earlier. I may be alone, but I'm never really alone. And I don't mean just like, you know, here we are all together. There's always a group of friends or a group of people, but
Just some freedom for me in the last few years. You know, I can say what I want, talk to whatever girl I want to talk to, or all of the girls. I could be on a panel full of girls. Nobody's going to breathe down my neck and ask me questions about each and every one of them. You know, I'm not getting grilled. Nobody's. I like the freedom. I have to admit that I've I've grown to appreciate running free, I guess, you know.
Yeah, agreed. Know thyself, you know.
Yeah.
So
Is that Shakespeare?
and what someone else thinks isn't really going to work at the end of the day. We've all learned that one, I think, right?
I've been grilled over just people liking on posts I made and shit in the past, you know. It's frustrating. I feel you ever been with somebody and when they get back home or you like cringe when they arrive, you know? That's bad. There comes a point where it's just best to leave.
Okay, so how do you measure that? All right, there's all of us in this room right now, whether up here or in the chat.
Oh, I beat it like a dead horse for
Well, we
days.
all know a lot of people, but how do you know what kind of instinct tells you is it worth figuring this energy out? Because there's some that's like, nope, don't figure it out.
I've had to just accept it's not compatible. You know what I mean? That's where I have to use logic to realize that it's not a compatible system.
Right. At the end of the day, I think about all the stuff going on in the world, in the country right now. It comes down to some ideology. What is the breakdown? I just saw it was breakdown politics, economics, education, religion, and there was another one. Hold on. So politics, economics, religion, education. There's one more. I just can't think of it right now. But in order to put everyone in a full tailspin, because it's going to set off each one of those things. It's going to get each person spinning. And that's how they can control the top. And so I think some of the stuff we talk about, it doesn't matter at the end of the day if the earth is flat. It doesn't matter if aliens are real. It doesn't matter which ideology is right. Ultimately, it's
very, very true, Virginia. It's like, you know,
it's the
master your own perimeter first.
Moose Man, I'll be your pie all day.
It's very true, Virginia. Just worry about your own perimeter. You know what I mean? It's
yeah.
I don't know. I'm not. I actually, it's been some years now. I was suspicious where you get a truther channel or something, and they'd be talking about politics and current events or whatever, but then they'd throw in something like Bigfoot or aliens or you know flat Earth or something. I was thinking that they were doing this on purpose, you know, to like be considered off the wall, you know, conspiracy theorists, so they wouldn't get strikes. I actually thought it was part of the gig where somebody, if you were to talk about something real, you had to throw something crazy in there too, just to counter.
It's like rabbit hole clout, but ultimately, does it matter? Those are entertainment purposes only. Rabbit holes and ideas, as far as I'm concerned. There's things really happening that we can quantify that affect what happens to you at the gas pump and the grocery store and in your insurance and bills and whatever, right? The rest is less fodder, but how do we delineate that, and what's the balance of keeping the entertainment rabbit holes and the real things going on rabbit holes, where the teeter-totter of that, you know? Black Watch, he's
Discernment, yeah.
it is discernment. Agreed. But the tools for discernment everybody has a different schema. Some people look through a certain lens of religion or gender and sexuality or politics or education or, you know, XYZ rights, right? Like, so what does discernment even mean? Hey, Bonnie, are you with us?
I think in
Just
that,
call me skeptical, because discernment to me is, I suspect everything. I mean, any news story I hear, I look at it in every angle I can think of. Right? It's like you got to question everything these days.
You do. What's the filter? How do we build the filter? And Bonnie, you're 5x5 as far as I can tell. I can hear you.
oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Bonnie.
Yeah. Yeah, let us know, but I think she's 5x5.
Yeah, they wanted me to accept a bunch of cookies, and I said no, but they still let me up.
Did you tell them you're fasting?
Yeah, you know, they did the same thing to me, and I went in there and acted like I was going to do it, and then I just did nothing. And out.
Seriously.
What kind of cookies?
They were trying to give me StreamYard cookies.
Yeah.
Okay, I did notice that StreamYard has updated some shit because I've been on a few panels and there's this new box that pops up. It's not comforting. It's about some of their policies and info and what can happen here, there, and backwards. All right, but yeah, it sucks. I saw that.
And I'm wondering if Restream would be better or different, or I don't know.
I think as long as you use anything, StreamYard.com -- etc. / etc. You know, it's doesn't matter. The news is tightening, y'all, and that's something like we have to get creative. I said this last night somewhere else. We got to get creative. I see a lot of messages that don't show up on either YouTube or StreamYard when I put them in, or other people chatting that I can see on one side, not the other, or people getting blocked and censored and deleted and all of that. Just figure it out. Get creative.
Been going through all that for months, Virginia.
We've been going through it for years. For years. But
I mean, for months now, my comments have been hidden and stuff. It's been bad.
Well, and that was earlier. Gigi was talking, and then I didn't see her, and I'm looking at StreamYard, and then, but I kept seeing people talking to her, and I'm like, why am I not seeing Gigi?
Yep.
Weird. And she's a mod. So,
and even if you think that your messages are being seen, like I've put stuff in, and if you refresh the page, it's not on there. So I'm saying, like, on your side, if you're chatting in YouTube and you put in, you know, happy birthday or whatever, and it looks like on your side, it looks like it's there, even if you have a wrench.
Yeah.
And you have no idea, you refresh it, it's not. And there's certain words and what have you. So we all have to become satirical and kind of make things a little more ambiguous, but don't give up. Like, if you feel like your messages are not being seen, or people aren't replying, or your things are being deleted, whatever, don't think it's necessarily the mods or the channel owner or whatever. That's not the case. Like, the Googs are doing it, and stay with it. Like, keep coming in, saying hello. Don't be afraid to keep trying. Try different words. Try something, because this has been bad for a few weeks now. Bad.
Yes.
Hello, Pamela.
Good to see you, Pamela. Yeah, no, what a way to make somebody feel ignored or unwelcome in a chat
Yep.
by hiding their comments and their, you know, oh,
The
nobody's
AI is
answering me.
pretty creepy.
Probably another way to seed division.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
That wouldn't surprise me.
And you'll see sometimes going into a chat, there will be an AI summary up at the top. People are talking about this and that and so and that, right? And it's summarizing, it's gathering data, which is that
Creating an algorithm.
it's
Yeah.
creating an algorithm, and it wants you to thumbs up its summary, and yeah, just y'all,
Hey, Larry.
we all know we're in a psyop. Larry, present, your presence. We all know we're in a psych war, a spiritual war, you know, kind of invisible things, right? And it's this stuff. So
That's why I keep doing it. They're
mhm,
not going to get me.
right. I've been in chats where I'll put in a certain comment. The other day, I was somewhere and I tried to say something multiple times, and every single time it did not show up in YouTube chat. So I said, screw it, popped onto the panel, said, okay, here's my thoughts. Not showing up. And I could see on the back end, it did not show up on StreamYard either. But I know I typed it. I know I saw it. On my side, it did not look blocked. So we're going to have to get creative about sharing ideas, because this is an information war above all else at this moment.
Yeah. And you can tell I'm pretty close to on point when the stuff starts happening, I think.
For days after the attempted assassination, a lot of my comments were hidden. They just didn't show up. I gave up. I gave up trying to say what I was trying to say.
Don't give up. That's my point. That's my
Yeah.
whole point. All of us, like, I've seen it happen to myself as well as multiple other people. I've been on panels where I can see sometimes it'll show up on StreamYard and not on the YouTube side, vice versa, and sometimes not at all, such as some of the ones that I had put on, you know, here or there. So just don't give up. Don't give up. Blackwatch,
Yeah, and don't take it personal.
yeah, don't take it personal also. Yeah, Ronan, you're right. Because it might appear a certain way and it's not.
No, I've always made sure to say hello to every person coming in. I try to. Sometimes, and that's where I know this doesn't make any sense, but when I'm talking to people, I'm used to looking them in the eye. And so when I'm talking to y'all, I'm looking at the panel, just like I'm looking you in the eye. And so a lot of times I do miss comments. But then if I see somebody say something back, and I'm like, what did I miss? And then I'll scroll back up and find it. But it helps that the chat says hello to people too, because then we know, okay, they're there. They see them. I may not see them. And so then I'll say hello.
Well, there's a lot of people that just greet me every time they see me. So if I see them, I try to say hello. You know, there's a lot of people that I feel obligated, you know, because they're always greeting me. So it's only right that I greet them every time I see them, you know. Not everybody's like that. You know, you'll notice there's people you say hello to, they probably never say hello back to you. Those people, you know, I don't say anything to them until they say something to me, you know. So some people I leave alone, but the people that are always saying hello to me, I'm always greeting them
Yeah,
right
but
back.
shadow dating is real, is my point. Like, some people are chatting and they are never seen.
And top chat,
Or
and there's the top chat thing, where they might not be seeing you because they're in the wrong setting.
yeah.
Oh,
No.
that's
Yeah, dude, it's beyond setting. Like, the googs are out heavy.
But after a couple of years of greeting somebody and they never answer, you kind of figure out that, well, they ain't never gonna answer. So
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
And it's so hard for me with this new phone. It's like twice the size of my other phone. And that's what I watch lives on. That's what I talk and chat on. Well, this one doesn't have the emojis like my other one did. So that kind of makes me mad unless I type the word. And so it takes me so long to type on it, though. Like the other one, I could do it really fast, mod, whatever. This one, I'm having all kinds of trouble typing. And so I'm like, okay, I can't say hello to everybody because it's taking me too long. And so I just, hello, everyone. Please understand.
abbreviate everybody like I do. I don't call everybody by their full name. It'd take all day long.
Well,
YouTube needs better emojis. Well, emojis are on my phone, and it only has the new ones, and I don't like those. Actually, I don't even see. Oh, there it is. Okay. So, yeah, it's got all these that I don't like emojis. That one. There, I'll put it out there.
Yeah.
Emojis just don't seem very manly to me, all right? That's why you never see me.
Emojis. Because I have always, anytime I put somebody's name, I put a heart. Well,
you never see me using those.
I don't like that heart. I want my old heart.
You do have a middle finger one, though. I think it's kind of cool.
Really?
No, I don't know, Black Watch. Phones are just a computer with a phone app.
Yeah. There's more power in these phones than they used to supposedly
land on the
go
moon.
to the moon. Yeah.
Oh my
now we know why.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah, it's not a fluke. It's not a fluke.
Yeah. And the Navy vet, I understand. That's I wanted to go just to my landline, but with my mom in and out of the hospital and never knowing it's and all the kids and so many wrecks have been happening. It was a really bad one yesterday, and I have to have my phone on me because I'm going so much too. Got to go out and pack. They're going to be here at 8:30 to pick me up, and they're going to have to pick me up. There's no way I'm going to be awake.
Dang.
Oh, well. Now they're going to use all these emojis.
That's a slippery slope in here. You start using emojis, next thing you know, you're going to be talking about your feelings and stuff.
Dude. Emojis are symbols. They're interpretive, though.
I saw emojis like years and years ago on Facebook. I used to put them all together in one little comment, and I go, "Ha, bipolar."
We're reverting back to the ancient Egyptians. We're using hieroglyphs instead of words.
Right.
Well, and maybe we need to. Maybe that's part of the throwing it off. There was one time on rescues, and I can't remember. Ronan, was it you? Or was it
I don't
Kissing?
know.
You know that heist game thing that he has?
Oh yeah.
Yes, the Streamlabs betting and what have you. I love it. Gamble all. Mhm.
Well, so we were determined that we were going to kill it. And I can't remember who it was with me. And we kept asking these questions like, are you human? Do you like humans? You know, just,
Yep.
and it started freaking out.
I like humans, but not you. No, I'm kidding. I don't recall that.
Yeah, but it's like we killed it for that short of time. It was not functioning well after that.
I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that.
Lord.
Huckleberry's one of the big players.
So
And
you're
that's
telling me like in another 10,000 years, there's going to be like alien archaeologists down here trying to figure out what the emojis on the rocks are all about?
Yeah, they're gonna be like, what is this smiley face, eggplant, taco? It's like, oh, they like to eat eggplant tacos. That was a delicacy.
And what the fuck does that pickle mean?
we don't want to see Huckleberry's drawing.
And as they were carving these hieroglyphs, they were laughing just like we're laughing right now.
Right.
Let them figure this out. This is like alien spaceship. Fuck yeah. There's the fucking Baghdad battery. Let's do this. Right?
Right. Oh, I know. We'll do an eagle. We'll do a man with an eagle's head, and then we'll do a man with a dog's head.
Let's put a phoenix with a cat's head and an eagle talon. Oh,
Right.
That's what they did. They were just lying.
Trolling. Ancient trolling.
The ancient trolls. Ancient trolls. I freaking love this series.
We really need some chisels and some hammers and some prominent rock faces. Stat.
Hand tools. It's all about
I
hand
have-
tools and water.
I have a giant granite mountain. It's probably an hour away, but it's solid granite. You could go to town on it.
Dude.
Just to know that I'm making somebody thousands of years later scratch their head.
That's like the one thing that survives.
Right.
The ancient troll AT&T. Apple. It's all. I love this idea. I freaking love it. God, that's so realistic, isn't it? That is
Yeah.
so
Right.
realistic. Ancient trolls. They were funny. Ha ha ha, grandfather. Touche. You know?
You got me.
You got me. She looks hideous.
We didn't care about looks back then. So have y'all noticed that they don't open any time capsules, or if they do, they're not like
There's
advertised?
nothing in them.
Oh,
I could
man.
blow up people with their heads up their asses, and we could put like Democrat underneath them or something.
The time capsules, I would love to see some legit ones, though. You know,
Yes.
like a true unveiling. I think they claim a lot of discoveries that aren't really new discoveries. True
If the
time
world really does go to shit and it hits the fan and all that, Virginia, let's raid the Smithsonian, the National Archives, and the Vatican Archive.
Okay,
Yes.
the Vatican, the Smithsonian is we all know what's in there. It's BS. It's BS. The Vatican, the ancient libraries, whoever got all of that. Okay, so Library of Alexandria, definitely destroyed. But do you think they didn't pillage it first? Bullshit.
Right. It's
Yeah.
So I want to see all that, all of it.
That's probably where we get a lot of the secret societies from. I'm sure there were groups that were in there that took those books, and it might not have been a bad thing at the beginning in that sense. It was probably just to preserve that secret, because if they were discovered, they'd be killed, the books would be destroyed, and there goes that.
Yep. That's what's happening today, isn't it? Change the
Yeah.
definition of words, change the books, change the education, change the indoctrination of the upcoming generations. Same freaking thing symbolically as burning down Alexandria.
Yep. And it's just easier because it's digital. They just push a button. It's gone.
Yep. Yep. The Urban Dictionary is freaking awesome. Like,
Oh, I think Moose Man just found that. I had heard about that, but I don't think it was Finnish. There's another language. And, well, I was reading it the other night, and it has to do with Babylon.
mhm.
Kamala's name means something, and there's a way to find that out. I can't remember where I found that video.
The whore of Babylon dressed in purple. And
Yes, and I was reading it, wasn't I?
I don't know, but I've heard about it.
So it's in the Finnish language. That means horrible.
Translates to horrible, he says. Yeah.
Okay, so in Finnish means horrible. Well, what does it mean in Hindu?
But this was something else, and she was the queen of Babylon or something, and had the purple robes. And
Well, it's different words used also in India. There's a superhero called Kamala Khan that is an Indian from India superhero.
Yeah, purple and red armor for sure.
Yep.
One is a martyr, one is a king. But super interesting. Okay, so because all of this can be funneled into a biblical narrative.
Yep.
I even think they do it on purpose. I think, like the horse and the Olympics, the pale horse. I think they do that stuff like trolling the believers.
I think they're paying homage to their gods. That's what their faith system is. The same way, we each have our own. That's what theirs is. They're paying homage to their gods.
Yep.
And it's the same way we see, these movie stars when they have their gala or whatever it's called, those big events, red carpet events. They're always dressed super weird. They're always they have the most just odd dresses, the weirdest thing. That's what that is. And maybe it's not necessarily the artist themselves realizing it, but it's the people dressing them. They're paying homage to their gods. They're, and then we all look and we're like, ooh, wow, superstars. There's a part of us that looks to that, not us necessarily here now, but the great masses look with respect and awe, if you will, to these people dressed representing some whatever god and that they're paying homage to.
There's nothing new about avant-garde, and all of these events have a theme. Everyone pushes into that theme. The overall narrative of that theme doesn't look good. If this is indeed a biblical situation we're in, and I would include Jewish, Christian, and Islam, all the same site with Abraham and Isaac, with the Dome of the Rock, I think is what it is, right? Where that alien thing happened, Carl? The black stone, right?
The cube.
The most holy place on the planet.
Exactly. And those three religions coalesce there. And there's symbolism to be had in all of them. The weight, I don't know. It doesn't even matter what the rest of us believe they're doing. What matters is what they believe they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And
To
that,
me, there's no ground worth war. No, no ground that's supposed to be, holy enough to kill for. I don't see that. I don't see it the same.
well, ancient astronaut theorists believe that the cornerstone of that Dome of the Rock, that cube, came from outer space and was sectioned there and set off, built around, and became a holy spot for a lot of different reasons. So, how do we differentiate what everyone saw coming out of the sky, making monuments to it, versus what man has organized for us to think? How do we differentiate that?
Well, that's the spell, right? What they want us to think. They give us the words. They really explain everything you ever wanted them to. They'll give you an answer if you ask them a question.
Mm-hmm.
That is a good question. How do we distinguish that? I mean, up to this point in my life, I'd say I just don't pay attention to it. I don't want to give it my power, right? Because they're sucking power out of people. We talk about succubi. I think that has something to do with it.
Speaking it into existence, or
Right. I don't know. Know your enemy. And maybe it's not what it seems. Like, I really think about this a lot, right? Current popular culture is all about the aliens. So, will you be able to tell the difference between an angel and a demon if it comes out cracking through with some directive? And is it possible they're also already here looking just like me and you? I might have 20% freaking alien. You might. You know what I mean? Like, how do we tell if they crack through? Something cracks through the sky. And I've brought this up on Bonnie's channel more than once. But other than the
I think they're already here.
stuff and whatever, the religious aspect is a thing, the spiritual aspect. Something cracks through the sky. How are you going to know the difference?
Well, okay, I kind of got an answer because I think they're already here. Right. The reason why, when I was so against Hillary Clinton, right, I saw eyes I've seen in person before. All right. Have you ever seen like a dog that if you bring out their favorite ball, it's so entranced on that ball, it's all it sees. It will not listen to anyone.
Or like a cat with a red laser.
Yeah, or even a dog or a squirrel or whatever, a bird, whatever it's mesmerized by. It's like their eyes go blank, right? And I've seen that in people before, where they've gone off the rails on a drug or drunken, fit of anger. I'm talking murderous anger, and I've seen their eyes, and they're just black. All right, I don't know how else to put it, but I've seen people's eyes go black, and that to me has always seemed like a demon possession because I've seen it more than once.
Okay, so you think the eye's going black?
For me,
I think that's a really good chance that that's a demon taking over there.
Okay.
For me, I've been in situations where, well, and we know that, the devil walks the earth. We read that in Job, right? God's like, devil, what you been up to? He's like, God, just walking around on earth, And God's like, oh yeah, you've been eyeing my guy Job, kind of a thing. So we know that's real. We know that there's fallen angels. Something had to happen to them, right? But I've been in situations just like in public and stuff where people, I mentioned that before, like I feel like I have this protection around me, like they can't stand my presence. I like they almost hiss and leave. It's very like different.
What
Maybe they figure,
what
I'm a lost
Bruce
cause
just
to
said
them.
too.
The power in me is greater than the power in them, and they're a little scared. I think that's
Yes.
something I've
And
kind of experienced.
What Brew just said there, all right, years ago, like almost 30 years ago, I'm in the city at somebody I know's backyard. There's kids running all around the neighborhood and stuff, and all kinds of shady things going on. This is a drug infested city area. Guys know where the area I'm in. And out of all them kids, one of them stood out to me, and it was like, a 7, 8 year old little girl. And when she came up and was talking to one of the adults I was with, I'd seen her eyes go black. And what
Right.
was even weirder to me is when she looked back at me, I could see between her eyeball into her eye socket, like a corner of her eye, and I could see around her eye, and it was all black. And it didn't stay that way. And it was just a moment that I'll never forget, because I ever since then I'm thinking, was she dehydrated? Was she, you know what I mean? Was there some medical condition I'm not aware of that could cause that? Whatever it was, I'll never
Yeah.
forget it.
What
I
it
could see.
Yep.
Hey,
Hey,
rescue.
remote's in here too.
Hey,
yeah,
remote.
remote and rescue. Everybody's waking up.
Right. No, but I'm really curious what everyone thinks about how are you going to know the difference between good and evil. We have black-eyed children. We have kind of like features on the face or certain energies that where you can see it, right? But let's say this all is biblical indeed, and something cracks out the sky, because some of the descriptions of angels are actually pretty freaking scary
Yeah.
if you think about it. If you sit through an animation of what they're saying, it's like, oh, that's actually kind of freaking scary looking creature, right? So
The ones I saw were pissed off. All right, you could see it in their eyes. They had swords and they were pissed off.
So
sure,
maybe that's when they mean to fall to your knees before the Lord, and
That's
because
what
you're
I did.
it, to me that'd be the best is let them battle it out wherever they're battling, because I don't think it's going to be them battling us necessarily as much as the demons, right?
I don't know, man. Like,
Well, there's some of those like books, ancient books that aren't in the Bible that kind of describe how the fallen angels came to earth and taught man different forms of technology and stuff like that. I think Wayne, yeah, I think it was Wayne or someone in here said that these, or maybe Bruce said that the demons have to be invited, or someone did. I don't mean to give credit to the wrong person, but y'all know what I mean.
Yeah.
So if we're closed down to that, they probably won't try with us, because there's plenty of people in this world that do welcome them in, that invite them in. They say at
Well,
the
that's what I was
Rothschild's
saying
table, they have an
earlier.
empty seat there where the devil comes and they talk with him, right?
Now the remote viewers here, he probably knows it better than I am, but that's why I said earlier, your best weapon is Jesus' name itself to rebuke any
Yes.
demons or evil.
You wouldn't believe the power of Jesus' name. That there was one time I should have been in a wreck, and because it was a tractor, and he had the thing on the back that it was taking up half of the other lane that I was in on a very narrow road with a low water bridge. And when I saw that, I just shut my eyes and held on to the steering wheel And that's what I said, Jesus. And I opened my eyes and it was past me, gone. And I'm like,
Mm,
there's no way I did not hit that.
right.
It
Jesus
was,
took the wheel.
yep,
Yeah.
excuse me. And I know that sounds far-fetched, but it happened.
It's not far-fetched. I've had
I
that
believe it.
happen. Yeah. I was driving on a bridge in ice, and I started to hydroplane, and all the cars around me kind of hydroplaned on this bridge. And all of us, it was weird. It was kind of like synchronized swimming. If I was looking at it from above, it would look like synchronized swimming. Everybody kind of did the perfect car dance, got through, kept going. There was a moment in there where it almost went in slow motion. And I think that's kind of a funny thing about time is in potentially dramatic moments where you have to make a choice, like time slows down, you know?
Virginia, I know exactly what you mean.
You know what I mean? And then
Yeah.
I did a full 360 in my vehicle. A couple of other cars did too, and we came within inches of each other. None of us touched. It was like an Olympic dance, you know?
Is
And
this really remote?
carried on. Remote.
Oh yeah, buying, famous bullshitter.
Yeah, time stands still and all that. And it's
Yeah, it's weird because you can remember moments vividly when you go through that slow motion experience. You remember everything. You remember like the smells and
yep.
Yes.
every little tiny details and stuff. It's a strange experience. Been in a few accidents that are like that, Not for everybody else. I've asked them. I was in a carload full of girls, all right, in the city, Utica, Michigan, and well, I wasn't. They were friends, right? Anyway, she hit this car turning a corner, and I swear I saw it coming. All right, I mean, I'm like trying to warn her, and to me, everything was super slow, and I was like, "There's too many of us in the car. When the cops get here, they're going to ticket her because there's too many of us in the car." So I talked a couple of the girls into walking out and getting on the sidewalk and like acting like we weren't there in the car with them and got her out of a ticket doing that. I mean, but to me, it was super slow motion. But to all of them, it was like, no, it happened so fast. Well, to
Right.
me, I perceived it differently.
Right.
See,
Perception. Yep.
yeah. And my grandmother, she would call that a God-given gift. That when something bad is fixing to happen, or that you'll like I've been in one wreck, and it was ages ago. I'm not even going to say the year. And but I don't even know how it happened. I was driving down the highway, and the next thing I know, my car, when I sat up, it's like I was knocked out for a minute or something. I don't know if I was, never had a headache or anything, but my car was heading into the river. And so I just threw it in park real quick. And then I'm looking around me like, what in the world happened? And this man, he was reading a newspaper and just ran down the whole side of my car with his Suburban. Just busted the headlight on his Suburban, but took out the whole side of my car. But she says that it's like, she kept saying it was from God, that you are numb to that instant of something.
I believe it. I absolutely believe it. Because, 1983, I was working for this guy. He was hired to scrap a whole junkyard worth of old vehicles, right, at an old gas station. He was hired to take all those cars, smash them flat, put them on big semi-truck flatbeds, and ship them down to Ohio for scrap metal. And we did like 100 cars at this point. We yanked this Fiat. I'll never forget what it was. It was one of those little square 70s Fiats. We drug it out of the yard, out to the front, to the parking lot where we'd smash them, and then put them on and chain them down. Well, we flipped this thing over, and we'd always pull the gas tanks before we smashed the cars. And this Fiat had a cross member all the way across the gas tank. And I'm like, hey, he's on the front loader, I'm on the ground. And I asked him, I said, let's pull this cross member first. I've never seen this. He says, oh, no, I've done these before. We can do it. Just wrap it around the tank. So the boss made me wrap the chain around the gas tank and the cross member simultaneously under this Fiat. And I hooked the chain, because there's a hook on the bucket, and you hook the chains to that and wrap it around, hook it back. And before I could even turn around, he yanked that gas tank, which was partially full, which, believe it or not, they're more dangerous when they're half empty, and it blew up right in my face. All right. A car gas tank right 5-6 feet away from my face blew up in a giant mushroom cloud of flame. And it threw me probably 30 feet backwards away from the explosion, burned all the hair off my face, partially off my head, singed my clothes and shit. And I remember looking into the flames as they engulfed. And I remember, like I was saying earlier, everything was in slow motion. The flight before I hit the ground, the landing, everything in that moment was in slow motion. And all I got was singed hair. I should have died. Everybody who saw it or was anywhere near it, they all said I should, even the boss, I can't believe you ain't dead.
And so I'll do a Virginia thing. I've said before, all of us have had like these experiences where it should have killed us. What if it did? And we don't know.
No, I mean, pain and all that stuff proves I'm still alive.
Well, does it?
No, but I feel like where Bonnie's might have been insinuating is a multiverse where what if it did? What if
What if damn it, how do I get out of this?
It keep going. I mean, it's deep, dude. It's deep.
Well, that's just it. It's it's not up to us when we go, kind of a thing. It's almost like a prison sentence. Like you're sentenced here for X amount of years. We don't know how long that is. We see some folks pass sooner, some later. But yeah, like what Bonnie was getting at there, it's like, we've had these experiences, and it's like, yeah, we wake up.
Okay,
in my experiences, it's almost like,
even what Remote just said, I got 9. I think I'm past twice that now, Remote. So how many times do I got to do that?
We're all gonna have to get
finish your sentence, man. You gotta do your time.
Yeah.
Well, something's uneven because I didn't survived a lot of shit. I'm not even supposed to be here. I figured I'd be dead at 21. Here I am, like 3 times that age. I can't even. It's all bonus time. I seriously cannot believe I'm still here. It has to be a reason. That's what it's got to be. And I
bonus time or doing hard time. It's like
yeah.
That's in the mind, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a choice. It's perspective, I suppose.
Yeah, it is. Hard time or not, wherever you go, there you are, dude. You can find a utopia in a single cell solitary confinement in prison, and you can find absolute misery. Okay, think about this. I think about this sometimes, right? You see a lot of people miserable that are millionaires, like certain women, like all the money in the world, all the
They're never happy. That's the elite. Yes, that's why they're
Yeah,
doing it.
it's weird. I've seen it. It's like they're never satisfied.
right.
And they will torture you till, I don't know. I don't know what makes them happy. I don't think nothing can make them happy. Because
Exactly.
they don't know love. They don't have a heart. There's nothing there. They don't have a belief. They don't.
Lack of
Would you
empathy.
think like perhaps maybe they're the fallen angels? How else can you accumulate so much power and so much money over time and
Well,
be such
right.
dedicated to like hatred, the
I don't
hatred
know.
of
The most
humanity?
successful business owners seem to be the most cutthroat ones.
Okay.
Yeah, but I guess those are just the ones we see, but it's like the ones in the shadow that really call the shots. You know what I mean? That use humans as their minions. I'm not talking about like the Pelosi's and those kinds, but like the ones that run them, the puppet masters.
hmm
I really don't think a lot of people have independent thoughts. I mean, it's kind of, I guess that's what would frighten me. If anything would scare me, it would be the lack of my conscience. You know, the lack of those little voices in my head telling me it's a good idea, bad idea, or the ideas I get to make something or do something a certain way. The independent thought, the idea of not or having to copy somebody or to only to buy that sports car because he got one. You know, the idea of having to emulate somebody else or get all your material or whatever it is from somebody creative because you don't have that. You know, that's what
Yeah.
it seems like to me sometimes. Like the lack of empathy, there's something else lacking there as well. It's not just that they don't care, it's that they don't have like the aptitude to care. You know what I'm saying? It's like they don't have
it some people do not have
Sorry.
that care.
All right.
It doesn't matter. Money doesn't matter. It's a spiritual deficiency, you know? Like nothing is ever going to fill that void. If your spirit is totally deficient of insight, empathy, you know, finding your way with other people, you know, incorporating the glories of life, right? You're just
they couldn't even have independent thought. They have to be told what to believe or what to do or how to do it.
Yeah.
agreed.
You see what Whiskey said? What if the reason for being here is to show devotion and servitude to the Creator, to show worthiness to be in the Creator's presence when our bodies here pass away?
Well, I hope he gets the same laughs I got out of this experience.
Oh yeah, and then he's right. You know, it is a choice ultimately, right? We have all chosen basically, you know, similar paths to the Creator, right? Like we recognize things, we see the difference between good and evil, and we choose good, right?
Right.
Adamantly, since I was 15 years of age, I choose to be as good as I could possibly. I don't want to be an asshole, right? Don't want to be mean. Don't want to be evil. And above all, I want to keep my soul. So yeah, it's a choice.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's funny, Navy vet.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Self accountability. hmm
And so maybe
You know,
what
that's the one
Jesus
thing though. It's just like with Navy. I got to say this real quick. maybe, you know, that's the thing about being a really good person, is that you're also really good at being bad.
Well, and good's subjective, right? And like we know, there's really not
Bad.
well, no, I was gonna say like we're really not that good either. I mean,
Right.
remember when Jesus was being, I think it was the Pharisees or someone was giving him a hard time, and something, you know, someone called him good, and he kind of got mad. And he's like, "There is no good, only the Father is good." And that's what we recognize, is that remnant of the Father in us, and we do reflect that good in a sense. But I don't, you know, I don't know. It's a choice though, right? It's intentional. It's not.
Yes.
Um,
It feels strange to get praise, especially, you know, like in this community when people give you praise. I don't know how to take that. Right? I get people are they're always building me up around here way more than I get in real life. You know what I'm saying? Or have gotten in real life. Some people say the nicest things. Or like, well, I think it was Elaine earlier saying I was, you know, a hero to the ladies or something. Yeah, I never felt that. I never tried to be that. I never want. You know, I don't even see myself that way at all. But it's really weird getting compliments and stuff all the time from people. I mean, I'm not complaining. It's just a strange thing, you know. I don't feel worthy of that type of praise.
It's because most of the people here are good. And it's what they do. Remember a long time ago, whenever I was like, I see each one as a little light, like these little lights. It's That's it. Everyone is here to boost each other up. To and so when Virginia was talking about what if this is our solitary confinement, but we're not solitary. We have all these people to talk to that has had the same experiences, not exactly the same, but that's what I
There's
noticed
people
was
I see
every
every day of my
single
life. All right, you're on something there,
talking.
Bonnie. Because I see people every day and work and stuff, the same people, but I don't feel near as close to those people as I do to all of you. All right, I
Yes,
feel
and I've seen
way more.
saying that tonight in chat too. And so that's what I'm saying though, is every single that's I kept seeing all these people saying something that had happened to them, that it's a miracle. So maybe it's to tell their testimony and share the miracles, or could it be that we
Well, you
are
just read my mind. Now I have to talk about it. I was going to say just a minute ago that I wanted to talk about that nightmare because we've covered all different parts of things that touch on that nightmare and remote viewers here, and I don't know if he's ever heard about it. But now it's like you're saying, like it's like a testimony. I feel compelled to tell people about that experience because we have touched a couple subjects of it about, you know, I went through all that stuff in the juvie and all my childhood was all met. By the time I was 15, I still hadn't read the Bible. I wasn't going to church or nothing like that. But I had the only nightmare in my life when I was 15 years old. And I'm standing in a field with hundreds of people, like I'm watching fireworks. All right, like I'm standing there waiting to watch something in the sky with all these people. And you know how the crowd oohs and ahs when they see fireworks and stuff. The crowd oohed in a way it was kind of like, you know, and I look and I see what I think the stars are moving. Okay, clear night, a little bit of clouds and stuff, but I saw the stars move, and that's when I focused in on them, and they formed a V. All right. And by the time I realized that the stars are moving and it formed a V, it was falling on Earth. And it happened so fast, it went from indistinguishable light to transparent angels with double edged swords and steel, angry looks in their eyes. And at that moment, I knew I was screwed. I fell to my knees, like you just said, Bonnie, a little while ago. I fell to my knees and every asshole thing I ever did in my life. I mean, everything I stole and everything I said, and everything I did bad came to me all within a second. And it woke me up. And I mean, I remember waking up just drenched in sweat. Like I still to this day have never happened again. And I remember that vividly to the point to where I didn't want to do bad shit at all anymore. And ever since I was 15, I've had no traffic tickets, no nothing. I've got a clean slate. Besides that, I've done my best to be good to people since I was 15 years of age because of one nightmare. I expect jokes and stuff, but to me, it was a changing moment in my life.
Definitely.
We did talk about angels and all that.
Well, and that's just it, Carl. I mean, we've all had these experiences, and I think perhaps that was the way you needed to hear that message, where we may have had different experiences with different types of things that we kind of were like a spooky that kind of scared us straightness in a way. You know what I mean?
It's funny you said that because they actually put me in a program called Scared Straight when I was in the juvie. They'd get you in a bus and they'd ship you off to a big maximum prison, and they'd take you in and they'd try to scare you. And on the day I went, I ended up making friends with the guys that were supposed to scare me. They were giving me cigarettes and shit. They didn't. I mean, it was their job to scare the kids. It didn't scare me. So I was in that program for a minute.
Scared Straight. You were in the Scared Straight program?
Yeah, when it first happened in the 70s, it was brand new. They shipped me
That
off.
almost sounds like it should be the name of like some gay conversion therapy type shit. Scared straight.
They take you and they lock you up into a prison cell with convicts. All right, and the convicts are
Yeah.
meant to scare you. All right, with whether it be stories or by the way they act or whatever.
They get them to torment and try to scare them from going to jail ever. Whoops, we lost Carl.
Am I still here?
Oh, you're still here. Who'd we lose? Virginia.
Well, I think it's important that, when we feel so compelled to share these kinds of stories, I think we should. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I think we're a pretty open-minded community where you can share those things. You'll get some jokes, and that's all good and well.
I got to tell my thing. I mean, actually, I've told that nightmare probably a dozen times now on here, and that's kind of what she was saying. So I feel almost compelled to tell people that.
To her.
I don't scare easy, but I was scared to death after that nightmare. Sometimes Virginia's life interrupts her too. Sometimes she has to jump out to take care of business.
Oh, I know. They knew that was Scott. Don't get caught. He went
Well,
to
maybe age 10 to 15, I was either locked up or on the run. I was considered incorrigible and made a ward of the state of Michigan, where your parents are no longer your guardian and stuff. So they could have kept me till I was 21 legally, but for some reason a judge
I know, Garrett.
let me go when I was 15. Yeah, dreams are one thing, Remo. I've had a lot of dreams. I was talking about that earlier. I love my dreams. It's like free entertainment. I remember almost all of them, and I'm in full control in a dream. but that wasn't a dream. That's why I call it a nightmare. It was completely different. I was not in control. That was just something else. That's why I call it my only nightmare.
Right, Garrett, you're dreaming. Dreaming you
And
clean bed.
that's the thing about when you talk about faith, you know, is that people aren't going to get it because they didn't experience what you did. If they haven't experienced that kind of thing, they're not going to get it.
No. Well, sometimes it happens in different ways for different people.
Mm-hmm.
And there's lucid dreaming.
Yeah.
And it says in the scripture, you know, some people will see visions, especially in the end times. Some will see visions. Some will have dreams.
Yeah.
I was 100% introduced to evil before I even knew of God. I mean, I knew of God, but I didn't know about him. He didn't know me. I didn't know him the way I should. But I saw a lot of evil before I ever even had that nightmare. All right. So to me, knowing 100% that evil exists, then you got to realize there's another side of that coin. You know, there's light and dark and good and bad, and there's evil and there's God. And it kind of helps me there too, to be sure.
Yep. Well, guys, 7.5 hours.
Is that all?
Is that all?
Time flies when you're having fun.
I know. It's been great discussion. I appreciate all of y'all that up on panel in the chat. Someone else. Yep.
A lot of people were saying today's 888. We're supposed to be going through a portal. Whatever the hell that means, I don't know.
Maybe
That's
that
what they
explains
say.
I'm still awake. I had a productive day. I got up at like 5:30 this morning. I worked all day. Then I worked on the truck. What am I? I shouldn't even be awake.
I know. I know they're going to be waking me up in just a couple of hours.
I can operate pretty good on a couple hours.
I can't. I'll be sleeping in the car on the way there, I'm sure.
Thanks for having me up here, Bonnie. It was a hoot.
Thank you for coming up, Carl.
Man, we covered some topics tonight. I mean, it was all over the board, but
It usually is. But
It was good talking with everybody.
Yeah, it's good to do that.
I'd love to do the meetups when I get some new tires and stuff, Garrett, you know, assuming that we all survive till next year.
Louder Than Life Festival. I swear we just had something like that here. Irish. I don't know. All right, y'all. I am closing.
Before you go, Bonnie, Rescue, you going live today or not?
Oh. Yes, Rescue. You going live next?
Well, it'll still be a while before he'd go live, but
I don't know. When I wake up, he's done. Most of the time.
Oh yeah, you get up at noon. No,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Get up at noon.
right on. So I won't feel like I'm missing anything if I nap a little longer.
Doctor appointment. Hope it goes well, Rescue. Y'all have a good night. Thank you for coming in and sharing your stories and thoughts. Always appreciated. Thank you, Ronan and Carl.
See y'all somewhere soon.
God bless y'all and have a good night.